shot when the camera's up. But this one you gon' have to duck. Tell me about your lifestyle, really. We've been on the road to the tank go empty. I'ma keep going to the Lord, come give me. If you wanted me to stop, then you can't come with me. Think you do the best? Silly. We about to put it in your chest, really. And I don't think you really want problems. Think you know the outcome when you come around, dog. You thinking you getting me? Is you kidding me? Ripping everything that you get in the vicinity.
Ladies and gentlemen, make some noise!
iLLeY though, trying to make up for it. Wins the pistol! Down like Leeds! Looks for a second as well! They want to hold on this one, they get it! They kill him, they're lining up! They line up! FaZe will strike first! It's the Ravens! Number 6, running right into the box! And that is teamwork to a T. You get the team fight, there's OpTic. OpTic's gone down, somehow the one touch it. Cancel, and there's Kenny. iLLeY turned up it. Oh, baby, Shotzzy! OpTic, hold the line.
Let's get into the cool and juicy league. Let's go.
What's going on, all of you beautiful people, and welcome to the COD League. And today we are discussing a lot. But first things first, let's talk about the Seattle Surge, a team that has been struggling for so long. But yesterday in a Game 5, they put out the biggest win possible against the Atlanta FaZe.
Seattle might be their Achilles heel, but it's the New York Subliners that are on life support. Can they survive the Florida Mutineers?
I doubt it, aLLeY. Plus, OpTic Texas are on top of the world after a big win at Major I. But the LA Thieves are coming in hot for the King's crown.
And all of us, we're going to break it all down for you. Your CDL pre-show headquarters starts now. Ladies and gentlemen, all of you beautiful people, how you doing today? And if you're wondering how we're doing great because it's Sunday, the last day of week 1, and things moving along greatly. Me, I'm your desk host, Velli. Next to me, I have aLLeY, I have Nameless and Nameless. All right, let's be completely honest. Yesterday was actually a banger, man. Ending out the day with an upset, Seattle beating FaZe. CDL was popping this year.
Dude, we had like some swift matches, and that last one was an absolute banger. Nobody expected Seattle to win that series, and Seattle do it in crazy fashion by winning 2 search and destroys. On that Game 2, they got first blooded 10 out of the 11 rounds. The 3v4 win percentage was through the roof. And then going into that Game 5, like, it was beautifully played. You know, right out the gates in that round 1, you know how accuracy typically plays back in the warehouse. They get the bomb down B, and he plays for the clutch. Well, it was different. He pushed all the way up through the docks to their side. They had FaZe looking dumb trying to find him, so they were ready, right? Like, they know FaZe was going to do their research and get ready for search and destroy, but Seattle was throwing them for a loop. They're playing aggressive, getting the Bloods on that map, actually, and they ended up taking it in a 6-2 fashion. So the preparation and the matchup versus FaZe, Seattle just looked unbelievable, aLLeY.
And it felt like we could actually pinpoint some of the mistakes that Atlanta FaZe were making on the map. On the boat cage, they weren't rotating at all, but you can get away with it on that small of a map. But when it came to the Berlin, that's when Seattle really capitalized on that fact and got all those money hills.
Yeah, it was absolutely crazy, but it was about damn time Seattle got a win like that. Seriously. 2 wins at the beginning of the year, going crazy at the Kickoff Classic. They kind of fell off the map. No, they fell off the map ever since then, but that win versus FaZe, I'm really hoping that momentum steps up.
Yeah, and I think Mack has solidified himself, at least throughout their drought, as like the consistent guy. Like, he's been the best player for me, the game changer, the guy who's going off when they need him. That Berlin hardpoint that they had, the P4 setups, how much time they accumulated there, Mack was going crazy. We got to give this guy his flowers right now because he's getting them through a rough patch.
Yeah, no, shout out to Big Mac right now. But let's also talk about the schedule for today, because kicking things off, we got the Minnesota Røkkr, the team that will be hosting Major II, facing off against Paris Legion. Then we'll see if NYSL can get their act together while they face off against Florida Mutineers, who have actually been looking really good lately. I like them. But aLLeY, the Mandu marquee matchup of the day. The LA Thieves are facing off against the champs of Major I, OpTic Texas.
It's the Dark Prince going up against the King, the matchup we all were hoping for at Major I. We're now going to get today, but the issue for me right now is LA Thieves is seriously struggling.
No, seriously, and they might want to catch up, because when it comes to points, they're kind of falling behind, but OpTic Texas are looking to get in that #1 spot. They are 5 points behind the Atlanta FaZe and also the London Royal Ravens, 2 teams that have been phenomenal outright, but also Nameless looking on the other side of the table. NYSL, LAG, Paris Legion, the struggle bus, man. It's still going.
The struggle bus, man. These teams got to step it up. We're seeing teams like Surge start to get wins. Mutineers are starting to play a lot better. They're looking good. So, man, there's starting to become some separation there from the middle of the pack and the bottom.
You got that right. Talk about the middle of the pack now. The Los Angeles Thieves, I'm going to be outright honest, guys. For those of you watching at home, I thought they were going to be in the finals at Major I, but they fell late in the losers bracket, and also they lost against OpTic, and no, excuse me.
London Royal Ravens.
It was London Royal Ravens, right. But it's going to be OpTic who really strung their way through the bracket.
Yeah, I mean, looking at LA Thieves in this matchup, I think they're still an incredible hardpoint team. They just had a rough go around in that match. But the problem is, the following match they have is OpTic Texas. You know, and OpTic Texas has been amazing in search and destroy, winning in 6-0 fashions. Dashy has been stepping up for them in the first blood department. So it's going to be really tough for this LA Thieves team to take down an OpTic team that is, quite frankly, in the best spot they've been in years. I mean, this is a great match for OpTic Texas coming off of a win because the confidence is through the roof. You're playing one of the better teams off the bat while you're coming off that confidence. So you get a win here. The schedule probably gets easier from here on out. Honestly, if they win this match, I wouldn't be surprised if they win out.
You got that right.
Yeah, and this is a team, OpTic, I mean, they rival LA Thieves when it comes to respawn. LA Thieves is 14-4 in hard points now, and OpTic is 10-5 in hard points. But the S&D is really where it stands out. OpTic is 8-6, LA Thieves 4-9. This has been a telltale for the LA Thieves. They have been seriously struggling in the search and destroy department. And after yesterday's loss, when Drazah was really struggling to get into his groove, man, it's looking scary heading into today.
You're right. Now, when it comes to the LA Thieves, they look good, but we want them to be gooder than that. Looking at their series record against the top three right now, they're defeated, but against the bottom part, they're undefeated. And I think that they really have the potential to step it up, but we just need to see it at this point.
Yeah, you know, it's just like a top 5 team, right? Like I put them, it's like them in Toronto, right? 4-5, and they just can't seem to get over the hump there. And really the big difference is search and destroy. I mean, you look at the top 3 teams, FaZe, OpTic, London Royal Ravens, they're just consistent across all 3 game modes, and Thieves, they're just not there yet. And teams are improving in hardpoint, which is making it more difficult. They are 9-1 across Gavutu, hardpoint and control. We saw them lose both of those to London Royal Ravens, which doesn't bode well for LA Thieves.
And when it comes to search and destroy, I feel like LA Thieves is trying so hard to keep up pace with these other teams rather than pulling it back to their formalities. Octane's a lot slower. He's going to play for that picks. LA Thieves a lot of times will get the first bloods and then just panic to capitalize on top of that man advantage. And I think I'm looking at Drazah for that to kind of slow down, play with Envoy, play the trades. They have an 83% win percentage when they play off of each other when it comes to search and destroy.
Yeah, you know, just to add to that, like I was watching their search and destroy yesterday, and I feel like they have like one universal strat that they use, and basically it's Envoy plays on an island. And honestly, a lot of the times LA Thieves do end up getting a first blood. Either Kenny or Octane pick off a kill, and then if Envoy follows it up with a kill, they win the round. And on his island, he goes in and gets pinched, they win the round. If he dies, the round is basically over. So we saw them try to make the adjustment. They had Drazah with him a couple of different rounds, and it was working out. So it's a work in progress. But, you know, if you pay attention to the minimap when LA Thieves is playing, you can see they're trying out different things when before it was literally just one strat. That's why they kept losing.
No, big time. Now, talking about changing things up in teams that are consistently losing, NYSL, I'm going to be completely honest, coming into the CDL this year and taking a look at this team, okay, like me personally looking at the names on this roster and then seeing HyDra pop off, NYSL has shown glimpses that, you know, these players are great. They're better than good. They're great. But they have not been able to find a lot of W's this year in aLLeY. Something is just going to have to change with this team. Unfortunately, I mean, we're at that point now.
But that's what we've been preaching. They already made a change early in the season. It didn't work out. They're the first team to make a change. They put Neptune back on the roster, and they're still struggling. But the issue for me is they haven't given any of each other a chance. They've been chopped mentally across the board. And I feel like we've seen moments in games where it's like, okay, NYSL is starting to find their groove. They're starting to rotate early. They're waiting for each other when it comes to these hills. But the statistics, man, you can see it on your board right now. Last overall, they just aren't even giving themselves a chance to succeed.
They just put themselves in such a tough spot. I mean, they had a solid, talented roster going into the season, wasn't really working out. They thought the issue was going to be like the SMG pressure. Well, they bench Neptune, they bring in Royalty. Nothing really changes in terms of veteran atmosphere, better communication. Doesn't help them win hardpoint, right? So they bring Neptune back in, and I thought what Ake said on the flank was actually like really important. They play a Gavutu, and they make him run a sub on Gavutu, which you're just going to be in the blender. Not giving him confidence at all. You see his tweet right after where he's like, I wish I could just play my game. And you're just seeing all these tweets coming out from the New York camp. It's just a tough spot. I think they know the impending doom that's around the corner, and a change is on the horizon. But maybe they could put it together today, man. We'll see.
A blockbuster change with this team could actually like catapult them towards the top of the standings. I'm going to be honest, man.
Them in LAG, they gotta make a change.
You was spitting, though. Now, another team that hasn't been doing too good this year, but they've shown a lot of glimpses. I'm going to be completely honest. For the Mutineers, looking at this roster, they don't have the best record nameless, but tell me if I'm wrong with my assessment. This team has a lot of great individuals on them, but they are just struggling to find the win condition to close out these games.
Yeah, I mean, across Respawn, this team is 10-7. Like, they're a solid Respawn team. They have a lot of pressure now, where before, you know, it was a weird pacing thing in the beginning of the season, just because people are getting used to new roles. Like, Skies is traditionally just an absolute main AR. Now he's running the flex role, and he played fantastic in their last match versus LAG. We've seen Mutineers have some pretty dominant hard points. Vivid, I think he's better this year than ever, especially on Bocage. He's just a weapon. And, you know, if Skies and Awakening can get back to their, like, all-star status, this is a very dangerous team. Dave Patty's good at search and destroy.
Yeah.
They've been putting it together. They've been putting it together as of late.
Dave Patty on Search and Destroy is such a treat to watch, by the way. Him sniping was just phenomenal. But speaking about all of these teams right now, aLLeY, I have a question for you, okay? When it comes to these team skins right here, these beautiful things right here, which one really tickles your fancy?
Oh man, that's tough across the board. To be honest, they're all in white, so it can be a little easy to pick across up the map, but I'm gonna go with maybe Seattle or Ultras. I like the color schemes that are going on over there.
I like that. Nameless, what's your favorite color?
Purple.
Purple?
I'm going with the Ultra skin, 100%.
Oh, the Ultra skin,
The little blue accent there.
Yeah, that is fire.
It's kind of high. Me personally, I don't know, that OpTic green looking kind of fire. But you know what? I'm just going to go ahead and spend all my day rates on all of them. But ladies and gentlemen, moving along with the pre-show right now, I mean, this has been pretty phenomenal. Make sure, by the way, you get your team packs. Rep your favorite teams, man.
Yeah.
You see them in the lobbies. You know, it's kind of like a, you know, real, you know, I can't even.
It's a connection, right? You see them in the lobby,
exactly.
you're like, we're on the same page, although...
Real recognize real, there we go. All right, but ladies and gentlemen, moving on with the pre-show right now, it's coming to an end, but on the other side of the break, we're kicking off the day. We're gonna see the Minnesota Røkkr once again facing off against the Paris Legion. We'll see you guys on the other side.
When you compete as long as I have, you learn a thing or two. You learn success isn't something you're given, it's something earned. Visit zenny.com/CDL to get a pair of Røkkr Zennies or any of your other favorite CDL teams today.
The North. In the darkness, a prophecy is told. Four warriors. Confronting them like challenging the winter itself. The snow that blinds you gives them strength. And the ice belongs to them. Prepare yourself for a cold wind blows.
Hello, and welcome back to the Call of Duty League, where we are about to go underway with the first matchup of the day. We're going to see Minnesota Røkkr, of course, facing off against Paris Legion, right? And talking about both of these teams right now, Minnesota Røkkr, they're looking to really ramp things up heading into Major II, one that they will be hosting out there in Minnesota, and I personally can't wait.
I can't wait. It's going to be a lit event. We know Minnesota likes to get the fans going, having those watch parties, but them watch parties have to be depressing as of late because Minnesota has been all over the place. They made a role change, so we'll allot them a little bit of grace in that last match versus Toronto Ultra.
Fair.
But with Minnesota Røkkr, I do like the change. I think Attach is better with an AR, and I think Priestahh is better with an SMG. This is a team, though, they have a ton of potential. In Respawn, they have been abysmal, though, so they just need to slay more. I mean, quite frankly, I hate saying that, like, they just have to get more kills, but it's simple as that. They have to get more kills, they have to play faster. That is the main issue with the Minnesota Røkkr.
They have to play like they do at the end of the games, right? We've seen them push these top teams to the limit, and when they're put under the pressure, that's when the slaying starts getting put together. That's when they start to connect. But when it comes to the game fuel keys to victory, they need to find respawn success like we were talking about. They are 0-6 in the last 6 respawns, 5-0 in the last 5 S&Ds. And of course, they got to lock it down. First in round win percentage, Paris is 10th. Paris obviously has been a team struggling since the beginning of the year, and they just need to be able to capitalize on that and find those breaks on Tuscan hardpoint. Røkkr is breaking 6% of hills on Tuscan, and Paris 8%. Both of these teams are terrible at breaking. Minnesota Røkkr, just do the early rotation. You are a slower, methodical team. Capitalize to your strengths.
And looking at this team right now, the players are there, man. They could definitely put out a great performance to get that W, but the question is, can they do it? Me personally, I want to see Priestahh take him to church, man. He's definitely one of the top dogs on this team. But when it comes to Paris Legion as well, let's be completely honest, okay? aLLeY, seeing him at the Major, it was so exciting. After that big win, the entire audience was cheering for him. It wasn't even the green wall at that point. We were all the baguette boys, right? But yesterday, they seemed kind of flat. There was a lot of explosiveness.
Yeah, there was, and that comes with the roster change, right? They've been kind of playing hot potato a little bit, and I'm looking at Simp as being the most aggressive player on this squad, and Jimbo kind of just needs to find his pacing again. This is his kind of debut on this roster, and Nameless, when it comes to the game fuel keys to victory for Paris Legion, what do they got to do?
I mean, the only mode that they've had a semblance of, success in is search and destroy. But let's get into game fuel keys of victory because they got a lot of work to do. One, I'm going to add one. I think Jimbo needs to have a big series here. Coming into the CDL as a challengers player, like, you got to immediately show an impact, right, to earn your spot. So Jimbo needs a big one here versus a struggling respawn team in the Minnesota Røkkr. But need a bounce back series for the new addition. So there we go. Gravity and Jimbo both didn't play that great. Get out from the hardpoint dungeon. 3-11 in hardpoint. Last in rotation win percentage, break percentage, and hold percentage. These guys have been ass at hardpoint. They have to rotate better. They have to break better. That comes down to communication. It is a new team, but at this point, they have to be ready for it. And then counter the A hits on Tuscan Search and Destroy. Røkkr winning 69% of rounds going A, 38% on other strats. So hopefully this team has done their research. They're prepared for that A push, and they can counter it.
With this being the year of the rookie right now for the Call of Duty League, I want to see Jimbo pop off to join, his compadres that came up along with him. Ladies and gentlemen, it's about that time to get the game started. And I'm really happy to throw this over to Miles and Chance. Fellas, good morning. How you feeling?
Oh, looking good, boys.
Hey.
Spicy.
He's got Paris Legion right now. Look at go.
Well, I've got nothing. How you doing, mate?
I'm doing all right. I get to commentate with a floating head. That's always going to be a good day. It'll be, honestly, this matchup that we have, it is like this series of joy, right? If you have two of the worst respawn teams in the league, well, one of them guaranteed to start pulling in some W, so someone will come away today happy with a bit of a wind in their sails, so to speak, and especially the fact that we get a Tuscan hardpoint map 1. Both of these teams winless on the map. I know the analyst desk already talked about a bit of very bottom of the barrel when it comes to just break percentages. Honestly, yeah, it is across the board. The only positive thing out of every single one of these stats is the fact that Minnesota Røkkr, when they actually do win the rotations, fantastic at hold of the hills. And good news, Paris not exactly good at breaking them. So this may very well be the case of just a rotation game on Tuscan. But again, Miles, someone will get their first win on this map.
They will get their win, but as Nameless asks in our game fuel key to victory, will they manage to get out of the dungeon? Well, the first of our trio of Tuscans begins now. Hard points underway. It's Røkkr, it's Legion, and it's on your device wherever the hell you are in the world. Let's get into it.
And that is what a triple hit from Paris off the rip. I suppose opening breaks for the not offensive team, but the team with the better spawn doesn't make too much of a difference, but you end up on the wrong side. Priestahh walks through mid and gets gifted the kill, so I take it back. What a terrible setup for the Paris Legion as Minnesota just break in effectively for free, and now Standy in prime position to watch mid and try to get a couple kills.
We'll see. Priestah's gotten a nice start. If he can uphold Veli's wishes of taking him to church, there are 3 opportunities to get that done here on Tuscan, of course. So far, so good. Here comes a slow break now for Paris. Last player up there in Minnesota for the hill's going to be attached. He gets brought down. Røkkr now fall out. We're going to see the final 10 seconds go the way of Paris. Rotation's already down. Bottom right-hand side of the screen. That's going to be all Røkkr. They're in first over towards Statue. Jimbo's going to try to make the break through the back. Over to Standy. Big scare 1. Brought down immediately. The battle still continue now on the backside chance. Attack picks up 1. Hard points up. Time goes to Røkkr.
Nothing too crazy there for Røkkr, right? Just get a couple trades on the back. Make sure you're watching the flank. And the setup right now, still good as well. Everybody watching each other's back. And Jimbo just running straight into death. No one for Paris able to get a single kill on that break attempt. And, well, they did indicate indication of why the team's towards the bottom of the league on this map for actually breaking the hard points. And well, Minnesota trying to show off while they're good at holding it and attach again from the back line, protecting his teammates. Gravity finally chops him down, and hey, Gravity may be able to pick up two, but Røkkr still collecting the hill time, if not just for a moment.
Well, Paris, they get the break done a little earlier than the last hard point. They're going to have 20 seconds to work with now. There's an unfortunate pinch and some funky spawns now for Røkkr they're going to have to deal with, but for the time being, we're looking at Temp, trying to make the rotation over towards P3, over towards Fountain. You played rank play, you know, not an easy hard point to break into. Peek the setup now from Røkkr. Two players holding towards the back. You've got one on the front line, but that's going to be John now trying to make the entry through the side. Not going to happen much longer. MajorManiak posted up. He's in a prime position to find the kills if Standy can get the time.
And I really like that patient play from Attach, by the way, just roaming towards the middle of the map, waiting for the hill to pop and then going to take down Temp. But now the question is, can you get MajorManiak out of the back spawn? Gravity is nearby and is still alive. Gravity might be blocking the spawns for his team, but eventually Major is there to swing in, and well, that'll be Røkkr still firmly in control. A couple sub players trying to fly out to make the break, and that's doing a job to stay alive. And I think the break might very well be in, or at least scrapping is towards the end. Looks like Røkkr able to hold strong, but back and forth sort of slaying battle around this Fountain Hill. But as far as the time goes, well, Røkkr have collected most of it. Looks like that final 15 seconds, though, Paris to be able to get. So still early on, pretty tight game.
Oh my God, Priestahh v John on the backside of the tank. A big win from John, but not for long, as the kills now come through. And now we're going to see the church hard point pop wide open. Temp's in. Temp's going to find at least two. Nice shots indeed. The snap onto the third. Priestahh gets a couple in the chest. No problem, though. Gravity picks up the next few. Hard points up. Paris managed to win the rotational gunfights. They managed now to get the first time. Will this be the lead change?
You see Gravity in the hill. Well, he's thinking about the lead change, but also that bounce back from his performance yesterday. At a .69 and well inside the hill, can't actually collect any of the kills. And I mean, that is a quick and easy break effectively for Røkkr. Still though, John is here to cause chaos in the back. Killing his teammate accidentally, but at least collects the next player for the Røkkr. And I think honestly, again, you know, Nameless talked about it as well. You're just looking for some sort of slaying prowess. This is an opportunity for both of these teams to try to put up with a big performance, but again, very tight game, tied on the board so far. And again, it is the scrap time going towards the Legion. They will have their first lead of the game.
How long will they hold it? Final 10, going to come to a close. P5 up next. Small room, tiny box. Not a lot of ways in. A lot of opportunities for explosives. Attach now look on the outside. Jimbo's already gotten to the point. Will he be able to win the fight? Hell yeah, Attach wins it. Big stuff. Play now coming from down low. As Attach is trying to get it done all on his own. Nade comes through, and Sally's a teammate. I thought it was going to be 3 for Attach, and it nearly was. Temp gets traded out. A good hold from Røkkr, but the fight is far from over. Here comes John, finally hopping into the fight. MajorManiak from downstairs now, trying to get involved. As we've got time ticking away of Legion, finally brought down to a close. As Røkkr now with control of the hard point. A couple of kills going their way. Should be able to get some time.
And honestly, I'm just happy to see Røkkr playing like the bottom of this hill, right? They had a break yesterday where all 3 players played up top and Vance just walked through for a free flank. So you keep control of down low. Even if you lose the hill time for a second, easy for these players to just shoot you in the feet, go through the wall and swing for these final kills. Once again, though, looks like Paris fighting pretty hard for this scrap. I think, honestly, that's been one of the main factors in then keeping this game close. And it looks like the scrap time, once again, albeit only 5 seconds, will go their way. But that has seemingly been the Paris game plan, right? If you're not winning these rotations, just try to strip away as much time as possible. That is just one set of rotations in, and it is still a very tight game.
Tight game indeed. Røkkr starting to work a slight lead here, going into set number 2. Back over to the first. As far as the kills department go, it's all attached. That's 16 and 10. Looking very, very comfortable. Name's brought this up again on the desk. Bit of a grace period for Røkkr again as that role change comes through, but Attach certainly starting to fit into the assault rifle role very, very well. 3 kills now for Paris. As the time keeps going in their favor, the opportunity for the lead to change hands potentially is Gravity now currently on a 3, alongside Temp also in the hard point as Paris lock it down.
And so far, this might be one of the stronger holds of any hill we've had so far this game, maybe out of the Fountain Hill for Minnesota. Still collecting the final bit of time, and it looks like Standy, well, might be there to chop it down, right? And that has been the sort of battle. Neither team able to get any sort of full 60, and I think more importantly, that break towards the end is just going to force Paris Legion so far away from that next hill. So Røkkr right now, they get the clearance. It's only one guy on hill and one guy for plat for the moment. As Standy loses the gunfights, the trades up top, but Jimbo kills a teammate and attached, still in the back, still has the coverage. This has been his prime territory.
He's been loving it back here, man. Time and time again, we've seen him hold this one down. This is going to be a tough break now, though, as the clock's still ticking. Røkkr still have control. Paris now with an opportunity to get the break. Let's now go for a quick listen in with Legion and see how long they can hold.
Okay. I'm helping short.
Just hold.
I'm gonna get one kill, then I'm gonna get top radio.
Wait for one kill. Nice.
I'm just holding back.
Danny, go out.
Blue Priestahh one shot. Blue Priestahh one shot. I have the chow out. One's mid. Just hold this grab. Yeah, we're not gonna be able to get out. We're not gonna be able to get out. Radio one shot. Please get this 20. Get this 20. Attach was radio. He was a bullet. He's not gonna shot you. I'm gonna try and go out right, boys.
Yeah, sure is good.
Dill's one shot. He's one shot. He's challenging you both.
I got him. Nice. Hey, slowly.
One stun right. One stun right.
Yeah, I'm trying to switch lanes to mid. Hold on.
All right.
Hey, we're on top fire. You play right.
Top fire.
Fuck, I bumped the window. Top fire.
All right, we gotta head left. We're heading left. Take your time right.
Yeah, I'm gonna come right. We have double ARs right.
Hold on.
Go mid alley.
I'm trying to work a pick here.
Watch out.
Preston on head. Good shit. If you got heading, I'm sliding down.
Yep.
They spawned on him.
Secret, John. Secret. Priestahh.
I hear you. One
behind you. Good try.
I need to go heading.
Come from one shot. Wait, Brian.
They spawned there, right?
Could have chowed out.
Could be ours. Hit him with a nade. Hit a nade, guys. They're so weak on the right.
Hold on.
Back secret. Major one shot.
God heady Preston.
We gotta get a nade on the hill.
He's got it.
Aiden's in the back.
One shot time.
I got it. One more God heady.
Close hill, close fire. One more God heady, Preston.
Don't flip. I'm hitting that. Y'all pick up left.
Preston one shot it old.
He's dead. Y'all play left.
Nice. They're gonna flood blue.
They get top already.
Don't you just get top and just hold? Oh, fuck. I'll try to get top.
What you doing?
I get top.
I'll try to get top.
He's already
Yeah, I'm holding the back. I'm holding the back. They can't crypt.
Top green. Calm down, Brian. We're good over here. Top green.
Temp trying to lead from the front. You heard in the comms there whether it was telling folks to calm down, telling folks to get the nades in, and with good reason. Paris still retaining the lead. Church hard points theirs for now. Here comes the split push though from Røkkr. A chance. Hey man, this is a great hard point. These teams may not have been the most ideal when it comes to the overall league, but as far as this matchup concerned, I'm loving the hard points so far.
I would say, really, it almost seems like a battle for the scrap, right? We've had a couple, okay holds, not too terrible, but it seems like whichever team loses their rotation, still able to get that scrap time eventually, maybe for the final 10, 15 seconds. But as it stands for Røkkr, you might actually be able to try to spawn trap these guys in the back. Everyone now spawning out towards B2, and you have the final, 20 seconds on this hill, which pairs it looks like they're sort of half trying to fight. They send one player in to fall. Meanwhile, Attach is actually here on rotation, but where he falls, his teammates at least wins the gunfights in the old hill, so they will have built themselves a nice, 30, 35 second lead. Honestly, for Røkkr now, the situation is one decent break over towards P5. They're good to go, but I like the setup for Paris because you see a long flank coming in, but it's being red and Temp wins the gunfight. Honestly, Paris, they're setting themselves up for a very strong hold on P5.
Let's see if they can do it. We've seen a couple of holds here on P5. There's a difficult hill to get a lot of time out of a consecutive order, but this is looking fine so far. MajorManiak still unable to get anything going. The rest of the team hitting the back now. Here comes the push from Standy, closest in from downstairs, waiting for the nades, waiting for the teammates, but it's kills all across the board as Paris now getting involved. Here comes the hit from Standy, 3 in a row, making his way forward. Priestahh leads the charge. P-Dog, he's back it, baby! And if it was for Standy bringing him down, that could have been a tremendous push. Minnesota, what a break that was. Røkkr with a hard point.
And it looked to me like maybe just the comms hectic for Paris, right? Because as soon as Jimbo gives up down low, and I don't know if he saw the windows opening or closing, but he gives it up, he falls, and the break is in. Røkkr cannot win it here, but I think maybe an interesting battle on the rotation. Either way, good scrap time for Minnesota. Gravity now, he's fighting older. He wins that gunfight, but now he's just sort of out of the fight or can at least wrap over towards New. So maybe if he can cut off mid-map, Paris not in the worst spots. But for Røkkr, one break, all they need.
This is going to come down to the wire. Here comes Paris from behind. Gravity with a 5's free now. That 2 is going to be huge. Hardpoint controlled. Pulling this back 1 second at a time as Gravity with mid-map covered. Perfect reads on the spawns. Unbelievable stuff out of Gravity. That's going to be 7 in a row. Trying to make it 8. Oh, baby! We're holding it down. And now all of a sudden the lead just changed hands. John, you're up next as your teammates now scramble to get in the middle of the map and try to hold this. 5 seconds for the win. Here we go. Paris on the last minute contest. They've got to hold this down. Priestahh's now got control. And Paris have been brought down. We're back at it. Is anyone there? Paris, get going. On your bikes, boys. Get into the point. I don't think anyone's there to land a shot, a nade, nothing. Wait, Paris is in. What are we watching? What in the name of God was that hard point?
neither team, Miles, able to hold a hill for dear life. I mean, we'd have to go back and talk about like 7 different decisions that get made. Gravity comes over from P5, gets the final kill, but basically for no time. But when he comes through the middle of the map, he goes on like maybe a 4-5 spree after that, collects a glide bomb. Off spawn, he calls it in, and in my head initially, I'm like, this is perfect. You have control, you got people on the Godhead, you got a glide bomb on the way. I mean, surely Paris have this in the bag. And then, well, every single person for Røkkr still just able to push through and then force the glide bomb and be like, hey, if you're killing me, you're killing your teammate too. So we can take a look at the final 30 seconds. It is just craziness on craziness is neither team able to hold. But this is the moment where I just thought Paris have it for sure, right?
Oh,
you get all these cutoff kills, you get the glide bomb as well, and no one from Røkkr anywhere near. But then somehow after this, Røkkr just able to get the cakewalk towards the hill. Number 6, John, well, he's got the MP40, so he can't exactly hold him off. Even with the glide bomb coming in the background, you see what like Priestahh and Standy are doing. They're just pushing towards the actual Paris players. So Gravity has to commit and drag back. And then with only 5 seconds left, I mean, the nades, I guess, get him out of the hill, and then the player in front just gets bullied out. But I don't know. It looked like Røkkr maybe just could have stacked time. I don't know where the nades were landing. I don't know what kind of craziness was actually going on for Røkkr in that situation. But I mean, that was a final moment where it seemed like there was no hope of Paris losing it until Røkkr break through. And I was like, oh, Røkkr have this for sure. And then, well, the Tuscan tragedy continues, I suppose, for the Røkkr as, I don't know, Paris get to be the happy team at the end of that game.
Oh, man. That you just got to soak time, right? I mean, right now, I think the only thing that's truly soaked is my monitor. Like, my God, what we finish was that. Woo! What a start to the series, ladies and gentlemen. We continue our trio of Tuscans. That's the first bit down. It is going to be a trilogy, though. So now part 2's on its way. Search and Destroy is coming up next. Sweet child of mine. Charles, where do we go from here? Minnesota obviously have the edge when it comes to Search and Destroys. The respawn mode's still going to be up in the air as much as you like. But for sure, I mean, Røkkr have got S&D in the bag, right?
Well, so the stat line Carson sent us at the top of the day was Minnesota, well, now 0-7 in their last 7 respawns, but 5-0 in their last 5 search and destroy. So obviously an elite caliber search and destroy team. There is no ifs, ands, or buts. They do have a couple moments, and honestly, Tuscan has been the map where they've thrown away a couple like 1v2s where they split up, but maybe outside of literally 2 hyper-specific rounds that have costed them, and honestly only costed them in 1 series. Still a strong team, still favored to win this matchup. But of course, on the flip side for Paris, little bit unknown, right? You know, they have an extra new player for the squad in Search and Destroy. I know for the map 5, we have a Bocage. That has been like the almost auto ban for the side of Paris. But with the new roster, they're letting it through. And so with the new roster, tougher to predict. We don't exactly know what we'll see for them on this Tuscan S&D.
Yeah, going to be interesting indeed. Of course, Tuscan Control coming after that, map number 3. Highly doubt we're going to see a 3-0 in this series. This one should go the distance indeed. So I hope you're very comfortable, Call of Duty fans. We're going the long way round to get towards our next series. But this is so far pretty interesting. Chance again, both teams not looking too great in the hard points. A big rebound, though, indeed, for Paris there. A big clutch when they certainly needed that one. And I mean, if we have to sort of dial the clock back, mate, I mean, Gravity obviously picking up a nice 7 spree towards the end there where it really mattered. The streaks coming into play, even if it was literally at the last moment. What do we think of Jimbo so far, though? I mean, he hasn't had the most, I want to say, sensational debut to the league, but is he kind of the missing piece that Paris need?
That is a very interesting question. I mean, the chatter I've heard about this guy from his Challengers performances, not just last year, but this year as well, is like the most aggressive player in the game, right? Like his engagements that he had from Cold War, and this is what I'm getting for Parasite, who I trust more than I trust myself, especially when it comes to the Challenger scene, said that his engagements were above and beyond the rest of the Challenger scene. Even Vivid has like tipped the cap and be like, yes, Jimbo plays faster than I do, which, I mean, it literally does not get faster than that. That being said, has it been the best look early on? He hasn't had those flashy moments, not enough time to pop off, but also he's 4 maps in. So we really just don't know. And obviously with a new team, trying to wait for this guy to get in the swing of things, but a player I'm very much excited to watch. And of course, a player that in the S&D, I mean, needs to pop off, right? I'd say Paris, you get that hard work out of the way when you're playing against Minnesota. As long as you beat them in the respawns, you're feeling a little bit comfortable because you know how tough the S&Ds can be. And especially on this map for Minnesota Røkkr, one of the most successful teams in the game when attacking the A site. I think they're winning like 70% of the rounds when they go this direction, have like a 1.25, 1.3 KD when they're attacking A. So Røkkr certainly are capable of executing the game plan on offense, which on Tuscan towards that A site, for the most part, that's the name of the game.
We'll see how we go. Also, shout out to Jimbo's Cats making a very small appearance there in his player cam. Well, feline friends, we love pets here in the COD League. One thing we also love is snipes, and sadly that one does land, but doesn't quite have enough oomph behind it to kill Gravity. Bomb making its way over towards B now. Nades exchanged. Røkkr have made a quick shuffle, and it's going to be Temp with that snipe. Okay, Temp could go huge here. Let's find out. I think the play is on chance. They've seen it.
I was going to say, interesting on the timing as well, because Røkkr didn't force this through, but they waited until they grouped up together. And by the way, Standy got into a very interesting spot, and with the snipes out, both players falling. I mean, that is honestly for Paris just letting these players get way too aggressive on B. The clean 4-man wipe. And I was thinking for a moment the Røkkr played it slow enough to approach this B side. I was like, well, Paris got wrapped back. They got the sniper in prime position, and then for whatever reason, Temp just sort of looks away, maybe concerned about someone pushing up through the middle flank or through Turch. And I mean, hey, one small just mishap, you look away for just a second, Røkkr get full control, and I mean, just straight up run you over. So bounce back round for Minnesota. They're on the board.
House of Cards, that one. They really fell to pieces quickly there for Paris Legion. Let's see what we can do now on offense. John with the bomb. Temp still going to keep the snipes in hand. Defense now for Røkkr, sort of heavy church side. Eyes on mid. I'm going to see if anything comes through. The stun check and the nade check over towards bomb there. But for now, a lot of noise being made towards that backside of A. Here comes the plant. There we go. Now they retake for Røkkr. Straight up 4v4. Standy's going to get the party started. Here we go. He's on a 3 spree already. Great way to start the search. And he's already on the defuse.
Yeah, no one in position to go. Oh, the nades come through. I was going to say no one's playing top fire, but now Paris after that back in position. But I mean, I can see it up top. Someone's on the bomb. The guy from Fire gets killed in the setup. Too tough from Paris. I mean, I like the idea at first just to make the nades come through, but then they only had one player in position to really get a guy off bomb. And Røkkr, as decisive as can be, hop it straight away. Even after a player dies, the nade say, hey, it looks like we're clear. No one's in these clutch spots. Just hop it again. And I mean, that is Røkkr just breaking down the lack of setup coming in from Paris Legion.
Yeah, they don't have any mid control. You can't keep eyes on the bomb. You don't have enough nades left to throw. Obviously, the one from Gravity comes through and nails it. But after that, a free defuse for Røkkr. 2 rounds now up. Heavy stack over towards B, but Paris seem to be here on the defense. Jimbo's going to be there. Through the front door we go. Priestahh gets cut down. Trade's coming through. Standy now involved. John finding the last one. And that's going to slow the push and leave the bomb down. Nice shots from Attach right through the little blinds. Oh, okay, Gravity's going to give a couple back, but you still have to now reclaim plant and get the bomb back now. 2v2, just over a minute to work with.
I mean, a minute, though. Plenty of time for Røkkr to try to make these adjustments. MajorManiak and Attach. I mean, 2 of the most clutch players in the league. Going against one of the rookies in Gravity. And, of course, Donnie Temp, who right now Paris is trying to group back together. But before they can group, MajorManiak finds the pick. And all of a sudden, Temp, by the time he gets here, left alone in a 1 versus 2. And Røkkr still taking their time because 35 seconds is an eternity.
Temp, big 1v2 win. Timing was good and a sigh of relief across his face. He was extremely frustrated after, of course, the defuse in round 2, but a nice way to bounce back. Donnie Temp leading from the front.
I don't understand. I mean, again, Minnesota Røkkr elite S&D team, they just can't clutch a 2v1 to save their lives. It is literally just this map, by the way, where it's happened. 3rd time they have gotten 1v2'd in, I think, a different fashion every time. This is the first time they've grouped up, but now just grouping up for the 2-piece. But either way, shout out Temp for the clutch, making sure his team is on the board, being down 3-0, not a fun spot at all. And I'd say for Paris, on offense last time, they were able to get this bomb down effectively for free. The nade's making it a little bit tougher this time, but there you go. There's the pick for Major. Nice angle. Bomb down.
Clean opening. Up next will be Gravity. Oh, we saw him. MajorManiak, an incredibly patient, methodical player. A lot of tags, a lot of damage. Temp with a reclaim of the bomb. He's going to re-peek this once more. Will Temp hold it? Oh, he's going for the plant. MajorManiak trying to keep it all covered. Standy, though, caught under the cover of fire. It was a distraction. It was a ruse. And Røkkr are in, and Gravity, last player left alive. Top fire. He's going to try to get out, but here comes Attach. Gonna make it interesting at the very least. This is a technical 1v4. There's not a lot of time to get it done. He's got a reclaim bomb, get the plants, 30 seconds to kill them all. Good luck, Tom. You'll need it.
And Røkkr having a quick debate about what spot they want to play. Well, now they know exactly where he is, and they found their corners, and I think really you can just readjust it and pick a couple new ones, right? Standy may be worried about the potential church flank, but MajorManiak spots him in well and takes him down in a very simple round for Minnesota, right? MajorManiak gets the bomb down on B, gets that free first blood, and then I think it's honestly just about that perfect timing, right? Gets those shots through the window, tries to bat gravity down, and as soon as he is doing that, Attach is then able to soar straight into the bomb site for free, kill the guy off bomb, and efficient stuff on defense for Minnesota.
Whew. Spicy bit of search we have indeed. 3-1 currently. At 5-3 overall for Attach. That's a 4-2 for Standy. Heavy A hit now from Paris. The 3 players are in. They're committing to this one. Attach doesn't manage to get too much done. Suppressing fire now. John able to get in the mix. Does get the first kill. Bit of a flank now from Røkkr. They've adapted quickly, but the coverage there in mid. Temp once again holding them back. That suppressing fire is keeping them down. Standy's in trouble now. John's going to go for the kill. He knows when he has the advantage. Presses it once again. John having a great round so far. As Attach cracks a window, trying to find the angle. It's now a 2v4.
And for Paris, I mean, this is just operation. Don't make a mistake. Don't give away a free pick. You know you're going to have the bomb down around that A site. The game will tell you when they pick it up. You can afford to play patient. Just do not get sniped.
Uh-oh.
That's the name of the game.
Oh, here we go. Attach gets it. 3v2. Quick reposition. Now through mid. The fight is flying. Less than 30 now to work with. The MajorManiak's going to now get involved. It's gone from good to bad now for Røkkr. MajorManiak can't get it done. Gravity seals the deal on Paris. They hold it down.
And nice plays again. Too tough to deal with it. Even after Attach gets that first pick, it's still a 2 versus 3. And he obviously does not have the right gun for the job after the fact. So a couple big kills towards the end and making sure you don't give away a freebie. Bears Legion still with some fight in them. I'd say the big question for them is how do they actually want to approach the attack, right? Obviously, Tuscan a little bit favored for the offense, but they have struggled over towards A. Even when they get the bomb down, they have been retaken. Looks like the game plan roughly the same. Still with that bomb leaning towards the A side. This time, though, that's the big pick, though. Gravity gets that first blood. There's the opening. Here's the crack in the wall for Jimbo. Takes down the big 2, and I think the trades come through, but hey, that is a 1 versus 3, and you got the bomb down. Paris Legion, prime position, prime snipes, and prime plays for the rookie, Jimbo, making the high impact play on the flank.
He wouldn't, again, like not guessing that there was going to be the 3rd player in there. Holy dooly, Gravity almost ate that one. That could have been mildly amusing, but a nice round once again out of Legion. But Jimbo, that player on your screen, that 2-piece was great. He had no idea the 3rd player was there. Otherwise, he could have done it, man. I think he could have actually hit it, but there we go. A nice round. As Paris start to get things going here on the Tuscan Search. 3-3. We're all even Stevens now. Røkkr on offense.
That is, I mean, instantaneous. They at least have control of you, but this is Paris putting all the pressure through mid. Standy does get traded. So mid control Paris still has, and if you have mid control, that means for Røkkr, they cannot afford to plant this bomb just yet. They need to find the first kill, but John flying at him, and John gets the next one. John with a couple big kills, and like dominoes, falling 1 by 1. That just forced in a 1v3, and his spot is known. Makes a good read, but can't win the gunfight. Paris Legion. 2 big rounds back to back, going against an elite S&D team, but for a couple rounds like that, picking them apart and playing with some confidence as well. Temp, no fear in his heart, flying out to get that final kill.
What did he say on stage in Texas? He was like, yeah, we just got to chow and we're all good. Like, that's it. It's confidence. It's just starting to work. As Paris Legion starting to pull this one away. They're beginning to believe the Vuzele is there. 5 now in a row for John. Let's see what they've got now on offense. The 2-2 split. 2 through mid, 2 going towards B. Røkkr, it's a heavier stack towards A. The B play may be up. All quiet now across the bomb site. Attach has been living back here all series long. Here comes MajorManiak on the peak. Tags in, the bomb doesn't get planted just yet. John's in trouble. Here comes Jimbo now to cover it. He does get at least one, so they're 3v3. Standy getting in the mix, trying to find something here. Does get the kill at least. Less than 50 seconds now to play with. It's a 3v2. Gravity now towards the back. And chance that bomb is still down.
And there's just so many things you got to be worried about, right? Because the potential flank coming through, well, Temp finds an opening, but the flank is what you need to worry about. Standy's here, and they take him down. The double chow is in. And oh, how quickly the tables turn. Now attached, left in a 1 versus 2. And this is a 1v2 that he needs to clutch. He didn't spot anything jumping through top church, but now he's shooting at dead bodies, and that is a tragedy and a half. But 15 seconds left. Still is an opportunity to try to find a pick and tap the first one. Just has the better angle. Bears Legion. How do you do? Couple rounds in a row, getting the clutch into 2 versus 3, and Temp and Gravity making plays along the way.
Looking for attacks, that's unfortunate. Of course, the barrel of his automaton obscuring the view of Temp there. He's just chilling out sort of bottom statue side. And okay, friends, starting to get real. Røkkr, they perform so well when their backs are against the wall. No team does it quite like them. And this is it. You're 1 round away from going 2 down in the series. Here we go. A stack, 3 right through mid. No one's going to be there to contest it. That's Røkkr Town now. They've got mid-map completely covered. Bang! Temp lands 1, 6 in a row, right to the face of Attach. That's a big first blood, and that's bomb down.
I mean, that's a massive first blood because everybody else on Paris, they're actually going to go for the full flank. And now Temp regrouping. Standy gets shot in the back. Temp regrouping, finding the kills for his team and making the perfect play, calling the glide, and you spot them both out. You got bomb down. You got a free kill on MajorManiak and Priestahh for the 1v4. The first S&D Minnesota has lost in such a long time. And it's Paris Legion with the new squad there to take them down, running away with the show. Hey, what just a horrific look for Minnesota Røkkr. If S&D is your backbone and you're listening to this brand new team, that is a dire sign, but for Paris right now, a joyous occasion with that 2-0 lead.
A 2-0 lead for Paris. Temp with a 10-4. Whether it was the snipes or the big 2 pieces, you name it, Temp was getting it done. The team certainly coming to life. Paris Legion. 6-3 there in Tuscan. There's a chance this is a trilogy. There's only 1 segment remaining here, and it's going to be Control. And I mean, not by the hairs on our chinny chins, would we see this go 3-0 to Paris. Røkkr, this is it. Backs are certainly firmly planted against the wall now. Berlin and Bocage, we have to go the distance. And for the Røkkr fans out there, you bet we want to go that way. But for now, mate, Paris they've come to play.
Look, for Røkkr, it's just a dire situation, right? Because now you have back-to-back respawns. They're 0-7 in their last 7 respawns. Control hardpoint, it has not made a difference. And admittedly, it's not like Paris has been that much better when it comes to the respawn game modes, but still, for Røkkr, I mean, just an incredibly difficult position. They might be happy if they make it to a map 5, but I mean, for the moment right now, Paris, I mean, they're just simply outplaying Røkkr.
It seemingly can do no wrong. Paris Legion looking wonderfully strong here in the series as our trilogy is fast coming to a close. Tuscan Control coming up after this quick break. You don't want to miss it. Could be a 3-0.
The Call of Duty League is brought to you by Game Fuel. Victory in a can.
Paris find themselves atop of Røkkr 2-0 so far in our series, and I tell you what, Pick'ems are in trouble. The Pick'ems are in trouble so far, friends. I'm not sure how you're doing, but Paris fans out there certainly have a great time. But they certainly had a great time in that last one. Our Game Fuel tactical play, we're giving this one to none other than Jimbo, the newcomer chance. What a round he had here.
It's like the show off, right? Like, this is a moment where he is 1-4 in the game, so not having a ton of production, but just has the perfect angle, spots a couple off the cross, and I think it's not just the first gun fight, but just the beams for the second. I think the headshot comes through for that one as well, and it was a couple big plays like that from Paris that turned the game around, right? Jimbo's the one that gets that ball rolling. You had Temp and Gravity that clutched the 2 versus 3, and then even Temp for that final round, right? He is playing by himself on an island over towards A, gets the big snipe, wastes no time, goes to regroup with his teammates, who were in the middle of getting flanked, finds that perfect kill as well, and seals the deal. So not just big plays from Jimbo, but from Temp and Gravity as well. Paris putting in the work. I gotta say though, Miles, one of my biggest fear is like incorrectly calling out a bad play. Like occasionally when casting, you just miss stuff, Call of Duty things fly. In that final bit of like the Tuscan hardpoint, like looking at it, I was like, well, one, no shot Paris lose this towards the end, but then like Minnesota make a good play to get the break. And then Standy literally jumps off the hill like 4 times and just decides, I don't want to win a hard point today. I mean, Minnesota finding incredibly creative ways to throw games. So, I mean, I'd say for the Tuscan control, just excited to see how they do it again.
Okie dokie. Well, that's coming up in just a moment. We'll see how that goes. But yeah, I think I saw a tweet. It was something like, "Can we please just Standy still on the hard point?" That was again.
Sure.
That's what the newspapers are gonna read this morning. So there we go. Into the Tuscan control we now go, though, ladies and gentlemen, boys and girls, children of some ages. I don't know what the ESRB on this show is, but let's face it. It's something. Here we go, into control. Just, I can't believe that. Let's see, or as you like to phrase it, let's see how creatively Minnesota Røkkr can shock and surprise us in this game mode.
Especially because yesterday, like the play from Vance just sticks out of my mind. Like I know Priestahh got bad timing in the window, but like there's so many weird things that Røkkr do where I just, just dropping the ball. And I suppose that is like younger players versus some of the vets that are more heads up in a situation like that. But I mean, either way for Røkkr, again, if you were just having a dismal respawn record and then you have plays like that, I mean, it just makes it so tough for the team. But funnily enough, I mean, we just went 12 seconds while Standy's beating people down where no one actually gets a kill. Paris, they're setting themselves up for the flank. The only thing Minnesota need to watch, and well, John, now you put yourself on the wrong side of the god heady. John's still making plays, and now Standy gets trapped in, and you just allow something like that to happen. Maybe an opening for Røkkr to go towards B, but look who's there. Donnie Temp, he's ready for that B pressure. Bears Legion holding strong so far on D.
He's got to do it all alone, though. Gravity, John, Temp, you name it, kills, all good. It's up to Standy. He's going to find one, keep the B player alive. Temp now, the 1v1 against him. John's going to try to hit the pinch, and this should be good. Standy, if you kill John, this is huge. He's already taken care of nearly everyone. 5 now in a row for John. Wonderful opener now once again from Paris Legion. Slight lead in the lives. Here comes Jimbo into the point. Nice over-the-top kill from Priestahh. Gravity back at it again we go. We do stop the clock at 49. Looking to close out that second segment. A, there it is gone. 3 stack now. We're going to say goodbye to A. We will say bonsoir to that point, and we'll make our way over now towards B, and this should be a good hit. Good lives, good time. Here we go.
Important to know, by the way, John does fall. He was on a 5 spree. He was looking for a glide. That could be massive for Paris, but he gets chopped down. So right now, Minnesota can breathe a nice sigh of relief. At least you don't have to deal with the score streaks. Only down 2 lives, plenty of time to work with, but obviously setting up these B pushes, not the easiest thing in the world. You basically need a clean 4 down just to set up to get another clean 4 down. Right now, Standy watching the flank for his team, but Jimbo just guns him, takes the next one down, and any kill like that Jimbo is able to collect, I mean, almost certainly just stops this B push from coming through and makes Røkkr's life that much more difficult.
Gravity, I'm not sure if you saw that play across, but it doesn't matter. Jimbo's still got that completely locked down. Here we go, final closing moments of this push. It's going to be big out of Røkkr, and it is. They get a couple. Mid-map covered, Temp, sweet position to be in. He closes the window just to slow those players down. Obscure the vision and their time, and whoa, big win from Temp on a Priestahh. That's going to be the kill still going. 2-man stack now on point from Paris. Oh, great timing from John. They should be able to clean at least one up there. Yeah, that's attached, taken care of. Chance, this is an interesting, unfortunate series of events now for Røkkr. It is 10 to the 15 of Paris Legion. Back over towards B we go again. Gravity now that lone player out in mid, and there we go. 25 seconds, a few pushes left.
I think at least now Røkkr trying to group up together instead of making the hero plays. Nice angle from Temp to get shots in Standy. He sends John in for the kills, and John collects them all. 10-1 start for him. You get the clearance towards the back with Temp finding new ones, and hey, maybe good news for Minnesota. They shut down the spree from John, so still no streaks, but bad news is, I mean, you're down by, now make it 5 lives as Major picks up 3, but I mean, he gets chopped down. You're outslayed by 6. That is a strong defensive round for Paris, and really just off the back of John. I think the first life he had, he goes on a 5 spree, maybe 5 or 4 out of those 5 kills, just shooting players in the back. And well, the next life he comes up, another 5 spree again. So if you get a guy like John doubling up like that, well, you know, the life count is going to be very clear and easy. Early advantage Paris is obviously so far in the league. We have not yet switched to ticks. I know it's on the way, it's coming soon, but not here is Paris. A bit of an interesting stat, a 2-2 split on offense. It's a bold strategy, Miles. Let's see how it pays off.
We're hitting B, and we're in. Here comes the slow and steady approach from Priestahh. Checking corners, looking for barrels. Finds ones from Standy. There's Gravity at the back tree. Trades are out. A is safe for now. But on the B point, they do manage to get at least 1 kill on the defenders, and now they're going to stack it. Or not. I take that back. Over towards the back, how there we go. But either way, we're going to reshuffle now on the defense. 3 players now through the back. John's able to maybe find 1. Here comes the second. 2 from John. Make it all 3, baby. John is on an absolute roll. Will he find the next one? This is to get him on another 5 spree. No, timing doesn't go his way, but Gravity's there. Good old Gravity. Ever so reliable as Paris continue to mount the offensive towards B.
It is definitely a cool play, at least to pick up a couple kills, but in the end, they only actually get 1 tick on the point. So, you know, interesting strat to send 2 players that direction, but as it stands, nothing too crazy, right? Paris is still going to be down a life, and even after they get A, they might have plenty of time, but I think the 1 tick, it's, you know, nice to have, probably bumps up their odds of clutching this round an extra maybe 10%, but they still absolutely have their work cut out for them. As it looks like maybe 3 players going on the flank, or maybe trying to cut it through Turk, but attach. You got to be here ready for it, and at least wins the first and does the smart thing. He is 1 shot, gets out of dodge, and doesn't give away anything for free.
Yeah, still trying to hold this line down. Oh, he saw 2 there. Great job out of attach. That's massive information. Watch the nades now make their way into that small radio room. As again, Paris have been slowed down for now. Jimbo makes his way in. Here's the exchange. MajorManiak still fighting him. Jimbo wins it. Priestahh now, what a bang that was through the wall there from Gravity. We'll take that. Now on to the point we go. Paris slow and steady wins the race. And here we go. Temps on the back line. The pinch is sweet. Whoa, baby. Dear. Priestahh gets brought down. That is unbelievable. Now, directly on to the point we go. And it's a battle. Who is that winning these fights? It was attach. You get the players off the point for a moment. Now, the 2-man stack from Paris Legion. That B zone is starting to deplete quick. Jimbo and the TJHaly cutting them down. You've still got to hold it. You've got to go, Røkkr. Got to get on that point ASAP. Here's the contest. Last minute. Trying to find the kills. It's attach. It's MajorManiak. They lock it down for now. And they flush Paris off in the nick of time.
The creative way to lose this one, baby, is just to decide to stop shooting back. I was surprised Temp got the kill. Temp was surprised Temp got the kill. And I think Priestahh might have been shocked as well. But even for those plays, it does give you the second tick. And I mean, honestly, admit it, it's sort of the same situation. It bumps you up, maybe an extra 10% better chance of winning this round. Maybe closer to 50-50. Paris, 1 good break, and the round can be theirs. But that is a couple of very strong kills for Minnesota. And at least you got eyes on John. You know the church pressure is here. But with 50 seconds left, Paris maybe get 2 good cracks trying to break through on B.
Amazing, I think how close the game came to ending there, or the round at least. But here we go. All 4 members of Paris Legion. Here we go. Nades are out. Straight onto the point, trying to hit the segment fast. It's the capture strat, and here we go. They're on it. Kills come through, and there we go. Røkkr. They clean the point once again.
Ooh, and I think that might be the funnel of death strat, right? I think we saw Toronto do the same thing. I might have been in search and destroy, but you sent 4 down that alley. I don't know if you're going to have that great of a time. So we go once again, this time trying to break through the front. And Minnesota trying to put the pressure on P5 with only 15 seconds left. As long as they stagger this push, they should be good to go. And nice nades coming through as well. That should be just about chalked up. And I would say absolutely for Paris Legion, a good try to get the win on offense, but in the end, right, defense just a little too OP. They hold strong, and I think Minnesota maybe closing the gap just a little bit in the kills column. I think they're still down by about 3 or 4, but in a much better spot that they were early on. And especially if you're getting gunned by Temp like that, and the fact that John is, what, like 18-6 overall, for it to be as close as it is, I think Røkkr right now can sort of count their blessings with this game tied 1-1.
Yeah, certainly testament to the heads-up plays there on defense. Paris go all in twice. Once through TJHaly, once through P5. Doesn't work out for him, but worthy attempts nonetheless. Røkkr now on offense. We're all tied up 1-1 here in the control. Map number 3. Church it now from Standy. Here he goes. Oh, Gravity gets out with his life, but not for much longer. There we go. You've got a lot of coverage now on that side of the map for Røkkr. Standy's kill comes through. First segment A starting to go. We're halfway through the second. All good so far. They should be able to get this capture. If Standy can keep mid-map all safe. Oh, my word. Oh, my word. Managing to get at least one, and here comes the counter-attack from Parry.
Big ones, though, in the point by Major, and I think that'll be what the last attempt right there for Paris to get players off the hill. Gravity, though, gets a bit of a freebie. That's just to even up the lives. You see right now, Paris, just a complete spread on the map. Player pushed out past P5, and, well, Top Church is going to fall. And for Minnesota, are grouped up. So right now, Temp is pretty much out of the fight. Same thing with number 6, John. Obviously, they can flank if the pressure ever comes through on B. So Minnesota needs to make the reads on where these Legion players are going to be posted.
Yep, and slowly, we're checking every corner. Attached with a bit of damage. Now you know we're a lot closer than you think. 3-man stack. Maybe 2. Maybe none. As we get on towards B now. Attached yet to win the kill. Standy now getting involved in the back line. The back alley's now Tusk in a dangerous place. Jimbo tagged up. Pressure's on. Here comes the trades once again. Røkkr will stay alive. 3 players still up in the fight. Here comes the counter-attack now from Paris. Through the top side of the map. John and 10 as fast as they can possibly go. Heavy stack now coming out of Røkkr. Attach has got to win these. He can't. It's almost done on the point though. We're so close to the finish. The contest, the cleanup kills are there. It is down to Priestahh. Priestah's got to win these. Got to go big. Can't get it done. Paris. Hold the Maginot line. Quick Google.
I mean, hey, I'd say this is like maybe a 70% chance for Røkkr to win this round, though, because a minute and 40 there, they got 2 ticks. I mean, they're in a good spot as long as they just avoid getting spawn trapped. The opportunity is here. They're able to make that break last go around, and this time maybe 2 players through Church. Again, it's Jimbo that just finds sort of that like entry kill, and where he gets traded. Røkkr still trying to push up for that well-flat control, but John on the flank gets red. Minnesota, this might be it.
They read it. They're in. Here comes the push now. MajorManiak down low on point. Going to clean up one more. Temp's going to get it. There's the kills coming through. Standy, how big can you go? Finds 1, finds 2. Quick stop of the clock. Trying to clear out the defenders once again. Pistol in hand. Not enough to get it done. John, once again, the hero for Legion.
Right now, Paris gonna be ready for this flank, and more importantly, on the front line, actually picking up all the kills. And now Priestahh, I mean, you got an MP40. You're dealing with someone on the head glitch on that back tank. It's almost impossible. He's gonna have to play some sort of finesse game. He's trying to time that out with his teammates, but I think right now the battle's just gonna be on the front.
Here comes the hit from the front. Gravity's still got the back line covered. Standy's managed to make an entry through the front side. We're still locking down the back. The kills are all good, though. MajorManiak now with the pressure. Spawns from Paris deep right-hand side of the map. They're on it. They're going to surely cap this, though. That's that. Nades come through. Anyone to contest it? Jimbo's in. They get there in the final seconds, and Paris were on the edge of the line. It was a goal line defense out of Røkkr. They finally managed to get the capture through. Great round.
And I was a little bit surprised as well for Gravity to be posted up on the back tank. If 2 ticks already through, I mean, you can't afford to let them touch that point for very long, especially not if they're able to get grouped up. So Bears a little bit spread on defense. And Minnesota, that is the round they needed. Successful on offense, now in prime position to win this game. In spite of the fact that, again, that the last offensive round for them was incredibly difficult. In a great spot. Obviously, this is a team that even when they are down, they are never out. Nice little opening kill for Priestahh. A couple trades back and forth. Standard stuff so far. This attacking round for Paris.
Yeah, 24 and 18 from Standy, by the way. He's been turning things around in a wonderful way. John, 22 and 12. He slowed down a smidge. But here we go. Standy. They're now A. Looking for the kills as well. His teammates are all over that one. MajorManiak trying to hit the players now from behind. This is his position to try to disrupt the attack. No, but he managed to let one through. Surely he's going to hold this one down. Oh, this time he's awkward. Jimbo's still there, close up on point. Cleaning these alleys out. Jimbo now looking to find a couple of kills in the back. Brilliant read out of Priestahh once again. Now capturing the B zone. We've given up on A for now. Paris, there was a stack for a brief moment. Gravity's the last player up. Immediately cut down. Røkkr once again win out on defense.
Looking to get that big Tuscan control victory, trying to turn their respawn woes around. As it stands right now, Temp, I mean, a little bit of pressure on him. He is the lone man around Church, and I mean, he just needs to play for kills hardcore. He's able to spot out 2 players to push over towards P5, so he does get cleaned up. But if you know there's pressure out towards P5, it might be a moment for a guy like Jimbo to find it and make the play, but Priestahh there, I mean, it feels like Jimbo time and time again, trying to be that aggressive player, trying to find these routes, but Minnesota a little bit too clean, making sure nothing slips through the cracks, and I think Jimbo may be feeling that pressure, hitting it double negative so far in this game.
Rat-a-tat-tat of shots across Tuscan still going. Another wind-up punch now from Paris, trying to make their way in towards that B zone. All angles covered. Sliding through, Jimbo's through. Nice shots out of Priestahh to take care of one up on close side. So the front side of the map's now all safe. All the attention goes towards the rear. That's where Paris have managed to find a player or two through. You've got an opening. You've got to make the most of it. MajorManiak, a brick wall of defense right now. Posted up, locks him up, tags him up, backs him back, gravity with a nade. It is non-stop. Here now through top church. Priestahh can't get anything done. Temps managed to get the kill. Here comes the flood. Now Paris trying to get into the mix. John, timing's good. Shots, not as strong as attach. He gets 2. Locking it down once again. Paris wiped off the board. A minute still to play with chance. Paris have 12 lives to throw at the point.
I mean, Minnesota in prime territory. Look at how aggressive they are towards the middle of the map. I mean, they have so much pressure. This is the tried and true spawn trap, and with no time on the clock, I mean, there's almost nothing Paris can do. They are stuck in the blender. They're going to have to get a couple clean down or maybe find some sort of opening. If you can find this player P5, that's great, but even Attach able to get one before he's traded out, that gives Priestahh time to fill in this next hole, and he chops the next 2 down. Aggressive plays from the kid. It looks like Minnesota, these final 20 seconds left, just doing the victory lap is finally, it looks like they're able to break through and get a respawn dub.
That should be the dub. Tuscan Trilogy is going to come to a close, but spoiler alert, it doesn't end the way you hoped if you're a Paris fan. The final 5 seconds, the last 3 members. Here's the last minute contest. 2.8 on the clock, Jimbo 9 HP. If you die, it is over. They're going to stack this one for a brief moment. You have to win every single gunfight, and it ain't going to help when the knees come through. Temp now alone. That's it. That's the round. That's the map. That's 2-1 in the series.
And that's the big moment, right? Maybe not that round, but the one before for Røkkr. Able to get that stack on the point early on, and you get what? Maybe 3 bodies on it for just long enough. You get that second tick through, and that is finally one of the only spots where you feel like you're in a good position to win that offensive round. But Røkkr take care of business, man. Dak was against the wall, had a very tough choke in the first hard point, got bullied out in the S&D. Standy putting in a nice performance as well, maybe making up for that game 1 mistake, right? 30 kills, 3,700 damage, and honestly just keeping up with John, right? I mean, he started out 17-7, but certainly slowed down after the fact. And Jimbo, again, I mean, just not been allowed to thrive right now in the league. Maybe has to make a couple adjustments to his play style, or maybe just needs to find his groove, but in the slaying category, he hasn't quite brought it yet. Maybe map 4 Berlin will be his time to pop off.
We'll find out. But what a run it was. The Tuscan Trilogy comes to a close. Røkkr managed to survive. And again, it is always when their backs are against the wall, and they certainly have to win. They cram it in. And there we go. Nice looks on offense and defense from both teams here, and like mixing things up. We saw that 4-man stack, that last hit there from Paris, trying to desperately get that one segment. Crazy stuff out of them. We saw them try a few different looks there on offense, unable to get it done. Røkkr's defensive holds looking very strong. Heads up plays chance, like they made the right decisions in terms of, you know, player positioning, what angles they need to watch, what lanes they need to be covered. All good for them so far. They managed to buy themselves a lifeline in the series. Berlin, hardpoint coming up next though. What do we make of that?
I honestly, at this point, not willing to make any predictions when it comes to respawns for either of these teams. Not necessarily a fantastic map for either of them. I know Minnesota does have a couple of good wins. They have a 2-2 map record overall, and it's a map where they have taken OpTic down, but I mean, again, I just think it's very difficult for me to have confidence for the squad. If you want to lean their direction for the next map, that is all well and good. I'd say for Paris, though, maybe a good sign for them. They don't have to deal with LAG on this map, because I think something they suffered on yesterday for Berlin is they got put into just a P5 blender. I mean, Guerrillas, I think early on in this year, I don't know if it was the kickoff classic or the first week we had for the original qualifiers, but we saw their holds on P5 where they get players up in the top third and they get a guy in the tower and they spawn you out back behind warehouse and just trap you in. That can be destructive. And I think Paris felt that pain yesterday. Røkkr, though, a team, I don't know if we've seen them have any clean setups like that. So maybe Legion, when they're playing without that sort of pressure on them, will be a little bit more free on Berlin.
See how free they can be on Berlin again is for Røkkr. This is a must-win for Paris. Looking to close the series out before the dreaded Bocage Search and Destroy Game 5. Not a place you want to go, but if anything, I think this kind of series is up in the air for me now. I don't know what to expect anymore because we did think that, you know, Search and Destroy would be leaning a little bit more towards Paris. Towards Røkkr. Paris come out swinging there, of course, in map number 2 in Tuscan. Everything looks pretty strong for them, 6-3. If we have to go to the cage chance, is there a chance? An opportunity, a moment?
That's the interesting question. I mean, for Røkkr comeback, yes, if you go to the cage, you're feeling great. Like, their team KD on that map is absolutely absurd. Admittedly, they've only played it once, but when they played it, they dominated on it. So I think that'll be an interesting look. And just for the fact that that has been the auto veto effectively for Paris, they have banned it 86% of the time. Admittedly, now they have a new roster. Maybe Jimbo just loves to fly around on the cage for S&D. So it'll be interesting if we get there. But Røkkr, again, not shying away from trying to pull off some reverse sweep.
We'll see if they can get it done. Berlin is coming up in just a moment. And again, this is the sort of the last chance they have before things are going to get real strange. Because again, I think for Røkkr, it's getting disappointing for the fans. I think Ant said it in the start of the show. It was like, those watch parties is all great. It's amazing being in that environment. It's amazing, you know, having fans and friends around watching the games together. But man, it sucks if your team's losing. And it has been up and down indeed for the Minnesota Røkkr viewers. And if you're at a watch party right now, we wish you the best of luck wherever you are in the world. We hope you're well lubricated and hydrated as well with your beverage of choice. But here we go, friends. We're about to get into that Berlin hardpoint. Paris Legion, a brief moment of reflection. I wonder if we're going to get any more appearances from Jimbo's Cats. Oh, hardpoint. Oh! Chance, take it away.
Do you need analysis for this? Is it really that complicated? That is absolutely a bit. I mean, look, if you're a Paris fan, shout out to New York for just not being able to win a single one, because in every single statistic category, Paris has been worse, with the exception of actually winning the games. I think Paris, obviously, well, I mean, they won the map one hardpoint. I think they had one extra hardpoint win a little bit earlier on in the year. So that is the only category where they've been able to outdo New York. I think even for the point differential, I think on average, Paris Legion have been losing hard points by about 70 points. So they have been consistently getting smoked. Admittedly, with the roster changes through, it has not been the same story. But good God, just seeing 4 categories where they're lasting, that is so tough.
The only way is up, baby. The only way is up. They can only improve from here. It frankly cannot get any worse statistically. But again, current performance, there's another thing to go about it. Here we go, though, into Berlin. Map number 4 here in our opening series. And we're going to see what's up and about as we get right into this first one. John with the first blood. Back at it, baby. In Paris, they're winning these opening engagements. Tent with a good read. Standy's trying to get a wrap here. But that flank will come to a close in a mo. And this is a wonderful start from Paris.
Not bad. You're gifted the bad spawns on Berlin and you break through literally instantly. That is as good as it gets. I mean, that is the dream situation. And now for Minnesota, just the fact that they got 4-man wiped. I mean, you got to take your time, clear out all of these corners. And MajorManiak, even if he wins this gunfight, I mean, there's only 18 seconds left on this hill. So I think for Paris, yeah, maybe you're upset that you get 4-man wiped, but you should at least be first well and clear on that rotation to get over towards P2. So not a bad start for Legion, not at all.
Chunk of time. P2's now in. Priest is first up. And so we go. Temp's finding himself 2 more. Straight onto the point. No one able to dive in there just yet. There it is, boys. It's all yours. Yep, that's right, Røkkr. You can have it. Paris aren't quite there yet. 3-man hit now from Paris. All angles covered. Standy's going to find one. Mid-map's going to be the play of choice now as Legion managed to get themselves in. Gravity, though, cleaning things out. Nice angle to be had there on a MajorManiak as he shoots from well below. As again, this is a crazy hard point. A lot of angles to cover, a lot of corners and crannies to hide yourselves in. And so far, Paris have had a nice opener here. 30 seconds remaining here on Mailroom. The counter-attack now from Røkkr is still on and about chance, but we'll see if they can make the break.
Yeah, the swarm from up top too much. John can't even find one along the way. So nice little break over towards P2. Someone needs to stay on time. You hop off it just for a second. And honestly, for Røkkr, no one even trying to rotate. I mean, there's only 20 seconds left. You think someone would try to take a route, but now you're basically just stagnant. The Legion are going to have a free and clear setup over towards New. I think Temp, honestly, just confused about the lack of pressure, but That hill pops close to a tie game. Røkkr now finally starting to put that pressure on, but I mean, John was set up ready to go where he may fall. You still have that Doc's control. Gravity, big gunfight to win. He's going against Detach. Gravity takes down another along the way. Detach can't find the kill. And this is now 15 seconds by, but finally attached there to at least block those spawns.
Here we go, standing out through front. Jimbo's up, guns him. Looking straight across towards fire. MajorManiak now involved. Here we go. The break is on now for Røkkr. Take care of that player. Gravity's done, stunned, concussed, out of it. Time now going the way of Minnesota, holding this down now. Looking for the counter-attack, and it's going to be a slow and steady approach from Paris cut down as the individual plays are going to be finished off, and a good chunk of time chance, maybe the full 20 here, as we will see now the rotation going through. MajorManiak's up and about. Gravity, this could be a 1v1. An important one for MajorManiak to win. Going towards next. A nice kill, 4 in a row. Røkkr starting to show true signs of life. Rotation's done. Hardpoint stairs.
Oh, and that hill honestly might be the moment of the game, right? Because if Minnesota don't get that break, well, Paris might start to run away with it. But Attach makes the big play, gets his team the Doc spawn, and now you get a rotation over towards New. So 20-point gap for the moment. Røkkr winning a couple of those key gunfights on rotation, but it looks like Jimbo, I mean, he finds the wall bang on the player in Hill, and Paris just running forward through trains. Picking Røkkr apart. You get Jimbo in the back where he just needs to slave, but Attach ripping head, so he takes him down. Chaos around the point. 10 picking up the next 2 big kills. And this is seeming to be a P4 where neither team able to get control and hold it down for a significant portion of time.
It's messy, but it is delicious. 8-9 of the 65 now of Røkkr. They've got time. It's ticking in their favor. Last 20 seconds here. You've got Priestahh now going a little rogue, out and about, looking towards that P5 hit. Røkkr starting to find the success here in game. Let's go for a quick listen in with Minnesota Røkkr.
John, attempts and fire.
I'm gonna re-pinch warehouse.
And
They're spawning top 3. They're spawning P1. They're spawning P1. I'm re-getting library. I'm re-getting. Go street. Preston, go street.
Donnie, he's weak.
Oh, he doesn't know me here.
He's on the flip car.
Wait, one's top 3. I'm gonna make it play top 3. Top 3. I'm top 3. I'm top 3. Donnie is street. Donnie is street.
I'll look for him.
Top 3 dead. He can be low library. He's probably low. Okay.
He's Doc's a little library.
So one's on me, close broken.
Doc's a little library.
He's close left on me. I'm looking at
I'll get a library
windows. Donnie,
on hill and stone.
Nice. Watch on the hill, Donnie.
On hill and stone.
Play P1. Someone keep playing P1.
He might be Nero.
Yeah, we're off on.
I don't see P1.
Bombs in desk.
I got him at
P1.
Okay,
I'm a big guy.
I need one hill. Top third. Wide straight. Top 3 done. One more.
I'll help you P1.
Yeah, they know.
I need your stone cost.
Mike, I'm getting your level 2, okay?
I'm in P1. One statue, Jimbo.
I can kill him.
Comes
outer, one shot. Comes outer, pillars, one shot.
Street,
John. Stay down.
Stay down. We're coming.
Yeah, I'm going outer.
Outer door.
Like, I'm praying outer. I'm in outer. I'm in out if you guys
hit her out. Glass done.
Alright, dark one.
Secret and then outer. We flip.
One could be stone. John,
You saw him come off spawn.
One's a closet. I'm nading.
One, good shit.
One's a closet. I'm nading.
guys. I don't see him. Closet.
One shot closet.
Looking for one more.
We flip.
Yeah, I have fire, guys.
Watch out.
Watch out. I can kill him.
I don't know if that
He hit dark.
Fire dead.
Dark one shot.
I'm flying in. I'll get time.
Yo, I'm low fire, guys. They can be top fire and left.
I'm pushing up your dark.
Oh, these boys are lit, Chance. This comms is insane. It's very loud. It's a lot of back and forth, and at times it feels a little messy, but it seems to be working out for Røkkr.
I mean, as chaotic as it might sound, right? You even have MajorManiak, I can hear in the background, doing a great job of keeping up with players. He knew Temp was the last one alive and said one more, but I will say Temp has definitely been adding to his hoop mixtape collection. He has collected a couple world stars in this series, but if I'm just looking at the stat line, right, I just see John double negative, Jimbo double negative again. And despite the fact that Gravity and Temp are doing in some serious work with the ARs, at least in the side of Temp, they have not had a great deal of success. P2 though, maybe where they're trying to string it together, but it is once again the SMG players. I think too much of a presence right now for Røkkr, making their game and their life that much easier.
See how far John can go here. A kill would be great. Helping his boys make their way through the front tank side. He's clearing out this bomb site. There's no one there, baby. Jimbo, oh, can't get it done. Massive kills once again out of Priestahh. He's stepped up certainly here in the series. Grab it now through the front. Røkkr fortified this position very well. P2's all there. Is attached, taken care of on the outside. Right now, buy some space. Here comes the hit now from Paris on the interior. Priestahh still on a 5 spree. Gravity now getting it done from the outside. Great work out of Røkkr once again. Kills going through. Hardpoint's still going to be there. So if Attach can win this, check your corner, son. No, John. tucked away behind the door. It's an absolute classic strat when it comes to hide and seek, and he pulls it off there. Paris with a final break chance, but it's not a lot of time to be gained.
Well, in my mind, the moment of the game, right, was when Minnesota was able to break this 3-3 hill. This time, though, they get that early rotation, and you get Standy. When you talk about roaming Slayers, I mean, he is just slowing them down so much, and this is now a necessary break for Paris. P3 is where they get costed. Jimbo gets traded, and now if you're forced to just flood through the front, I mean, you're gonna have a bad time. So Paris need to find a way to make the break, but you are down by 100.
Yeah, this is what you said in the first set. It could well be the map. And this is going to be a good hold so far from Røkkr. Over 200 points we go. John trying to get in. MajorManiak, nice awareness, not enough to get the kill. Jimbo's there. Paris are in the point. Standy now trying to find a couple. Can't get it done. Over to Attach. Last player for Røkkr now on this side of the map. Can't get any more either. 20 seconds remaining. Paris with the breaks. They will stay alive for now, but over to the train yard we go, and that is all Røkkr for now.
Attempt though by himself, right? He has to wait for his teammates. He can't even really show himself maybe until the hill is about to pop. So he's playing it slow. He's got a couple teammates in train, but if they don't start winning these gunfights, it's gonna be problematic. But there's the strike. Jimbo gets one inside the hill. Now Temp can finally make his move. Røkkr, there's only one player even near the hill. They're not collecting the time, but I don't know if Temp knows it. They did spawn in the back at him, so he still has to deal with this pressure, but maybe the good news is Røkkr haven't gotten the first 15 seconds, but the bad news is his teammates were never able to break through train. I mean, Standy just been posted up here and at least slowing this push down. Røkkr looks like they should be secure on this hold.
Slowing down as best they can. Røkkr are keeping it going. Priestahh finding one or two. The push through the front now comes to a close. Standy, he's a little far back. Brought down before he can get in the fight. MajorManiak the same. 25 seconds to on point. The nades are going to have to be sweet now from Attach. His teammates have been dispatched, and now the time ticking for Paris Legion.
Attach now taking the longest route of all time. I was thinking that the hold was going to be secure. Instead, Paris, I mean, they just get, what, 6-7 kills in a row and just bully their way through the front. I mean, this is worth it, I'd say, for MajorManiak to just get this guy at the scrap time just to chop away an extra few seconds. You have such a big lead that every little bit counts. And you can honestly even play P5 however you want, right? If you want to flood the hill with your Røkkr, you can do that. If you just want to play in and around the point and just try to pick up the kills, that's an option as well. But a couple players fall. It looks like they were trying to set up that P5 blunder that we've seen Guerrillas do, but Røkkr not quite as clean with it in Paris. Maybe used to trying to deal with it, but either way, I mean, 230 to 140. Røkkr just steamed away with this game.
It stinks of a game 5. We'll see if that smell comes to pass. Ooh, nice slide out from John. Kills are there. Can't quite get him off the point for too long. Røkkr back in the driver's seat. 30 seconds remaining. They can get the win here if they hold it. Gravity trying to make the entry now. Onto the point. Nice shots through the window. Good angle to be had. The slide. Got to be very engaged here, and he can't get any more out of it. Priestahh brought down. You've still got the time going. It's 5 for the win now for Røkkr. MajorManiak wins another big one on point. That should be it. There's only one player left alive, and it's Temp, and that's it. Stack the point, boys. We're on game mode, but we'll take it. Game 5. As the pressure now mounting for Paris Legion as Røkkr have bought themselves one last chance here in this series.
And I think Røkkr for those past two maps are just trying to turn up and say, no, 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 we are the better team. We dropped the ball on map number 1. We got bullied out in the S&D. That is not gonna happen. Back-to-back, very clean wins. Again, I think that initial P3 break where Attach is picking up the kills towards Docs, just well executed from Minnesota. So taking care of business, and I mean, if I'm thinking about that Bocage game 5, again, neither of these teams have played it a lot. Røkkr have one dominant win on it. It has been the auto veto for Paris. But if I'm paying attention to the stat line, I just think Jimbo, he's got to kick up for the game 5, start to find some sort of groove and get any sort of confidence, because once again, I mean, more than double negative, half the damage of a couple of his teammates. He has not been able to find any sort of production, so eyes on him in my mind to see what he can do for Legion for game 5.
Indeed, a pump in there from Jimbo, but we're going to see as the game 5 now awaits us. Look across the series thus far, and man, a nail-biter on Tuscan hardpoint to start things off. 6-3, 3-1 as we throw down once again on Tuscan. That Berlin not very evenly matched up again, as it has to be said. Røkkr certainly coming to play, but now it's a throwdown on Bocage. The showdown here in the series, the last map of it. Game 5, we're going the distance, and for those of you whose pick'ems hang in the balance, it has been brutal in Vanguard so far. Chance, how are you doing? Because I haven't actually filled out this week's.
I've gotten to the point where I've almost given up on pick'ems. It has been that bad for me, where there's been no metrics. I think for like even early predictions of the year, I've been right about maybe like, I don't know, 4 teams out of the 12. So I have struggled. suffice to say.
Suffice to say, those folks at the top of the leaderboards, though, keep it going. There's still prizes to be won. Pick'ems aside, we're now going to throw to a quick commercial break. When we come back, it's all Bocage. It's Game 5.
The Call of Duty League is brought to you by Mountain Dew.
And here we go, friends. It's Game 5, and we're rip-roaring ready to get into this one. Røkkr have mounted the comeback. The reverse sweep is certainly on, but Paris, a hard-fought battle in the beginning of the series across our two slices of that Tuscan cake. They don't want to lose it. They need to close out this Game 5. Big chance. It's going to be a tight one indeed. We're going to Bocage for it. And, baby, I mean, the final matches here on Sunday, the opening week of Stage 2. Major 2, of course, on the horizon. Can he wait, brother? How do we do so far in the cage?
To the cage again. Interesting pick. We've already said it, or I've already said it at least a few times, right? It is the auto veto for Paris, but now they have a different roster. Minnesota's only played it once, but it was a pretty spectacular performance. And in Search and Destroy, obviously not counting the map from today's series, Standy has been lights out. Decent chunk of kills. I mean, 32% just about total kills for his team. I mean, this is a guy that has ran the show in Gravity. He certainly put in a decent bit of work early on. Even had a couple big plays in the map number 2, but I think if you see Standy lighting up the feed and Search like that, I'm looking at Jimbo for the other side, because right now he is having a very tough series. Maybe a bit of that leadership from Gravity can put him away, but I mean, I think Jimbo's died, what, 93 times, maybe 15, 20 more than anyone else in this lobby. And it's not like he's getting the kills along the way. So I think a strong map 5 performance in a map that SMGs love to play on can be that confidence boost and make you feel comfortable. But you still need to actually secure that big performance.
And again, this is, again, for both teams, a real importance. Every series is important. There's no way of sugarcoating that, but you got to think about confidence going in the major. You got to think about confidence going in the rest of the qualifiers. You don't want to be starting in the lower bracket when it comes to these majors, friends, because the competition is fierce. Here we go. This is tense, right? Trust me. Nades, couple of shots. No one wants to give anything away. We've almost burnt through that, minute mark. Now here we go.
And especially because this is somewhat of a dagger series as well, right? If Paris have a tough performance where the new guy is dropping a 0.5 overall, or if Minnesota go into a series where they lose 2 Search and Destroys, I mean, neither team will walk away happy from this if you take an L. But it looks like you get the clearance. That bomb will be able to get planted at B. And we don't see B retakes very often. Paris, though, we'll see how they try to make the attempt. John, the quick one towards the bomb. Priestahh, though, gets the first blood, and already no one in position to even try to get that trade. You're not even checking corners. Minnesota with that 3v2 advantage.
It's 3v2 for now. Gravity brings at the bomb site. This is big. If Temp can cover him, we might be able to see the defuse come through, but they've repositioned. They're going through mid-map for now. There's the quick defuse. Temp's got to watch it. MajorManiak, he sees him through the bushes. The shots are here. The defuse might be good. Less than 20 on that bad boy. Temp's there for the kills. And that is it. It's done, Legion. The bounce back was on. Mate, that was a little stressful. Not a lot happened in that round. Plant bomb, get kills, round over.
Yeah, I mean, this is, I don't know if like stressing me out is the right word. I just don't understand. I mean, you get the 3v2 advantage. Gravity gets the kill on bomb, and then neither player from the Røkkr, I mean, anywhere near the right hemisphere to be able to get the bomb checks. And it was honestly just not even a perfect setup because there's only 2 of you. But Gravity just hops the bomb, and Temp's like, hey, man, I'll cover you. There's like 7 angles Temp has to worry about, but none of those were hit effectively by Røkkr. So, hey, you will take that first round. Nice clutch and nice retake. Paris on the board.
On the board, indeed. Very different look now from Paris in the offense. They're going to be hitting the backside of Grannies. Oh, no, we're going through the tunnel. We're going to go to B. MajorManiak's not going to be able to see this one go down from tank side. Checks it. MajorManiak. Break reads. Jimbo's up next. Sun's going to land. Oh, and he's giving it away. Positions are good. MajorManiak now trying to fight the back. Priestahh should be there to pick this one up. Gravity with a pre-aim. This is all good. The stuns are sweet. Oh, Priestahh around the outside. Round the outside. Standy with a 2. Last player up's Temp. And they keep the spree going. Damn! The answer is hell no. Good round.
Yeah, Temp might have been saying, without me, not able to do too much in the round, but they just got picked apart one by one. Nice reads from MajorManiak. I don't know if he was necessarily expecting the tunnel pressure to be coming through, but he was aiming kind of low, so I think that is just the big brain read out of Major. So solid stuff. I mean, that is 2 effective B hits attempted on offense. Neither team able to find that success. Shake your head just a little bit. Get the brain rattled, ready to go for that next round. Another slow B hit this time. Temp, though, playing a little bit aggressive towards the river. Don't know if he spotted anybody just yet, but there you can see he could feel it. And he's got the sniper and just gets eviscerated. B bomb site. Maybe not wide open, but Gravity, the next one in line.
Standy definitely got spotted on the crosshair, but it doesn't matter. The plays are on. John finding the first. Trying to keep Paris in this 2v3. John gets another. Adds it to the collection so far. As the interesting setup now from Røkkr. The bomb's still down. They're going to try to recover. John finally gets brought down. It's going to be attached from the top bomb position to get it now. It's a 2v1 as Jimbo. This is your moment to shine, son. It's been a rough series. As Røkkr have spread wide out. They're going to recover that bomb. Jimbo knows the play's on. Here we go.
This setup, by the way, if you get a player back out, there's just nowhere to go, right? You try to jump over, you can get the kill, but MajorManiak has the coverage back out. I was going to say, right, if Attach is ever able to get that bomb, MajorManiak just in prime position. I still think Røkkr maybe dropped the ball a little bit, trying to get the bomb plant before Major could actually get set up to watch over your teammate, but you still get the clutch. Attach making nice reads on sort of that wide flank coming in from Paris to pick them apart. And 2 solid rounds in a row for Røkkr. As again, Attach and Major, maybe not on Tuscan for the 2v1s with the ice, but on Bocage, they deliver.
2-1 thus far in our game 5 as we continue the onslaught over towards that A bomb. He's been awfully popular thus far in this game 5. Oh, hide it, John. Sees it. Nice shots out of Major there. 3 spree for him still. Stack up still towards Granny side. And it's just tense. More than anything, he's hoping for a kill, an opening pick. Kill to go untraded would be sweet for now, but neither team's able to get much done. There's the minute mark crossed. And he's not going to get much done. Attach gets brought down on the covering fire, so now you have players on the inside of Granny's. The infiltration is now ready. It's complete. Is anyone close enough to get anything done? Standy still trying to play this close. Back line's gone. 2v3 now. Paris with the man advantage.
And I think what Priestahh and then Standy's going to be up top. Someone's got to make this big play, but Paris are setting up, maybe waiting to catch someone off guard. John making a bit of noise. Checks all the doors are open that he's right next to. Surprise is there. And now wait, 1 versus 3 for Priestahh. Who's looking for the good timing, but looks to get gunned. Temp has had his number seemingly the entire series, and Paris get that bounce back round, just playing OpTics.
Yep. I mean, Temp's been winning his 1v1s pretty much all series long. He's won some huge individual fights that have sealed rounds in the search. They're the same thing on Tuscan. He's doing the same thing here on Bocage. Johnny Temp putting the work in. He has transformed himself here on Vanguard. Filling the squad now. As we keep things going, all tied up 2-2. Bomb edging towards B. It's an aggressive hit now from Paris. Can Jimbo get on the board? He's first out. First end of the fight, and he's dead again.
First out and first blooded, at least for his team. I suppose Temp is there to sort of even the odds, but 0-5 right now for the fresh challengers players. Having a tough series, but Røkkr very slow on these pushes on the attack. They are willing to take their time. No sort of funny business on the map just yet. They have leaned towards B, but Paris have cleared it out. Minnesota, they might not know this, but this A bomb site for the moment wide open as that double flank is going to be coming through.
And the problem with A, you have to check every corner. There's so many opportunities to get smoked from a little angle here on A. So it takes a bit more time than it might have liked. Now on the retake, John getting things going. Gravity through the back door, cut down again. 2v2 now, all even. Priestahh playing it close. As he and Standy are real tight here on the bomb site. The timing could be very awkward here as Temp's now hit the back. I think Temp knows. Clock ticking. Brains working. Temp's through. Tags are there. John now ring around a Rosie, and it's going to be a bit of a wheel of death here on the point. Trying to find anything. Standy pumps the brakes, finds the kill. Now it's a 1v1. It's John and Standy, and the time is ticking. 10 seconds now on the play. You got to try to get the kill, get the defusers done. That's the round. And man, it's a pain in the ass fighting on that bomb site, to be frank. And Temp's face, he is livid.
Yeah, well, I mean, Priestahh is a Primus fan, right? He was just a race car driver in that round, literally running in circles, out the back, in through kitchen, just taking laps, and just too tough to kill. He bought his team way too much time, and meanwhile, Standy able to roam around just for a bit, get up top, get those trades, and that is a nice play. I was a little bit surprised early on that Attach got caught off guard on the flank just because they had spotted nothing on the map for such a long time, but even in the 2v3, they get the bomb down. Minnesota Røkkr's slow approach has been paying off.
Both teams have been sort of, very slow. I want to say methodical on the attacks. I mean, but this is something out of Paris. They're locking this one down from the back. Hoping for the pick from Temp. If he can get things going, sweet, but he has yet to find the success with the snipe here on Bocage, and it's possible. It's not an easy thing to do. Obviously, quite a small map. Rest of the team making their way forward. Granny's is going to be the site of choice for defense now for Røkkr. That's the A-bomb site, and here comes the hit from Paris. They're in. John leading the charge. Time still ticking.
This setup is almost like custom built to not get sniped, though, by the way. Like, everybody stacked up, playing tight angles in your corner. And I don't even know why you'd stun check the bomb, because if you've been holding the cross, no one can be there. But maybe just to open the doors, and well, Priestahh gets that first blood. And it is Jimbo again, unable to find a kill.
30 seconds now, remaining. Quick plant now from John. Gonna get this one down. He's gonna lay it. Not a lot of nades left now from anyone there on Røkkr, so you can't check that one out. Here comes the play from Standy. He finds another one attempt. That's the sniper taken care of. Once again, Standy gets himself another. He's on a 5 spree now. And you have wiped Paris off the board. Standy, streaks are on the point now. He needs to get one more kill for that. We're gonna get the defuse come through. And now it's a moment to breathe now for Røkkr. A big round win from them. It's gonna be 4-2 going into the next.
And honestly, just almost like the perfect counter setup, right? You see Temp with a sniper, but no one playing in a spot for Røkkr where they're going to be able to get picked. So you nullify Temp, and I mean, almost no need to nullify Jimbo because First Blood's rolling through again. Couple looks at the kills from Standy, just flies out, shoots a couple players in the back, and efficient work for him. Now 1 kill away, and the ego chow's bound. Standy definitely feeling himself in this game 5 again, making up for that early hardpoint performance.
Back to the round. Standy, what a play that was. One more kill, gets him a glide bomb. Look at the attack now from Paris here on defense. They're hitting it. Attach is going to get away with his life for now. Temp's playing quiet, waiting for that perfect moment to strike. Oh, he's through. MajorManiak checking something, finding it. Nothing. Kills from Temp now. He manages to get one. The bomb does get planted, though. Standy trying to stay alive. This is for streaks. Brought down by Jimbo. Gets on the board, and what a big kill it was. Attach last player up. 1v3. Has to now get over towards the bomb. If he gets there too fast, they're going to gun him. Finds the first. Oh, baby. It's Attach. Tremendous composure to try to stay alive here. They're all over him, though. Gravity, good angles. That's going to be the kill and the defuse. And Legion, a very important round. And Jimbo, it may be 1 kill, but you save your team from streaks.
I mean, it's also a good play call, right? Because it was Jimbo with the boys, like, playing aggressive on the flank. And as soon as they, like, get spotted out and that player able to survive from Røkkr and back down and retreat to his teammates, just instantaneous. Rat back, play aggressive, get that granny's control, and effectively just running them over. So the swarm was on point. And Temp, by the way, nice play as well, just to find that entry to get the guy off bomb. He set that round in motion, and his teammates clutched up for him. So Paris Legion maybe down, but certainly not out. That was the swing round where they get that big win, and just to get off the donut has to feel much better for Jimbo.
Back to
and he gets first blood.
Back to our regular programming now, as Jimbo's brought down early the first blood. Oh, sorry, Standy does get streaks, what am I saying? He's loaded. I don't know where that happened. I'm absolutely faded, but either way.
He got the kill on Temp.
Oh, that's right. Yeah. Sorry, my bad. Thank God someone's paying attention. Minute now to work with. No Jimbo this round, but the rest of Legion making their way through the backside of Granny's. Attaches there to make the read. Nice shots from the top side. This nade is going to work out. Temp doesn't catch it. Gets away with his life for now, but you still have to recover that bomb. Priestahh is there to watch it. And this is another good round from Røkkr. Once again, their angles, their holds here on bottom Granny's, their A-bomb site, so sweet for him. Gravity in the 1v4. Got to play super fast. 2 kills to his name already. The third shots were good as Gravity with a snapper. We'll have to get it done, though. Røkkr with another good round.
Yeah, good try from Gravity towards the end, but too many players to kill. I'm almost at the point where I'd be telling Jimbo, yo, just pull out an automaton. Like, slow it down. Just find a kill. I mean, he's gotten first blood at least 3 times in this game, if not 4. So, I mean, he has been the thorn in their side, or maybe for Røkkr, just a happy player to spot on the map. And now one round away, from completing the reverse sweep, for getting a couple respawns under your belt. I mean, I'd say for both of these teams, almost a must-win series. Røkkr right now, trying to deliver, pumping the brakes again on offense, happy to take their time, and for good reason. Standy, he'll be able to see them all, or maybe not. They actually have cold-blooded, so I think he makes a decent read on attempting to find Temp. So they might have an idea he's back here, but that's that glide bomb invested. You don't even get map control off of this. So nice adjustment coming in from Legion.
Oh, the Legion adjustment now coming through. Jimbo with the first blood.
He's got the automaton.
He's pulled out an automaton. Chance called it, but now still it's a 3v3. Oh no, Standy's gone through mid-map, and he's cutting things down. The Grim Reaper right now, trying to find a couple more. 2v3. This is for the series for Røkkr. Gravity making his way on the inside. Temp backing him up. Standy, though. Here comes Standy. Shots are there. And Standy, once again, finding the kills. It's a 1v2. Temp has been brought down, and you love it for Røkkr. And that is an absolute stinger for Paris Legion. The reverse sweep complete. A team like Røkkr, you can simply never count them out. And there in Bocage, they get it done in the surge. The play calls were on point, man, but you got to contend with Standy.
Yeah, Standy obviously a massive problem for Paris in that game, but honestly, like, they did so many things right in that final round. Switch to cold-blooded, find the opening couple picks, and then even after they get the kills, just, I mean, I suppose maybe someone from Røkkr in position to trade, or maybe a little bit too aggressive for Paris, but I mean, I think even just looking at the stat line, there is two obvious issues, right? One for Standy, 13 kills, not a bad performance at all, and of course, 2 and 9 on the flip side. Just two disparities in levels of production. I mean, obviously, congrats to Røkkr for getting those extra CDL points, a series they needed to win. And the reverse sweep is certainly nice to have, especially off the back of 2 respawns. I suppose maybe the optimistic way to look at it is said, hey, if we had just cleaned it up on that final hard point, we would have taken down this series 3-1 in a comfortable fashion, because that control and that Berlin hard point were much sweeter for Røkkr.
Yeah, very sweet for Røkkr indeed. The respawn woes, for the time being, looking all right, but they've still got to find that sort of form against more formidable opponents, and there you go, man. Good highlights across the board there from both players, both teams, everyone pulling their weight. Struggles certainly for Jimbo, though, it has to be said. The first bloods weren't all ideal, of course, until that final round where he got involved. Gravity with a couple of nice plays, not able to make the clutches, but for Røkkr, again, it's just composure, the name of the game. Their A-bomb setups, the holds they had there, not falling prey to any of the snipes from Temp, not falling prey to any nades. They really played that very conservatively, very good job out of them. And it shows there. Work put in, search and destroy continues to be their bread and butter. Except on Tuscan, they got absolutely slapped around there, but it was a good series nonetheless.
I mean, yeah, it's very specific for Minnesota. It feels like on Tuscan, they just have to clean up the clutches, right? I mean, whether that's just going over game plan or better comms in the moment, but that is the map where in S&D, they have just found a way to struggle. So maybe look for that turnaround. Obviously need to talk over the Tuscan as well, but at least for the control, at least for the Berlin, clean, efficient work, dominant on Berlin. You get the offensive win for the Tuscan control. So absolutely, there are some positive takeaways from Minnesota, who again, that's been the big issue, right? It is just the respawns. If they start, like, their S&D has been elite enough that if they start even just going like a mediocre record, splitting 50-50s for the respawn, I mean, they may very well be in like championship contention.
There you go. We'll see if it can happen, though. Plenty still to be played for in Vanguard, plenty to be played for here in the qualifiers towards the major. But of our delightful darlings of the desk, please, how we doing?
I'm doing all right, man. That was actually a really good game. It was entertaining. The reverse sweep came in. Minnesota Røkkr put out a big win. I mean, it was close, though, because Big Bad Jimbo was about to shut them down, man.
Bro, that was the best, worst series I've ever seen in my life, but it was so entertaining. Bro, I ain't gonna lie. I'm here to be like, I'm not here to be nice, right? Like, dude,
what was that?
Jimbo was getting fried. That was literally, no, like, seriously, like, not to like just poke fun at him. Like, he was getting destroyed. Like, when we joke around, we're like, oh, they had a 0.5. Like, that's something we used to say as pro players. Like, no, he legit had a 0.5. Now, I get he might be on high ping, whatever. Like, it doesn't lead you to run out and get blooded like 4 different rounds. If I was on Paris, no lie, I'd send him straight back to the bench. That was legitimately the worst performance I've ever seen in my life.
So this is a big question now, because when Fellow was here, the team looked really dynamic, aLLeY.
Free Fellow, bro. I tweeted it out the other day. No slight to Jimbo, like Nemo said. Ping does have a huge factor, all right? I heard 80 being tossed around, but like there were so many times where he was just flying out by himself. You could tell he wasn't comfortable on the map yet with this squad and the first bloods on that boat cage, man. You just can't get picked off like that.
No, big time. But still, though, Paris still kept themselves in the game.
Temp and John and dude, and Tom Gravity, huge plays out of those guys. Like
3v4, almost 3v4 the hell out of them.
Listen, like when you come up from challengers, you got to control the narrative, right? Like you come out, even if you're on high ping, like adjust your play style. This guy was Barry Allen, like flying out everywhere. Like even on the map 1, they were in P5 and he was holding down the bottom stairs. Like he was holding it for literally 1 second and then gives it up, runs upstairs to go help his 2 teammates that are watching the entry. They lose time and they almost lose the map after that. Like there were so many mistakes that he made. He has so much to learn. I don't think he's ready to be in the CDL, to be honest.
We'll say this though, this is the year of the rookies right now with Jimbo. This was your first weekend. Welcome to the CDL, big fella. And hey, next time we see you on screen, you better pop off and shut all of us up, okay? But it's about time for the Game Field post-victory spotlight. And let's just go ahead and jump right in it.
Hopping right into it with Major. What's going on, dude? I gotta ask you guys, what is with the difference between map 1 and map 4? Is it just you guys get more comfortable later in the series?
Yeah, I think we just needed to wake up. That first hard point on Tuscan, we were playing our situations really well. Them hitting scrap time, getting points there, really kind of made that comeback for them at the end of the hard point. But I think us just playing like how we did in the first 2 maps, but actually executing moving forward is why we came back.
I gotta ask you, did you rip Standy a new one after that hard point? Did you see what happened, bro?
Yeah, we saw what happened, but I just said, like, forget about it.
Yeah.
Let's play Search and Destroy. There's no point in literally getting
it happens. It happens.
Like, it happens to everybody. So we were just ready for the next map. We started off hot in that Search and Destroy. They just started blind countering us. We kept losing a few situations where we had man-up numbers. So to put it short, we should have just executed when we had the lead.
Yeah. You guys have insane composure, Major. And you in particular, I think that really your mindset, it's infectious. It helps the rest of the team. So continue to do that. And congrats on the win. But I want to ask you about the role switch. What took you guys so long to make that change? And why did you guys eventually decide to do it?
I think this game is just very different from last year. I think Preston does a great job with communicating with a sub when it's time to break, when he's like waiting for us. And we try to switch like that similar to last year, and it didn't work out. So that's probably why we stayed on the AR with Preston a little bit longer than we had to. But yeah, I'm just excited to keep progressing with them throughout this next week.
Well, good luck.
Yeah, attach AR.
I appreciate it.
I want to see a lot of it. Major, congrats on the big win, big fella. And can't wait to see you next time, all right? Especially at the Major, all right? You take it easy.
Thank you, guys.
No problem. Yo, Nameless, you're
Sheesh, bro.
You said Barry Allen.
No, legit. Like, legit. Nah, man. Like,
No, seriously, though, I got to say this. I really hope Paris picks things up because they were super exciting to watch.
I mean, I hope, like, so he was on high ping, right? And there was a lot of, white knights on Twitter and stuff, like, saying, like, it's hard to play on high ping. From what I saw, he was still making terrible plays. So that being said, I'm sure he'll get another series where he is on fair ping, and we will assess once again. But as it stands right now, Jimbo, that was ass. That was a terrible performance.
Yeah, by the way, let's go. Let's go ahead and take a look at the Scump play of the game with the one and only Standy, popping off with a beautiful 3K in aLLeY. Standy just always finds a way to electrify his team.
Especially in Search and Destroy. It's just constantly Standy is having these rounds where he's finding 2 to 3 players and just catching them off guard, out of position. You see it here right now. He has complete control of L. He easy reads the challenge from deep tank. I mean, those pistol shots on the fucking money.
Yo, big time. He was on the money. Let's go. Standy popping off like crazy. Do gotta say this though, okay? Minnesota Røkkr were able to pull out a win today. They were unable to get one yesterday. But this is the thing. Heading into their own major, aLLeY, they have to maintain that momentum because I feel like looking at this roster right here, these guys are gunners.
No, it's a good roster, but if anything, they have composure. We know that. We've seen it in every single series that they play. It is never a hot 3-0 when it comes to the Minnesota Røkkr team, and with the new role change, I think it's just a matter of time.
You got that right now. For all of you at home, listen, if you want to rep the skins like the pros, make sure you go ahead and support your favorite team. Team packs are now available, and if you are a Minnesota Røkkr team, after your squad just got to be reverse sweep in a CDL match like that,
gotta get it.
I better see you in those lobbies. They gotta get it, right?
They gotta get it, man. These skins are fresh, dude. Like we said, purple's my favorite color, so I'm either going LAG, Røkkr, or Ultra. Just make sure you get, man, go into rank play and show off that new skin.
I gotta say this. Okay, take a look at the yellow one right there, New York Subliners. That just pops out. It's a color pop. Gotta say this, so support them. And also, if you're a fan of the team, you're gonna want to support them in this next series. They will be facing off against the Florida Mutineers. That is going to be I actually think it's going to be a close matchup, and it's definitely a prove-it game for New York as well.
Yeah, it's an interesting one. They're playing 3 sub-maps. Like, these maps are amazing for Florida. It's Bocage and Tuscan for the hardpoint and the control. Crim said he's running an SMG today, so I'm actually incredibly excited to see it because the glimpses of SMG play we saw from Crim early in the season were actually fantastic. So we'll see today the duo in Crim and HyDra, what they can do.
Got that right. We're going to talk about the map pool as well. On the other side of this break, so ladies and gentlemen, we got New York, we got Florida, and of course we got more Call of Duty action. We'll see you guys for some more CDL gameplay. See you soon.
Call of Duty League is brought to you by Zenni. Armor your eyes with Block's gaming glasses starting at $24 by visiting zenni.com/CDL. Upgrade your game with a Scuff, the official controller of the Call of Duty League.
All right, ladies and gentlemen, welcome back to the Call of Duty League, where we just saw Minnesota absolutely twerk on Paris Legion for that reverse sweep. Here on the desk, my name is Veli, her name is aLLeY, your name is Nameless, and we actually have a really good game today. All right, New York Subliners facing off against Florida Mutineers. I actually think that this is going to be a very interesting game, aLLeY.
I think so too. Crimbot tweeted out that he's going to be running a sub and he's coming after Big Wake. I don't know. I think New York may be able to pull this off.
No, big time. But in order for New York to pull it off, we're going to have to see Florida slack for a little bit. And Nameless, I'm going to be completely honest. Watching Florida play lately, man, I mean, they're unable to get that big win under, the win-loss column in most games. But still, some of these players individually put out a lot of good performances. Recently, I've been loving what I've been seeing from DavePatty.
Yeah, it's just really, it's a matchup thing for Florida. When they play teams who will test them on Bocage or Tuscan, they play just fine because those are the maps that they've been great on. I mean, across those maps, 4-1 on Tuscan Control, and they've been great on Bocage. Their only hard point they're positive on at 4-2. And even the 2 losses that they have, that's been nail biters at the very end. So this is a Florida team that's dangerous. In terms of hard point KD, everybody is above a 1.0, so they're consistent there. But aLLeY, for the game fuel keys to victory, what does Florida need to do?
Well, they got to capitalize on their rotations. They're first in rotation win percentage, 8th in hold percentage. So they're getting those early rotational wins, but they're struggling to hold it later on and find success on the non-Berlin S&Ds. 2-0 on Berlin, 1-6 on every other map. I believe they're 3-6 on S&D overall, so they've definitely been struggling. We got to be looking at DavePatty. We've seen what he's capable of doing for this squad in S&D and continue to be elite in the swing mode. 5-2 in control, 2nd in round win percentage, 2nd in KD overall, and that's going to be looking at Vivid and Big Wake.
And when it comes to Florida, they're going to have to show out today because affording a loss against New York is something that's not in their plans right now. But looking at this roster, though, I mean, Skies, Awakening, Vivid, DavePatty, I mean, they're all phenomenal in their own special way. I'm especially happy to see Vivid in that first map right there for Hardpoint. But for New York, this is much more of a sadder story. I mean, coming into the year, of course, we hype the big names and whatnot, but they haven't been able to win. They are just defeated in Hardpoint. And aLLeY, I mean, what's the hope for this team?
Honestly, I feel like they've been so chalked mentally overall that every player on the map is trying to do every role, trying to be the everything all-around player. I think at this point, they just need to sit back, let everybody do what they need to do on the map, trust in each other, build that team chem across the board. And when it comes to the game fuel keys to victory, Ant, what do they have to do?
Yeah, for New York, it's just been tough. Win Hardpoint, simple as that. People are going to have to step up, but free up Neptune to play his style on the map, 0.73 overall KD in return versus London. Honestly, basically what this key is saying is let Neptune be free. Stop trying to control him in game. Clearly, your game plan is not working. However you guys practice and prepare, those strategies do not work. Go out there, tell Neptune, go and do your thing. I was in a situation like this. My team wasn't playing well. We were getting smoked. And Merc told me in study, said, just run around, do whatever you want, slay. And we got way better. So that's what New York needs to do. Also, Vito, Bocage, Hardpoint, well, they didn't do that. That's map number 1. So Florida, that's going to be a tough opponent there. Crims are an SMG. Not sure if New York threw in the towel or if they're really just feeling like they're confident on that map with Crim with the sub. And then also Crim and Clay need to step up. These are veterans, world champions, players that can pop off. I don't think anybody on this team individually is a bad bad player. I just think the team composition doesn't work. There's a lot of people throwing shade at Clay, a lot of people throwing shade at Crimsix and Neptune. The only one who really gets support is HyDra on an individual play basis. I think they're all great players, and in different places, they'll be fantastic. Just not working as a team.
And if there's anybody out there that even slanders Neptune, I mean, even in the game few keys of victory, when Neptune was out of the team, you brought Royalty in.
Yeah.
Like, they
Same
had the
stats.
same stats. They were the same player. And essentially what that tells me, I mean, I don't have an analytical mind like
It's a broken
you, but
system.
It's a broken system. All right, so ladies and gentlemen, you know what? This is a prove-it game. I want to see New York pop off in a crazy way. In Florida, we already know what they're all about. So let's go ahead and send this over to Bryson Ton. Fellas, my European brothers, how y'all doing today, man?
Well, thank you very much. I'm looking forward to this one. Lots of questions in the air about these two teams. And of course, I've got to be honest, the biggest news of today, obviously, Crim running a sub.
Yeah, and the first map's Bacage, so I'm curious to see how he's going to do here, because it's not like he's, you know, we were talking about before the series was like, oh, frying pan the fire. It's not like he's even been in the pan yet, Brycey. And this is not just a fire, it's a volcano. You're going in against Florida, you're going up against Vivid, you're going up against Big Wake. I mean, it's not the best way to start for Crim. You would maybe not like to ease yourself in, albeit maybe not the worst. But Bacage to kick things off as well, the metal is going to be tested pretty much immediately, I would imagine.
Yeah, we'll have to see. It does seem like New York have been going through the pain here, but hey, maybe we'll find the greatest SMG we've ever seen. Crim will go down very, very quickly, though. The mix is a start. P1, of course. Both these two teams are going to be throwing shots left, right, and center at each other. At the moment, though, New York get a little bit of time on the board.
P1, of course, we know that not necessarily the amount of time that you can get a hold of onto it, but when HyDra's finding 3 to open things up, that's the kind of thing you want to see if you're a New York fan. Of course, we are heading over towards P2. Those rotations are what we're going to be concentrating on with 23 seconds remaining. Which way is this one going to fall? New York do find a couple more here, and these next couple of kills are going to be important.
Crim finally getting on board with this sub. Trying to wait for his teammates to then get control of these spawns here. There's a little bit of a change of pace here for Crim. Maybe he's been taking lessons from HyDra. We'll have to find out as this progresses. Still, the rotation coming in. You can see at the moment right now, Neptune is looking for that player at the back. They're convinced he's there as well. Awakening. It's going to take down Clayster. And Crim's just going to try and slay out.
Kill's going to fall Florida's way. But look at these spawns. They are coming in here for New York, so not the worst position to be in. But Vivid with the cutoffs is going to find 2. HyDra is the only one who can answer back. Good hold so far by Florida, and they kind of got the setup that you want. All the way towards the back. We do see Dave Paddy. Can he get stuff done from there, though? That's the question. The rest of his team need to get these engagements off the front. Clayster is the next one in. Dave Paddy lining them up once more. Those spawns have been flipped, though, and Florida will get the more beneficial ones. But just having a look towards the scoreboard, how have things started for Crim? 4-4, that's fine. HyDra on the kind of pace you would come to expect from him. 7-4 out of him, make that 8. As these transitional kills starting to come through for New York. Points on the board, though, for Florida, about 10 ahead.
Yeah, not an awful lot here for New York on this one. Obviously, it was a little bit of a battle for the spawns, and they didn't really get it. As we hit this rotation, though, opportunity for New York to get back even in this game. Already, you can see they've got the favorable spawn, but they're being hunted just a little bit already. Vivid actually holding fire to take down Clayster there. I don't know if you saw it on the minimap. Very, very smart play. Crim, though, pushing out with this sub. Phillips, HyDra himself is going to go down, unfortunately, before he can get any more kills. No points yet on the board for New York on this one.
Yeah, they're not in a terrible spot to make this break in, but the shots from Skies are solid. Crim's the only one to be able to answer back, but basically not quite there between himself and HyDra just yet. Will that come as the game does just advance on? HyDra mid-map, good shots into Vivid, is going to get taken down. Where's the rest of the team? Are they there for the trade? And here for New York, it's just about breaking through. You need to find that flurry of kills. Here they come. Clayster and Neptune working well. Awakening finds 2 around the back, gets cleared out, but Florida have really made this very, very chaotic. It is Bacage after all. They're doing a good job. They're locking down as much possible time from the front, and that's the majority of the time going over towards the Mutineers.
Yeah, even with New York managed to get that rotation and some kills to begin with, they weren't really able to capitalize on that time at all. And now we head into Barn. You can see whether or not they can try and do something themselves. They're not there quite yet. They're going to have to head into the teeth of the Florida Mutineers. Awakening trying to hold down middle. And somehow HyDra and Awakening didn't kill each other. Nothing actually ended up happening to either of them. But it will be all Florida at the moment. They have pushed New York further back away at the moment, and it's not really looking great for them. Oh, Vivid.
Especially, yeah, I know this is the kind of game, I don't know if you... Why are we playing Bacage against Florida, though? That's the questions that I'd be asking. Especially when you're running a kind of a new SMG lineup, but at the same time, Crimsix is going to find 2. to possibly open up things here. Awakening inside the point will find two. Neptune's the only one who can answer back. Momentarily, the only one left for New York. He gets taken down. Mutineers, their lead extends, as does Vivid's kill list. My goodness me. Is the fourth going to be there for him as well? Not quite. HyDra finds him from behind. Can't get any more, but wow. Is it the game to start the new SMG duo? I don't know, man. I don't know.
Well, we'll have to find out if they can regain from this one. Maybe a little bit of teething issues. Crim did say it's his first day on it, but all is not lost. And let's face it, at this point, New York aren't exactly going to be worried about their hardpoint record. Crimsix, though, floating around here, trying to make himself a bit of a nuisance with his SMG. He's got teammates backing him up as well. Gets to the hill, takes down Skies as well. A little bit more action for them on this one, but they do lose that river control, and it will be more points for Florida.
Trying to get road control as best as they can here in New York. Gotta lock that down if you want some decent amount of time here. Mutineers really running away with this one already early doors. Shots in from Vivid though. Can they continue this streak? Yes, they can. They're just breaking far too easily. Even for the subliners, I mean, it's just really not going well here, Brycey.
No, it's really not at the moment. They are struggling over and over again, and you gotta hope it clicks. You really do. New York, the last few weeks of watching them has been pain. You can see the emotions on their face, and I'll be honest with you, it's difficult talking about players like Crim and Clay, who I've watched for the past decade, be phenomenal the entire time, and to have them in the current state that New York seems to be in is upsetting. But hey, I'm going to be here the day they turn this around, and I'm sure the players who know how to win, they're going to be able to do it. Let's find out, though, what exactly is happening in the comms with New York as we go for a listen-in.
Yeah. I need to just going hill like by myself every time. On me on the street, Awakening, one on the gate. Gate and one's closed. Gate, one shot in top grandma. Yeah, gate got me. Awakening. Nice. He's dead. I'm gonna go top grandma. Yeah, bottom grandma. You stop. Trying to get left. Stop right now. Wait, one shot up there. P2 tank and hill. Yo, get nades on hill. Yeah, nice. One's probably pushing out our right side, guys. One's right. Bottom pitching dead. He's low right on P2 and one's on top. Dead. Nice. Vivid is low right. Still P2. Okay, let's go. Came hole, Z. You went back to hole. Okay, yeah. He's Z. I got him. One's deep left on me. He's on the roof. Deep patty. He's on P2. I can look at back left. I need a barrels. Breeze, weak 10. Back left. Back up, one shot. He's one bullet. One shot on the barrel. Backdoor dead. Barrels weak. Push up, Nep. Watch the barrel. Yo, 10. I died from 10, yeah. 10 weak. I'm needing 10. On the tank weak. But go this spot. Yo, berries, nade berries. Yeah. One's gonna be mid somewhere. Yo, he's pushed out back kitchen. Barrel dead. Back barn dead. I don't see this guy. There's gotta be a guy at 10. Yo, mid 1, Z, 3. What's this spot? I'm holding one. They're gonna rotate. 10. I'll get time. Watch rotation. You have time? Let's go. Yeah. I'm trying to pick up. I'm mid. Oh, he's back 10 on me too. He went over head. Left side ahead 10. I need it. Be close on you. They're back barn. They could be all over grandma. Back tank. One shot left. Vivid on the tank. One shot on the tank. Yeah. Hold on. I'm repinching them. You saw Paco. Push on the back. Two in the back. One shot hill.
And I don't know if you guys at home caught that one. At the beginning of the listening that we had with New York, Crim says, I'm the first one in the hill all the time. There's nobody with me. Immediately that tells us that there is pacing issues between him and HyDra. And if they can't figure them out, I mean, it's going to be an issue. It has to be said. It's not necessarily the best of starts for the SMGs on the side of subliners or for anybody in particular. Clayster 11-27 as well. And then in contrast, where I see the ALs on the other side, Dave Paddy having an absolute stormer, 25-12. These rotations are getting locked in every time.
Well, at the moment, the Mutineers making this a little bit of a game for themselves. New York trying to bet in here, but it is difficult to pull any sort of positivity out of this one. Crimsix, I did think he had a few good turns with the SMG there, just gunning people around, but you can tell the frustrations in that New York camp. You know that their heads are in the bin at the moment, and I'm hoping, against all hopes, that we see a little bit of a comeback here so they can make this a game. It is probably too late to win this.
Yeah.
But hey, a few good holds makes a difference.
It does. And just to your point, you know, Crim's had a couple of decent moments. I mean, this guy is the winningest player of all time. He can shoot his gun. We know that, but it's about being there with your duo. It's about being in there with your teammates. If he's why is Crim the first one through the door? It should surely be HyDra. Like, I mean, is somebody trying to get his? Well, I don't know. Like, is he not the one that's going to find those kills, or is Crim the one baiting? Is there anybody there with him though?
I think on Bacard it's fine. Like either way, like you got to get the player through, you get the bait in the trade regardless. I think at the moment, yeah, maybe a little bit of pacing issues coming out of the team. The slaying's not gone particularly well. Clayster and Neptune haven't had a fun time with this one. Realistically, it could also be an awful lot worse.
I mean, the guy is running around with a pistol right now. Florida Mutineers are feeling confident. Clayster will find 2 of his own and answer back with the pistol himself. 13 seconds remaining here on this middle point. Clayster just about finds his third there. Skies is going to pick up 2 with that grenade that gets left, but Florida Mutineers very, very much in the driving seat here. Subliners yet to break 80. This rotation round is going to belong to the Subliners, as is that final tiny little bit of scrap. They're padded up on his way around. Can Subliners somehow, somewhere come back here? And we'll sell the dream. We quite often like to do that, Brycey, but
I got to be honest at this point. I know we're being hard on New York, but I've also got to say the Florida Mutineers are playing very, very well. They are not letting this slip even a little bit. At the moment, New York are going to break that 100-point barrier, so no 100-point club for them. They've managed to dig themselves out just a little bit, but here come the Mutineers. Vivid gets straight under it. Crimsix does take him down, but DavePaddy says, thank you very much. Awakening cleans it up. And I think by the fact that nobody is even close, it is going to be game right there and then. And New York did not come out with the fire, but Florida really, really did. And that was a pretty one-sided game most of the way through.
Yeah, no, not really much to talk about from the New York side. It has to be said, but a really good game out the Florida Mutineers. Just in terms of the flex roll for Awakening, switching between the ARs when needs be, and of course the SMG for him as well, getting the job done. But you have the guys like Vivid and Skies on your team who are always going to find those engagements. But it is Awakening and DavePaddy that get the job done. 35 and 19 out of David. Every single time that we do see Mutineers on this map, DavePaddy always has a good game, putting up the most damage in the lobby at 4,000. Just looking down at it, if you're going to talk about the Subliners, just again, it's just nothing really. I don't want to talk about the sub. I don't want to talk about. Yeah, okay. I think that's fair. I think that's fair.
I think Florida had a very, very good game. I want to give credit where it's due. I don't want to sit here and say it's New York playing badly. Obviously, they've had a role switch. What I do want to talk about is the Florida Mutineers. This is their best hardpoint map. This is the map that they are very, very good at. It's not a surprise, right? Even if there wasn't a role switch, even if it wasn't New York, they are still going to play very, very well on this map, and they have been. Talk about Awakening, 21-11 in our highlights. DavePaddy's 19-9. There is a reason they were running this map, and there's a reason why we thought that this probably would be vetoed, but New York decided to try it out. Hasn't worked out for them this time, but unreal. And I've got to say, the Mutineers have set themselves up for a great series.
I mean, look, in scrims or something today, you know, Bacard might have been going okay for the Subliners, but still, I mean, it depends what you want to kind of play. Do you want to play to your strengths or your opponent's weaknesses? And in this scenario, New York say, right, okay, they actually went on and they banned Gavutsu. So, I mean, notoriously, I can't specifically. I was about to say I can't remember what the record's like for New York on Gavutsu, but based on how their hardpoint has been going, I would say it's probably not great. But at the same time, Bacard, Florida, you kind of put them hand in hand. It's very much a map that suits them, and that scoreline tells you that story. 250 to 102. And yeah, I hate to see that map in here, if I'm honest, for New York, but that one is done. It is dusted. We're going to be heading over to a double Tuscan for Search and Destroy and then Control, of course. And if we do need it, we'll head to Berlin, then Desert Siege or Hardpoint and Search and Destroy, respectively. But yeah, I know we want to talk about Florida and how good they are at that map, but everybody knows that. Everyone knows how good they are at this map. Ban it. Just ban it. I don't know. I can't deem the thought process in my head to want to play that, especially with the role change that's come through. Like, ease them in a little bit, and Bacard is not easing anybody in. Everybody who knows you play ranked in Bacard, etc., it's mixy. You want to get amongst it. If you're playing with any of your boys at home are a little bit stiff on the ARs or a little bit stiff in general of their gameplay, things aren't necessarily work out. And I'm not accusing Crim of being that, but at the same time, if you are starting up a new kind of role system for your team, is Bacard against Florida the place to start it? I would argue absolutely not, if I'm honest. I would argue it's the worst possible start.
Yeah, I'm not going to lie to you. That first map was probably not the place to start, but we're going to move aside from this at the moment. We know New York were bad at hardpoint regardless. It's something like 0 and 13 now. It's been a meme in the CDL for a little while. However, maybe something comes of the next most. Maybe New York turn into a 2-3-5 team. S&D is next. It is very plausible they figure this out. I know the frustrations were there. We had the listening. We could already hear it as we jumped into the map. But S&D is a very different game. And there's one thing I'm going to put trust in with New York. It's going to be the S&D regame, right? I have to feel at some point this team has to click. Maybe not today, maybe tomorrow. I know, I've looked at all the socials. I know what people are saying at the moment. But these players know how to win. And I have to play devil's advocate here. I have to feel like at some point there will be a great turnaround. Crimsix and Skies are our top performers to search and destroy at the moment, though. A 1.06 for Crim and a 1.13 for Skies. Coming into this one, Ton, am I on my own here? Am I just holding the faith?
I think so, to be honest with you. Look, you know, we seen Neptune come back in, didn't have a great day yesterday. Look, I'm not going to put anything in particular on him for that map, number one. You know, it's just a team thing. As Nemo said, it feels like a broken system. It just feels like this team does not work together. And, well, look, they're still trying. Let's see how long the trying continues, because for me, if it continues this way, the only thing that can happen is a roster change. It has to happen quickly. If I'm honest with you, you look at the players on this team, and something again that Nemo spoke about, you know, the wages that some of them will command, the level of player that they bring, something needs to change. And well, Clayster is going to find that first split. TJHaly will answer back to 3v3.
And now, New York are playing very, very tight here. Vivid's going to be looking for it. He's already got a few tapped up, and he's not going to be able to get anything out of it. Crimsix shuts it down. Advantage to New York. They have the numbers. Skies, though. Clayster just behind a brick. The tiniest of margins here. He's eventually going to see Clay when Clay opens up with that. Oh, no, and he sees Crim as well. Skies is going to find the third, and that's a shutdown. And oh my goodness, I felt like New York had the numbers. They had the opportunity. And Sky says, no, thank you. Not today.
I mean, look at Skies' face. I mean, yeah. He can't believe his luck. I mean, the second shot is what sets it up, which is very, very solid. But once again, like, I mean, I don't need to be a body language reading expert, but nobody on New York looks happy right now, and that's the worst possible way that you can kick off a search and destroy. Yes, it may not have been a technical 1v3 or whatever, but commanding position, control of the round falls apart immediately. Here we go, Mutineers now on the offensive, on their defensive side of things. Are they going to be able to catch Crim out?
The Crim wall, it's going to go down. Unfortunately, I thought he might have had one there. Vivi gets one as well. Awakening now pushing. Clayster's almost going to get down. Surely not. Surely. Does get traded out by Skies. Neptune in a 1 versus 3. And hey, Neptune, I know you had a bad hard point, but you 1v3 this, all is forgiven.
Florida offering little to nothing here to Neptune. 40 seconds to go. You need to find a kill pretty quickly for this to become obtainable, but surely any sort of trade would come out. Vivid is going to spot him, though. That's going to be the movement now coming in for the Mutineers. He does have space over towards A, but of course we have the grace of Codcaster to allow us to see that, of course. But right now for Neptune, you don't know where any of these players are. Did he see Vivid when that transition happened over towards to get the bomb? They'll know he has the bomb as well. 15 seconds. Time is very much running out here.
Yeah, the issue for this, by the way, when you're talking about clutches and S&D, essentially finding that first kill is usually exactly what he was looking for. So the reason he didn't go for the instant plant, he knew he had to find one kill and then essentially get out there and try to make the enemy team kind of forget where he is and try and take those 1v1 gunfights, because you know you're not going to get traded. Also, when you've got to plant the bomb in S&D, he has to check every single corner. He's hoping somebody was going to expose themselves and maybe just throw a shoulder so he could figure out his next move. Nobody did. Florida Mutineers played that very, very well. Patience in all things. They didn't have the information. They weren't 100% certain. They were spread out. They're like, right, just wait. If we can find him, we can get him.
Attacking round now for the side of Mutineers. Can they find this break? The grenade goes up top. Crimsix will find the first blood, though, going through mid. So slips through a little gap. And all of a sudden, that's plenty of map control over towards the side of New York. This next kill is crucial, but TJHaly will find it onto Neptune. Should get caught out here by Crim, though, as Awakening finds another 2 on the other side. Crimsix will at least make this as 1 versus 2. Does he know he has the bomb, though?
Not sure. He might be going to check. He's not. He is waiting around this area, though, so maybe he does know. For it, Crim. Gonna find Awakening, but unfortunately he's in a pinch here at the same time. I don't think he knows there's a player behind him. And Crim almost got away with it, but not quite. And Skies will pick that one up as well. New York down 0-3. The Mutineers making this look pretty clean, and very clean, by the way, for Skies. 7-0.
Skies having a very good game here. Well played so far. The ARs for Florida Mutineers. Plenty of the first bloods coming on through. Didn't come through for Florida that time around. Crimsix was able to find a gap through the middle. He's the only one who's really doing much for the side of Subliners. 4-3 out of him, but Skies at 7-0 is a problem because that glide bomb will now be available, which makes things just that little bit more difficult. And well, here it is. Invest it early. Surely at least one falls, and there you go, Clayster. Falls, as does Vivid. Find a one onto HyDra. Mutineers in complete control, not just of this map, but of this series. And look, you know, you look for glimmers of hope if you are a New York fan as Neptune falls and that bomb goes to be defused. But there just hasn't even really been any close rounds. There hasn't been even a glimmer of hope now, and I don't know. I don't know if this is just the cynic in me, but it just looks like they're defeated at this point already. It feels that way right now.
I'm trying to remain positive, Ton, and you're really harshing my vibe, but it's okay. Okay, look, this is a long series. New York, no, they're not in the greatest of positions. This isn't a surprise for people. I think obviously it's going from bad to worse, but at the moment, HyDra's on 0-4. We know he's a force to be reckoned with. Skies is on a 9 streak. It's completely unstoppable from the Florida Mutineers, and realistically, this is what New York didn't want to face. They didn't want a team that seemed to be on top of their game today. However, S&D is long. It's 1st to 6, not 1st to 4. We don't play that pub style around here. Anything is plausible. We almost saw a full sale yesterday. If New York can find one today, it could be the difference.
It's not like you to be the beaming light of positivity on my life, Pricey, but you know what? I'll get on board with it if they start winning some rounds.
Well, I feel like there's a lot of negativity, and I just want to be a positive influence for once. But I want a game more than anything. Always,
oh yeah, me too.
Always a good game, and at the moment, Florida Mutineers are making this look clinical. Crimsix though about to go in, finds that first one. It has been traded back to a 3 versus 3. Paddy gets HyDra. Vivid already going to go for that flank at the same time. They're looking for these players. Neptune gets one. Crimsix gets another. Paddy and Crim gets 3 that round, and that's what I was talking about, Ton. You have to have the faith. They found it with 25 seconds left, 27 seconds left in that round. They moved into action and they found the trades. New York get a point on the board.
As soon as broken control kind of goes over towards New York, it becomes very, very difficult for Florida to defend that bomb site. It's the opening kill from Crim that really does open things up. Finds 2 more there. Is that a... maybe even just a tease of a smile from Crim as we continue on in this game. Good plays out of him. That'll find the round, but still, it is 4-1 for Mutineers. Still very much in the driving seat here. HyDra at 0-5 as well. He's one of the top performers on New York consistently. We're not seeing that right now.
Make a move though. Vivid already taking down Neptune in mid, but it doesn't matter because that's not what New York are doing. New York are looking for B control, but it is difficult to get this one down. Crimsix challenging top, unfortunately goes down to Awakening. That bomb is now going down for HyDra. He's in a 1 versus 4, maybe a 1 versus 3. Not going to be a 1 versus 2 as he gets taken down. The Mutineers get another one on the board here.
Well, here we go. Florida very much looking to close this one out early. Good stuff from them once more, and just finding those opening bloods. Vivid, very good at doing that. Getting himself very aggressive through the middle of the map, heading over towards you. Sometimes a bit of a 50-50, and, well, maybe somewhat a little bit more towards the attacking team if somebody heads up towards that mid-alley. This time around, nobody checking it. Vivid, straight through the front door, finds that opening blood, and then Mutineers just work from there. So, do or die for the Subliners in this search and destroy. They need to find 5 in a row. Crimsix hanging out around you. Are they going to catch him out here, or is he going to continue to be aggressive? Awakening is going to get caught. And good plays from Crim, just doing the same role as Vivid. Getting himself up in that middle of the map, putting that pressure on. Will he go a step too far? Not this time.
Very, very patient from Crim. Vivid, though, is going to find two, but doesn't actually hit either of them. And they think he's dropped, and he does eventually into Neptune. Advantage here for New York. aBeZy going to try and put this one down, but Crimsix on the flank. Crimsix gets another one here. Going to be looking for him. He knows this player is here. The rest of the New York team are going to join him as well. Should be a huge pinch on the aBeZy. Crim's looking for him in the back. He's already taken down Neptune. Clayster gets the trade. And that's another one on the board for New York. It's not over yet, Ton.
It isn't. 5-2 now. Well played from New York, and Crimsix is finding those routes with the SMG. Good stuff from him. Like, once again, through the middle. And either one of these teams willing to send a body to cover that on the attacking side. And the defenders are flying out of church and causing all sorts of havoc through the middle of the map. And it's very much one of those areas that you need to lock down. I'm just surprised to see HyDra hasn't really found much so far for the side of New York.
It could be to do with the fact that Crim's playing a little bit more aggressive, and it may have just shifted him out of his role slightly. And I wonder if that's the kind of the case in point here. You got to remember, right, when you talk about kind of changing up roles and stuff, it's very, very difficult to kind of rejig that into a team, especially with New York. They've changed from Neptune to already back to Neptune. They're still trying to find their feet here, but Vivid does open up against Crimsix, and that's bad for New York because he's been their key player so far. But it's come back to a 2 versus 2. Clayster. Vivid's going to see him as well. Clayster's going to get Vivid. It's going to go down, though. It's a 1v1. HyDra versus Awakening. And I think HyDra may have seen him. They know where he is. It's MP40 versus Auto. And it will be the Auto. Awakening takes it. And that'll be the Florida Mutineers cleaning that one up. So close for the 1v1. And unfortunately, they let it get too far to that point. It's now 2-0 to the Florida Mutineers.
Yeah, that's just unfortunate for HyDra. He takes the gamble, kind of goes for the challenge. He knows in and around where Awakening is. But unfortunately for him, Awakening finds a little bit of cover, spots him as he turns around, and then all of a sudden, it's a very, very difficult gunfight. The MP40 is good, but at that range, you would always expect the auto, especially in the hands of a player like Awakening, to win out in that scenario. 2-0 now to the Florida Mutineers, and it has been easy peasy so far. Comfortable. That's pretty much the word I would use to describe it. They haven't really had to come out of 3rd or 4th gear at this moment. Sky's at a 10-3. A couple of good rounds out of New York off the back of a decent performance by Crimsix. A 9-6 out of him for a 6-2 loss is going to be painful, but nonetheless, look, Subliners, there are small little sparks here and there, but they just need to piece something together. Is control going to be it, though? Is that where they are going to be able to bring it back in this series? But, well, if you're a New York fan, though, that scoreline is not easy reading.
It isn't. If you're a Florida fan, it's fantastic.
Oh, yeah, it's
You're
great.
very happy with getting these points on the board and getting yourself a slightly better seed ready for our second major. I'll tell you something, I'm very much looking forward to seeing the behind-the-scenes footage of New York over the last couple of weeks. I know they have a great content series anyway, and I'll be glued to it because I'm sure it is heartbreaking in the background, and it's difficult. It's difficult to quantify this situation, right? When we talk about these teams, these great players and everything that's going down, Florida Mutineers are playing very, very well. New York yet to find their feet in this series, but we'll find out. Anything could happen, maybe even a reverse sweep. Who knows? Find out right after this break. We'll see you in just a few minutes.
The Call of Duty League is brought to you by Mountain Dew.
Y'all think too small, I got big dreams. You just starting, I'm way ahead at the end scenes. Started reading and dodging all of the quick schemes. Money like your Spotify, boy, I got 10 streams. And I'm still looking for more. My people, they got a soar, I'm putting that on the Lord. Ain't accepting, ignore, just kicking down all the doors. Guarantee you, boy, if I ask for it, it's gotta be real big. I gotta make it just for my kids and for their kids' kids. That's wealth years and years. Promise my brother soon as he out and finish this bid, we finna do it bigger than anybody ever did. The odds is real big, job that's real big. Satan trying a little, my God is real big. Stayed up on the ground on the cars is real big. I gotta do it big, the only way that I can live.
Ladies and gentlemen, welcome back to the Call of Duty League. We are live and ready on our qualifiers for Major II. And if you are just joining us currently, we are watching the game between New York Subliners and the Florida Mutineers. And if you are just joining us, it's been a little bit one-sided, but hold fire, slow down and relax. We've just seen a Subliners hype video. We could see a reverse sweep. You've got to keep the faith here, Ton.
You do. You do.
I haven't convinced you.
Well, no, you haven't. But look, I mean, there's something to read into here, at least, for the side of New York Subliners. Their offensive win is the worst, their defensive win is the best. So you need to win that round 5 defensive side of things. So we need to see some convincing defensive holds here for the side of NYSL. Looking towards the stats, so this is only the second time that they have played. The last time they did was, well, a month and 8 days ago. So last time they did play it was against against LAG, and that was a 3-2 win. But this is really a go-to for Florida. They've only lost it once themselves. And, okay, well, yeah, New York are undefeated on it, but you really need to bank on that final round going over towards the defensive side of things for yourselves.
Well, let's see how this one starts up. Neptune just get that first blood over towards A. Clayster gets another one as well. Could have been the mother of all pep talks in the little break we just had, but right now, obviously, they're a bit of a slow roll for both these two teams. Clay picking off Dave Paddy. And just getting another one as well. It's not going all the Mutineers' way so far in this control. Eventually getting some time or some position around A as Clay gets another one onto the board. 3-0 streak.
See if he can keep it up. Good shots going in, but Awakening is better to it. 5 lives apiece have went down the pan as now Vivid patrolling in church. Oh, is he gonna be able to find this gunfinder? Clayster, well won. Can they make the push to try and force them out over towards A here? It's a very standard round coming out of Mutineers. A little small stack. You're holding control of mid as well. They've Paddy locking down that U angle also, and there's 2 more. Awakening helping him out, and that should be A going over towards the side of Mutineers. Crimsix trying to falter that though as best as he can.
Good play this time. They know they're going to have to challenge him. Dave Paddy, how on earth has he got away with it? Crimsix is somehow still alive. Eventually does go down here, and it should now be a collection of that A point by the Florida Mutineers. Already making a move though. Awakening looking to cause some issues. Pushing towards the back. He's going to find HyDra here on the tag, but HyDra is wise to it. Gets the positioning, and now Florida Mutineers will have to rethink this. Did he get map control? And then figure out a way to start getting them coming off respawn. That'll do it.
Yep. I mean, my goodness, guys. Really good gunfight for him to win, and that's going to open church up potentially here. HyDra is still lingering, though. Can he now start to cause some chaos? We haven't seen enough of that chaos here from the Frenchman. My goodness me, my MP40 does not do that. Great shots coming out of HyDra. Doesn't even aim in the guy. Surely going to fall here, though, as he does advance on forward. I'd like to see him maybe just make that step back. It's very hard to read the spawns and how close they are going to be. But pushing up just into office, into maps is a good enough spot to be in.
At the moment, they're still trying to make a push here, and this is the difficulty with B. This is why this is so hard for teams. They have to slow down and be fast at the same time, or just make all of the kills. Only Neptune left alive to slow this one down. Takes down Awakening. Looking for that second player as well. Skies is going to beat him to it, but Skies coming under pressure. Crimsix and HyDra looking to pinch this one down now as well, and they do exactly that. New York not letting a simple thing like a wipe deter them from taking them straight back off a B.
HyDra making this push once more. He quite likes it. Gonna find one. The movement not good enough to get away from Awakening. Crimsix knows where he is, though. Will find the kill. It's gonna clear out Mutineers once more. 8 lives to 8. Crimsix pushing it out as well. Well played. And that just stunts the push here for Mutineers once more. Crimsix will fall. As one final push will come in. from the Mutineers. Is that going to be HyDra ready and waiting? Though, did he see the second in Vivid? 7 seconds.
I don't think they're going to go for it. They're just going to look for kills. Vivid is going to get taken down by a cracked Crimsix. And New York hold fast with a 3-life advantage.
So bear that in mind if we do head over towards that 5th round. Is that a smile I see from some of the New York boys? Clayster in particular. HyDra finding the gunfight win. Continuing the game on. That's a 1-0 lead here for New York. Defensively, you would obviously expect that to come on through, with them having the highest defensive win percentage, of course, in the league at this moment in time. It's one of the only stats that you can point towards for some positivity, obviously, for this side of NYSL. Can they keep this up, though? Can they even maybe flutter with the idea of an attack win?
Oh, they're going to be looking for this straight away already. The stuns have come out, though. Florida are not falling for this whole trick. They get gunned down straight away. It's only Crim. It's only Crim that manages to get through here. He's going to be looking for this player in the corner. Surely not Awakening, though. Reflex saved him with a pistol whip. And that has put them back into spawn. Only 1 kill so far on the side of New York. Florida taking full map control. Eventually, though, HyDra breaks through.
A little bit better from him. 11-7. Now 11-8. Good gunfights coming on through. Eventually, New York will win them. The snapper from Crimsix also. Much better from him. He's going to find another. Crimsix still keeps it going. 3 in a row from him now. That's going to force the Mutineers away. This should be Subliners locking in A. You already see for the Mutineers, they back off. They want church control. They want B-side control. They haven't quite given up on A yet. There is still time. It's a slow tick for New York. But a really good break did come out from New York. Can they continue to hold Neptune? Gets caught and Mutineers trying to battle back.
Oh, after all of that work, they have been pushed straight back off at A against guys, though. Getting Neptune off of the spawn. They won't be happy with that, and Crimsix is going to go down as well. And it is another reset here for New York. They're going to be looking to get something going. Maybe a swing towards B and then eventually have to just kind of settle for A. At the moment, they are down in lives. Something horrific. Oh, Neptune getting 2, though. This is going to open it up for them. They're going to be able to stop the clock on A. They're also going for B at the same time. Unfortunately, Awakening is there. He shuts it down. Only Neptune alive now near this B point.
Gonna stop the clock over towards A as Neptune does fall. If anything, that has opened the door here for new NYSL, but Vivid positioned so beautifully that sets himself up in mid. He doesn't see anything, knows they're going to have to transition back over towards A, and now he's just going to be a pain. Even if he doesn't necessarily stop A, just putting himself in such a hard position for New York to flush him out. Well, you look at the life difference as well. Job kind of done for Florida already. A minute for New York to have a look at B. It's going to take a 1 big wipe, really. There's 2.
Who's coming through there? HyDra's trying to get through. Crimsix actually ends up going down. It's all on HyDra. He's the last one alive here. Managed to get 1. Now going to just try and play his life. Allow his teammates to get through. He sees a toe, but it's not going to be good enough. TJHaly takes him down. And only 1 respawn available for New York now. Is there a miracle coming through, or will this just be about trying to get those lives under control?
It's a complete retake having to come through here for the Subliners. Has to be perfect. 30 seconds to go. That 1 spawn isn't going to make a difference. That first gunfight, if it doesn't fall your way, maybe you have the time to back on up. But look at Skies. Look at this position, and he's going to catch them with the pants down. There's Neptune. A fist to the face. As Vivid finds 1. Skies finds another. The 3rd as well. Surely there it is. My goodness, Skies finds all 3. Shuts down the push immediately from Subliners. And I mean, it's the oldest trick in the book, though, when it comes down to defensive side of things for the Florida Mutineers. You send somebody up top, Church, you get on that flank. Nobody from New York's prepared for it. Florida Mutineers lock in their first round here on control.
Well, we spoke about, will this life really get worse? Can they manage to get this deficit back? No, it goes the other way, unfortunately. And they are now quite in an advantageous position, the Florida Mutineers. Obviously, could very well come down to that 5th round that we see a lot of controls doing.
What was the difference in that round? It was quite significant, wasn't
11.
it? I want to say 11. So okay, so it's going to be.
I think it was 11. I have to double check, but
yeah, we'll go with an 8-point difference for the side of Florida. They'll be feeling good heading into this attack. Can they then make it so New York have to win an attack of their own? Let's see what Florida are going to be able to do in this round. Let's go for a listening for the Florida Mutineers.
Well.
That push streak's okay.
I'm gonna hit green, okay.
No,
under blue. Weak, low, weak. Win. I'm getting from their side on the block.
Stay down.
Yeah, it's on my block.
I need to go. Stay down. I'm on block down.
No one outer.
On the block again.
I'm on B again.
One shot on the block. One shot on the block. Nep.
I'm one shot. Need help.
You're alone.
He's one shot. He's in here, right?
What's the back tank?
I stun over Caesar for
I'm B,
you.
HyDra. Fuck.
We come B.
I just go on radio.
Yo, he went back to mid A. Got it. You heady.
You're top church.
You heady. One's you heady, okay?
Top left.
Yeah, I'm looking at it.
Did.
I don't see him. He's you heady.
Stun, nice.
Yeah, I'm in your block. One's me or you.
Mid Clay, one shot. Their side you. Any you. One's mid truck as well.
Their side you. Yep.
One's mid truck on me.
See mid truck.
Alright,
What's their shot?
you make sure you have a mid alley.
No, he mid alley. Yeah, he pitched from top.
Mid alley, man. Mid alley.
Their side, net. Shit on, no one on me, Crim, their side.
Yeah,
Crim,
Still our side.
Yeah, he's in you.
They're both
You
in
want
you.
arm alley or blue?
I'm needing mid alley. I
think HyDra's on us.
Their side you. I'm gonna try to go roof.
Yeah, I'm trying to see if he tells me top blue.
I got it. There's you dead.
HyDra on side.
Yeah, no one has mid alley. You can pitch mid alley. Top blue Paco. Half out.
You said
They're on 5.
Top blue dead.
P5.
Yeah, he's in there.
He's pre-aiming.
I'm their side.
Yeah, I'm getting
one shot. Clay went, no, he went not. Clay went into P5. He's low well.
I'm looking their side.
Clay's low well. I spawned on A.
He's not well.
Yeah, he's on top
must
of
want P5.
Both bench and then.
Did we stop
Top
HyDra
church, top
streaks?
church. Top church right side. Top church right side got me.
HyDra's on streaks, guys.
Okay.
I think we
Give me
killed him.
P5.
He was blue, right?
They're not gonna. I don't think they're chalking.
Oh yeah, he was blue.
No one blue.
I'll see him blue.
There's two. They threw an 8A and I saw a different guy.
Back P3, Paco going into blue. He's gonna pinch you. He's gonna shoot you in the ass mid, Joe. Paco.
No, on B.
Yeah.
He was blue somewhere. He could be pinching P5.
Yeah, I'll see him anywhere.
And in Belk. Yo, Caesar, we should try to help Belk here soon.
I'm waiting.
Wow, lots of small talk coming out of Florida as they try to figure out exactly where HyDra has got to, calling out his streaks and everything. Unfortunately, they have managed to take him down at this point. Now getting on to B. Here comes the defense from New York. They're looking for this one. The nade should be raining in at the moment. It hasn't really done an awful lot. Neptune trying.
Shots are there, and eventually it looks like New York will clear them out. It was a good setup there from the Mutineers, but the grenades just make things so difficult when you're on this attack, and that's why we see a lot of teams, they don't typically stack. It's very much a place you don't want to be when the grenades are flying from the defensive side of the team. Is in and around the B point. So New York make it work this time around. The life disadvantage is towards them, but it is only 1. Mutineers with 10 lives remaining, 53 seconds. You maybe have 2 pushes in you.
Well, they're looking for it. They are still going to be looking for this one, and it will be Neptune and Awakening who end up trading there at the end, but it will be Skies who jumps on board. Teammates will be flooding around him, trying to do something here. He's got a teammate with him. Those nation stuns flying in, and it is going to be an issue.
Always so hard when you have that push coming on through, but that 4 lives remaining for New York is going to be the thing you're going to have to worry about this time for Mutineers to play around this. Crimsix surely going to get caught here by Awakening. Does so as HyDra falls. It's a 6v2. Clayster now needs to go huge, and Florida can just take red sign.
Clayster gets one, though. They're just trying to hold them off here. Clayster's looking for that second one as well. Awakening is now Clay all alone. Surely they're going to just pinch him in here. He's flown straight over the top. Clayster running around with a pistol. Eventually gets taken down. And the Florida Mutineers win the attack. And they know they've done a good job. It is always difficult to do. Now they just have to hold.
Really good work from Florida. Just slayed where they could. And I think, you know, it's at that point where they get inside a B, they find a good few amount of kills there, and the deficit just becomes unobtainable for New York at that stage. And because of how much time is left for the Mutineers, there's only 4 lives for New York. You've got, what, like 40 seconds? It's easy pickings. You just need to trade it out, and it's in your favor. But here we go. Can New York win an attack here? Worst attacking stat when it does come down to control. The least amount of rounds won on the attacking side of things. Can they maybe do something here? It's time to turn that stat around very quickly.
Oh, Neptune getting a couple back onto the board here. HyDra picking up 2 towards the mid as well, and that's going to be a B move now. You can see them already pushing through. It's Crim who's going to try and essentially pick apart this Florida Mutineers roster. He just wants to be a nuisance, and he gets another kill there as well, and that means they have to divert more resources. Crim somehow still alive, just takes down Skies as well. This cracked 18-year-old Crimsix is doing everything he can for his team.
He's really trying. The engagements are there, but right now, it is the defensive hold coming in for Florida, but Neptune just can't find the shots. Skies is going to find that one. That should be getting locked in momentarily, though, for this side of the Subliners. Or is it? Stay probably finds one at the Clayster. Not quite there, but a minute still left to go. There's been plenty of time where they have been on the point, but Awakening having his way at this moment in time. Everybody from Florida really is slaying it to the highest level. And based on the kills that we have seen as well, even if New York can win this round, Pricey, they're probably going to have to win another attacking round as well.
Yeah, they're going to need some serious magic for it, especially considering the Mutineers are putting them in a bag at the moment. They are not letting them even breathe, and that's got caught sprinting again. Awakening, he's just gunning left, right, and center. This is an outrageous streak. Awakening now on an 8, has that glide bomb in hand, but that's not even really going to matter because New York cannot move. They cannot get anything going at this point. They need a miracle. They need to start down Awakening. They finally get it, but there are still Florida Mutineers players over at A. DavePaddy's going to be here. Eventually, HyDra takes him down. Is this too little too late? Here comes the glide bomb from Awakening. It's never going right for New York.
Yeah, nothing is going right for New York. 7 seconds to go. Neptune does get inside that point, but Pricey, look at the lives. There's only 6 left for the side of Subliners. They'd have to be quite literally flawless. Here come the Mutineers. 5 seconds to go. HyDra, c'est la vie, my friend. He falls down to his own teammate's grenade, and if that doesn't just sum up the New York Subliners right now, then I don't know what does. 3-0, Florida Mutineers. As comfortable as a series as they're likely to have all season long.
Yeah, Florida Mutineers, though, looking very, very slick with it. Lots of streaks we saw from them in the end, plain and clinical. I'll appreciate that tune-up from New York nonetheless. For New York, a role change and maybe another role change. I don't know what's going on after this one. They kind of struggle most of the way through. HyDra finally catching form, by the way, in the control. Crimsix went 20 and 32 in the end. We saw him trying to do so much work over there and basically play by himself. But it's just unfortunately the Mutineers were too good. They were too good. Awakening 32 and 20 as well. Sky 26 and 15. When you're getting slayed that hard, no matter how tricky you are, there's just not a lot of room to maneuver.
There isn't. There really isn't. Like, I think for Florida and for New York, I should say, sorry, it's losing that defensive round. I know that's obvious. It's not necessarily analytical from my side of things, but as soon as you lose it out like that, you know where the lives are at. The attacking round you have to win. It's just such a difficult prospect for them to try and find. But look, I know I've went on. I have slaughtered New York for the majority of this, but you have to give props to the Mutineers. A decent performance. No, I'm not just a hater, bro. They look bad. Like, what do you want me to say? They look good. Like, look, Mutineers played that very, very well, but they're not even. They're not like one of the top teams. They are a solid squad, but I mean, that's far too comfortable against a team that you should still be competing with if you're the New York Subliners. Yes, okay, the changes that have come on through, the difficulties that we are so obviously seeing right now. It's difficult to turn around so quickly, but there's something just theoretical that does not work with this team. It doesn't work, Pricey. I hate to be the bearer of bad news, but everyone expected a lot more out of this squad coming into the year, and I think that's the problem. A lot of people had high expectations for it. And right now, those high expectations are not being met, not even remotely. 3-0 to the Florida Mutineers, 250 to 102, 6-2 in the Search and Destroy, 3-1 in the Control. And that, as said, very, very comfortable for the guys over in Florida.
Yeah, it certainly was. They'll appreciate that and get a few more points because we are on the road and the journey to Major II. This is just the qualifiers. Everything is still very much up for grabs. Every team attends. Only some teams get that little bit higher seed and start in that winner's bracket, and obviously that's what everybody right now is playing for. But because we are on the journey, obviously the destination is not yet set. But before we get there, let's throw it over to our wonderful desk to see what they made of that game.
What's going on, Bryson Town? Great job, by the way. But hey, shout out to Florida Mutineers getting 2 big wins this week so far. Nameless, especially in that last map, man. Skies and Big Wake. This team is really starting to come together. Like, the progression is so visibly there.
6-0 map count on the week, guys. This is literally perfect for the Florida Mutineers. They have completely separated themselves from the bottom of the pack. They're learning how to play. Teams are still playing them on some of their better maps, which I think is just, they're making errors in the vetoes. But for this Florida Mutineers team, Awakening, Skies, absolutely frying. Yeah. Vivid also playing extremely well. You know, a small thing that some people may not notice is he was picking up the auto multiple times, and he was putting it to use, man, getting in their spawn. That's something sometimes SMGs, they don't really focus on, like picking up guns off the ground, but it's so important, right? So there's just these little little things that they've been getting better at. You could tell their communication is working. They're pushing together as a unit. That retake on A at the very end, even though they had a huge lead in lives, like it was still beautiful. The nades were coordinated. They pushed together. They got the trades. Florida just looked good. Obviously, New York is a terrible team, but Florida they still look alive.
Shout out to my boys in Florida. You know what? We actually have a Game Fuel post-victory spotlight with the one and only Skies. Can't wait to talk to him. Oh, excuse me, Awakening. Big Wake, man. Big Wake. By the way, great job frying in that last map.
Big Wake, man, you have been frying, but obviously your hardpoint successes haven't been matching up to that until as of late, 6-0 on the weekend. You got to talk to me about how y'all are feeling now that everything's kind of starting to click.
Yeah, we're honestly feeling really good, feeling confident. Like, honestly, all it is taking our scrims and putting it into the matches and just, yeah, just doing what we do in scrims and doing it in matches.
Big Wake, congratulations on the win. 6-0 map count this week. That's literally perfect execution. I want to ask you, like, what are you guys going to be focusing on going forward? Because it seems like teams are still playing you guys in Bocage, Tuscan. Maybe those maps won't get through the veto process going forward. So what's the primary focus to, get to that next level?
Our focus is just obviously S&D. We need to keep coming crazy on S&D and just watching up and having ice. And the hardpoints, I think we're good at every hardpoint map, but I don't know. I think we just need to keep playing good in scrims and just taking to the matches and doing good.
Sounds good.
Hey, keep killing it, Big Wake, man. Love seeing you guys progress out there, man. I wish you the best success, and can't wait to interview you guys next time. Keep on getting those dubs.
Thank you.
No problem. All right, aLLeY, so final thoughts when it comes to this matchup. And Nameless actually brings up a big point. We have to say it. Teams that are looking for big wins going against teams like Florida Mutineers, like, this should be a highly contested battle to where it's like, okay, we have a solid chance at that. In order to do that, the map vetoes, they're kind of lost from the get-go. When you have players like Vivid and he's playing on some of his best maps in hardpoint, kick things off, that's not it.
I just think it's heartbreaking for the side of New York Subliners. You want to see players like Crim and Clay and HyDra and Neptune succeed, but when there's players like Hixie, like Paul X that are on the bench and challengers, man, you got to start thinking about, we've seen what challengers players can bring to the league, and you got to start exploring your options. It's heartbreaking to say. I wanted New York Subliners to work out so much, but I will say I really like seeing Crim with a sub.
That was beautiful.
It was all right.
I really like it.
It was all right. Crim just can't be like a main sub. Like he has to be like the third flex. In my opinion, he just brings more to the table in that role. But yeah, to pick up off aLLeY's point, it's sad watching New York right now, man. Like they have so much talent on this team. The GMs and people over in the New York camp, they got some tough decisions to make going forward, but they got to do something. And you brought up Paul X and London saying that they're willing to make a move there. Like he could be the guy to bring in.
No, absolutely. I think maybe you move Paul to a main, keep Crim as your flex, and let Neptune and HyDra go back to being the SMG duo.
Paul Goat.
Sensor Martin is another option.
There's a lot of free agents and a lot of good rookies that could come up. I will say that because it's been proven all year long. But speaking about youngsters, let's take a look at what Skies did for the Scump play of the game. The 3K that he got in control was absolutely filthy.
New York literally had Florida looking like the Globetrotters in this series. Like literally, they were flying around, sliding around. Every time you went to Florida's, like they were fully confident. You see, he gets the first kill here, jumps out, turns around, gets this kill as well. Like, this guy was doing
some
obscene.
Put on your montage, guys.
Like, were there palms? Like, the thing was, it's like, they should have had to jump on him for all of those interactions, but he was able to come out with a dub.
Yeah, I mean, the movement was on point. Everybody in this series, like on Florida, was just full confident. You could tell they had no fear of New York whatsoever, and that translates to wins, man.
I do got to say this. What Nameless said earlier on, definitely a big thing. Florida are really starting to separate themselves, and they're a middle-of-the-pack team, man. They've really worked their way up there. But let's also take a look at the skins. If you're a Florida fan, go ahead and represent, show them some love, and support them by getting their skin. If you're not a Florida fan and you just don't like them at all, get your favorite team's skin. And, yeah, when I see you guys in the lobbies, y'all better be flexing, man.
Yo, that orange is kind of fire, right? Like, didn't use, like, the teal that's on there. They accentuated the orange. It kind of stands out amongst the rest of the skins.
It does.
I completely agree, yeah.
Yo, big time. All right, ladies and gentlemen, we have one more series on the day. You guys are going to love this one. It's going to be the Los Angeles Thieves versus none other than, drum roll, OpTic Texas. We'll catch you guys on the other side of the break to close out the day with our Mountain Dew marquee matchup. See you there.
Call of Duty League is brought to you by Zenny. Armor your eyes with Block's gaming glasses starting at $24 by visiting zenny.com/CDL. Upgrade your game with a Scuff, the official controller of the Call of Duty League. The Call of Duty League is brought to you by TeamSpeak, the official broadcast communication partner of the Call of Duty League.
For the rugged. Been a little too nice to y'all. Now I gotta up price on y'all. Snake eyes on dice for y'all. Shoulders on ice for y'all. 8-6 all the hate. I won't get involved today. Got lost in the ball and A's. I'm flipping the bars. I'm flipping the.
Obtain. That's what we wanted. That's what I'm talking about. He don't miss.
All record deals. Tell him talk to Colin for the quote. All record, off record eyes. Still want to act, not the ghost. For the record, I'm done trying to make y'all comfortable.
Inside there, less than 30 seconds, and that bomb goes to boom. Scumpy finds one, the second as well. Here comes the push, pressure now from mid. Drazah. Shotzzy wins a big one. Shotzzy's got to stay alive. Shotzzy tries to make it that bit easier, but that's 3v1. Dashy all alone. Makes it a 3v2. They reach out. Bang!
All right, ladies and gentlemen, the wait is over and the time is now. This is what we've all been waiting for, and all of you Greenwall fans out there are about to go crazy. Here on the desk, my name is aBeZy. I got aLLeY and also Nameless, but OpTic Texas is about to take the digital stage versus the Los Angeles Thieves. And aLLeY, this is a beautiful opportunity for OpTic to leapfrog London and also Atlanta FaZe to be the #1 team in the CDL.
100%. This is the match we've all been waiting for today since Major 1, possibly even kick us a little rematch because it is the Dark Prince versus the King, and this is gonna be hype. Again, OpTic Texas has 95 points. Atlanta FaZe and Atlanta Ravens are sitting at 100. OpTic win this matchup, they jump up to that first place spot.
Got that right, but take a look at the Los Angeles Thieves as well. Nameless, I mean, sitting there with 60 points, they got to work their way up, and we definitely need to see a great performance from them come time, well, from now until Major 2.
Yeah, absolutely. They got to work their way up. You know, they're still in a good spot, sitting in 4th place. LA Thieves is a huge match for them coming off a loss to London Royal Ravens. If they can beat OpTic Texas, they can gain all that confidence right back, Belly.
Got that right. Now, aLLeY, when it comes to the Los Angeles Thieves, I mean, going against OpTic Texas, they have the work cut out for them because we saw their little slip up with the reverse sweep in the losers bracket side in Texas for Major 1, but this time around, they can't get caught slipping.
LA Thieves is a championship caliber team, 100%, but their issue right now is the hardpoint is their best game mode. Control is a little bit of a toss-up. S&D, though, has been down horrendous. 4-9 in S&D right now. When they're getting first bloods, they're just not making that conversion. And when you're going up against a team like OpTic, who is not only good in hardpoint matching your stats at 10 and 5, they're great at S&T and control as well. Dominant in control, if you will, 9 and 1.
Now, when it comes to the game fuel keys to victory, Nameless, what you got for us?
Yeah, this is an interesting series. The hard points are Tuscan and Berlin, so I actually think Thieves kind of made it out in a good spot. You know, having Tuscan, they're 4-0. OpTic's also 4-0 there, but both are unscathed on that map, so that'll get interesting. But then Berlin, OpTic Texas is 0-3 on Berlin hardpoint, and Thieves are undefeated there. It's going to be lit. Is HP sustainable with average slaying 14-4 hardpoint record, but a 1.01 HP KD? Yeah, I think it is sustainable. I don't think that's a huge issue for the Thieves. They've been great in hardpoint all season long. And then get rid of Berlin S&D. They're 0-5 in Berlin S&D. OpTic is 5-2. They did get rid of it, and they have a Desert Siege in this series, which OpTic has never won that map, but neither has Thieves, but that's good because OpTic's been fantastic on the other search and destroy maps. So the map set, like I said, solid for Thieves. And then if you lose the coin toss, just skip map 3. OpTic is 6-1 on Tuscan control. Thieves 1-4, and unfortunately for Nadeshot, they lost the coin toss. JCap, you gotta get better at that.
You gotta get that right. Let's be completely honest. The biggest key to victory here are the Los Angeles Thieves. They have to capitalize on respawn because what we saw in Texas, yo, Nameless in Texas, OpTic, they couldn't be stopped when it came to search and destroy. Matter of fact, what? 12-0 in their last 2. Like,
yeah, no, they've been unstoppable in search and destroy. But I will say this: there's opportunity here. The win condition is going to be that Desert Siege. Octane's going to have to pop off with the sniper. We're going to need to see Envoy and Drazah playing together because they have opportunity here in the hard points. Just across it. I mean, they're undefeated on both of them. That Desert Siege is going to be everything in this series.
Right now, when it comes to OpTic Texas, aLLeY, the champs, the Major I champs, you know, the green wall, they're looking better than ever.
They look fantastic. It's hard to nitpick, right? Dashy was hitting MVP form and heading into that Desert Siege in this series. I'm definitely hoping to see the sniper in his hand, but it's really been iLLeY and Shotzzy for me that have elevated this squad overall.
You got that right. When it comes to the game field keys of victory, other than Dashy just destroying everyone in S&D nameless, what we got?
Well, for the game for keys to victory, OpTic Texas, hill setups need to be on point. Thieves are first in break percentage. What we saw of OpTic Texas was pure excellence in the finals. I mean, throughout the tournament, honestly, they were just fantastic. And then Scump continued to find S&D improvements. 0.82 KD in the season, 0.95 at the major. Obviously a little bit nitpicky of a point, but he can still get better. We've seen him dominate search and destroy in the past. And then also lock down the S&Ds. Thieves are 11th in round 1 percentage, 12th in KD. They have been able to figure it out thus far. And what we've seen out of OpTic Texas, they can punish you. When they get that first blood, when Dashy gets confident, he's pushing mid-map, Shotzzy starts flowing, hitting the movement, being a nuisance, they're unstoppable. And that is what we were waiting for OpTic to get to, and it came together at the major.
I will say this, take a look at the stats, even the second point about Scump as well. When it comes to the KD for this team, I mean, they're the champs. They did everything right. But the one thing I will say, seeing Scump get those impact kills at the major, the crowd was getting just fired up, and the team just played even better because of it. Ladies and gentlemen, let's go ahead and lock this game in the last series of the day. We got LA versus Texas. Miles and Chance, you guys got a good one. Take it away.
We definitely have a good one. This is going to be a lot of fun. First time we get to see OpTic Texas back in action since the major, and of course it was a big win for them. How can we forget? Chance, aLLeY, Thieves. How are we feeling about this series going into it, man? The stats are all on the table. The discussions are already done, but now we, check the gut. How are we feeling?
Well, I mean, the biggest thing for Thieves is today they have to be the best hardpoint team in the game. I know there's been a lot of chatter about them being in the conversation, and they definitely have the best record, but, you know, they split maps against FaZe in hardpoint. They're down against and OpTic, another one of those teams that's going to be top tier. But looking at the maps, again, OpTic is going to be favored for the series. iLLeY is a big factor why, as he is your Mountain Dew future player. Dude popped off the major, but as far as the maps are concerned, I think for Thieves, it's going to be solid across the board. That being said, iLLeY is definitely a player they got to shut down.
Yeah, indeed. He's instrumental when it comes to the big wins for anything going the way of OpTic. And look at the stats again. Your boy ain't bad whatsoever. So, again, as the desk touched upon before, that map number 3 is going to be a real favorite for the OpTic guys going into Tuscan Control. But, we've got a long way to go. Bit of Desert Siege as well. They're in the Search and Destroy mix. This is going to be a lot of fun. What did Rambo say, Chance, to us at the major? 60%. We have seen 60% of OpTic's capability in that finals against FaZe. Who knows what we're going to see this major. It's going to be fun. Can't wait. Minnesota, baby. We get to go back.
I mean, that'll be like the interesting thing to see, right? Because I think FaZe, when they came out in their first series back after the major, they falter against Seattle, right? And that's something that can be just a thought in the back of your head, just a seed of doubt that can be planted. And confidence is obviously key. You can ask New York about how important confidence is. It's the main factor. So for FaZe to falter early, get a couple tweets out of the guys as well, at least that thought in the back of their mind. So for OpTic, it's about coming out and taking care of business, right? You can't falter, especially not in your searches against a team for the Thieves where that game mode has been weak for the squad. It is about finding those consistent improvements. That is something iLLeY has talked about time and time again. And as you pointed out, the coaching staff is absolutely on the same page.
They're certainly confident in the players' abilities, and so they should be, but we'll see as we're almost ready to get into our first matchup. The last one of the day, the last one of the week. Sunday has been so fun so far, thrills and chills, and again, commiserations to New York. If you're still watching, New York fans, it can only get better right from here on out. But hey, we're going to have a great series ahead of us. Of course, our Mountain Dew marquee matchup, and iLLeY, our Mountain Dew featured player, going to be seeing how he goes today, mate. Can't wait. But Chance, as far as our first map goes, I mean, are you leaning either way? Of course, like iLLeY Thieves, one of the best hardpoint teams in the game. Have they dropped a step? Is that the case right now?
It's the true square up map, right? Like OpTic banned Gavutu, but I think for all the memes and all the chatter about, hey, don't chalice on Gavutu from the LA Thieves, I don't know if necessarily that's their best map. They have a 4-0 record on Tuscan. It is one of their widest point disparities in the hard points, and their KD is a lot better. They only have a 0.97 on Gavutu, and that's with their 5-2 overall record. They have a 1.06 on this map. So I think one of the reasons we see teams consistently square up on Gavutu is because of how strong their Tuscan actually is. And of course, for the Thieves, well, the same can be said for OpTic Texas as well. Also a 4-0 record. This is, kickoff classic notwithstanding. So they're They're also great. They're also dominant. OpTic have a slightly better KD, but it is very much a square up map.
It's interesting to think, like, you know, how far the stats have gone since kickoff. You know, a lot of teams starting to really develop their favorites. And again, the best teams, they're the ones without any weaknesses, with the most broad map pools. And I think that's what we're looking at for teams like FaZe. You know, we've been joking about, like, I tweeted about it yesterday saying that, you know, look forward to seeing Atlanta FaZe 2.0 coming into the, you know, this show. Obviously, they lose to Seattle there, but this is the squad, and the same thing can be said about OpTic, same thing can be said about LA Thieves, same can be said about London. All these teams are now improving on those weak maps, improving on the weak pools, and trying to find, you know, zero weaknesses going into these next 4 majors. But yeah, we're almost ready to get into this one, friends. Should be a bloodbath once things get going. But yeah, Chance, anything about the search and destroy? I suppose we can touch on briefly again for Desert Siege coming up. Of course, that's going to be map number 2. Which way are we dressing for that one, brother?
I mean, I would lean OpTic just based off the way that they've been playing Search and Destroy lately. I mean, going out of their way to try to be mistake-free. But, I mean, here's your comparison to Tuscan. Dominant from both teams. The only real standout is LA Thieves. Not phenomenal on the rotations, but when you're top 2 and actually breaking, you can understand why they have success. So, I mean, maybe based off that, a slight lean towards OpTic, but that also depends on the matches they play. It's 4-0 for both teams, undefeated. Both are going to be happy to be here. But Miles, you were talking about weaknesses for both of these teams. We'll have them within this series. Desert Siege, not particularly strong for either one of these teams. Berlin Hardpoint gets through, which I know OpTic has talked about a lot, that in scrims, they're dominant at the map, that they rarely lose it. But 0-3 when we've actually been able to watch them play. So Berlin Hardpoint absolutely be a focus point for OpTic later on, but Tuscan Hardpoint, the opening break ensues. We expect Thieves to get in the hill first, but looks like a couple nades might soften that blow.
And there we go, into our first map. First time we've seen the Major 1 champs in action. And LA Thieves looking to square on up here on Tuscan. So far, so good. LA Thieves on opening gambit. A nice time going their way. Kills coming through. It's going to be Scump finding the 2 of them right off in the feed. The 30 seconds remaining here on the point. We should be seeing OpTic get a bit of this as Shotzzy hit the flanks. Shotzzy gets the 3rd. Shotzzy can't get them all, but baby's doing the damage early on.
You know, Dashy big chilling at 0-0 right now. He hasn't had a lot to do, just trying to lock it down and keep spawns. And that was a very spread out opening break for OpTic. They almost played it like S&D where they send Shotzzy through P5, but he delivers. You get the break, and I mean, you deal with not really the bad spawns necessarily, but you get to the hill second. You turn that into a hill victory, and you out-rotate like this with Scump getting the setup towards P5. OpTic right now, they are feeling fantastic.
Here comes the counter-attack now from Thieves, making the break forward. Envoy can't get any more out of this one. Dashy lining them up from the back line, picking them down. Here comes the hit now once again, up close and personal for the LA Thieves. Drazah, first in, gets dropped by iLLeY. Nice 2-piece out of him. That's why he's our Mountain Dew featured player, currently on a 4 spree. Only member up now for the LA Thieves is, of course, going to be Kenny. The rest of the squad now pumping their way through P5. Bit of a split now through mid. Having to think about next, maybe. You've got 30 seconds remaining here. A lot of time you don't want to give up. And Dashy, again, from that back truck position, he's bringing them down, tagging them up. Here's the damage, here's the crossfire, and it's Scump in the kill feed. Finding himself 2 more. Time's all theirs. The LA Thieves took a little bit too long to really get into the party there. OpTic, 64 to the 11 for the LA Thieves.
Hey, Boss, this is beautiful. I mean, you're already dominating like this. P2, and look at the rotation. You out-rotate them to P3 as well. This is as good as it gets, and we talk about being mistake-free in the S&D. This has been such a controlled, right from the opening break, like map right now from OpTic. I mean, again, if Dashy's 0-0, just locking down spawns, there's not a lot to do. Shotzzy's been able to do whatever he wants. On top of the fact that he has 9 kills, he's the guy rotating. We have 15 seconds gone by, and there looks to be little hope for this break. Octane can't quite deliver, and the trades come through. And it looks like LA Thieves maybe gifted the spawns in the back, but that does not mean they have control of this hard point. OpTic still pouring on that pressure.
Great teamwork out of OpTic again. Kenny can't stay alive in the back for too long. He comes a hit through the front. Envoy beat dropped down. It's over to Scump once again. Octane now bringing the kills forward. Dashy wins it for now as the trades are almost done. Here comes Drazah. Straight into the mouth of Big Bruce. Eats him alive. That's 3 in a row. Kenny now getting in the mix as well. Final few seconds here on our 3rd hard point in the first set. And again, looks to be the LA Thieves scrap time. Rotation's already down. Over to Church we go. Octane caught seemingly unaware in that position as OpTic make their way through the top side of the map. You've got Kenny on the point, trying to find what he can. iLLeY rips him down. That's going to be time going the way of Texas.
Again, just absolutely perfect. Shotzzy going around and catching these players off rotation. OpTic hunting down the players in the back. I mean, they are playing, again, nearly perfect hard point. They are making sure that they are not going to falter. Easy gunfights for iLLeY, but aBeZy actually guns him down, and that is the type of play Thieves are going to need to have any hope of trying to swing back in this game.
Thieves trying to make the break here on Church. Not an easy thing to do indeed. Scump's up top now. Let's go for a very quick listen in with OpTic Texas.
Yeah, I have time. Right there, stud.
Kenny, one shot on you.
I'm trying to get to know. I'm on my front. I'm on my front.
Kenny, so one shot on you.
I'm ready roof.
I'm coming to you. I'm rushing.
I'm ready roof. No, they can be new. They can be new. I can hold this time if you want. Okay, I'm bumping.
Drazah dead. I'm one shot.
I'm one shot.
I'm in you.
I'm front. Kenny, 1 HP. Two front on me.
I'm playing stairs.
Alright, 1 roof now.
I'm on stairs.
You want mid? Okay, there roof.
Out mid, dead.
Okay, there roof. You.
I'm response. You're dead.
Nice. I'm low well.
One shot. Stay down time, guys.
Where this spot?
I'm mid. I need it back.
I'm going church for a sec.
Yeah, I'm mid.
I think what is roof?
I'm
two roof. I hear that.
Two more roof. Nice. Guys, help me.
Yeah, I hear that. I hear out.
Drazah dead.
Nice.
I'm still holding, guys. I'm on upstairs.
Nice. Good check. Let me know when he's low.
Yeah, I'm
dead. I'm 1 HP, guys. I'm 1 HP.
I'm still low. I'm still low.
Watch out, top again. Literally both top again. I hear that. More top again said more. Octane up to their stairs. I didn't drop my mid. Double kill him.
I'm holding low. Our side and close. Low stairs.
I'm hitting all them. One more time.
Watch out. I'm gonna roll.
He's our hole. Watch out, Brandon.
Where's first guy?
I'm holding our hole. It's 2 at all.
Yeah, I'm already on you.
Octane dead. She's one more load.
I saw their side.
I'm seeing anything mid.
I'm on you right now, guys. You guys are mid?
2 are radio.
That's fine. Let's play tight setup on you.
I'm holding mid.
I'll go God heading. Go.
Yeah, I spawned out. I'm coming to get you. I'm coming to get you. I'm fucking out of box.
I'm needing you.
They could be their side.
I need you, Seth.
Yo, you on me already.
Yeah, they're already you guys.
They're gonna be guys.
Clean comms as ever, chance, but OpTic Texas are hitting new levels here in stage 2.
I mean, genuinely near perfect play. If not for like iLLeY getting the streaks, that is the only thing they could have done better, and that was just Octane winning a massive gunfight. I mean, every single rotation, Shotzzy's taking routes, playing them like a fiddle. I mean, this has been incredibly efficient. Meanwhile, like teammates for Octane potentially coming through or whatever blew him up does not make a difference. OpTic, they have the setup on the new hill. They have a 100-point lead, and they're making sure they are keeping Thieves pinned in their spawn. This has just been a blinder of a Tuscan hardpoint so far.
So far, will we see the LA Thieves pull this one back? It's Envoy straight into the point. He brings down iLLeY for now, and you've got a moment of breathing time now to pick up some seconds here in this hardpoint in the second set. First is up, cleaned up. Time goes the way mostly of OpTic Texas. Now over towards second, you're going to see Dashy there first and foremost. iLLeY's got the back covered, and it's Envoy on your screen trying to make the entry now, trying to sneak in. Will he find an opening? Will he find any way into the backside of this hard point as it pops wide open? Column currently in the hands of OpTic.
And I think right now Thieves just trying to figure out where they want to group up from. It is going to be 3, maybe make it all 4 players in through top Church and then cutting through TJHaly, trying to time it out. Drazah and Kenny, the duo together, well, getting chopped down together. OpTic maybe making that a clean 4-man wipe as Scump with the pistol wipes them all down. Dashy was 0-0 basically through the first hill. Now he is 20-8. OpTic just being able to do whatever they want on every single rotation, as clean as could be.
It really is as clean as could be. 200 points now across to the 88 of the LA Thieves. It has been an absolute trouncing here on Tuscan. The match is far from over. Well, not that far. Actually, it's getting towards the business end, certainly. But at this point in time, the LA Thieves, they are getting absolutely handed to them. 20-15 there from Scump for Shotzzy. 22-9 from Scump. 18-10 Scump. Sorry, Dashy 22-9. iLLeY at 19-10. It's insane. Trust the kills across the board. I mean, we haven't seen a team play this well together in the kills department in a real long time. This is a very good look for OpTic.
I mean, this is the kind of map where we just have to stop saying after this that Thieves are the best hardpoint team in the game, right? Whether or not the record is there. I mean, they are just literally getting picked apart one by one. That is an instant break. That was the clean 4-man wipe, and this is Thieves forced to funnel into the line of fire. A Dashy 24-9. You know he's not going to miss. It's the nade to take him down, but it doesn't matter. The cuts are there. iLLeY MP40 Automaton does not matter. OpTic, aBeZy just putting in some serious work on this map.
Unbelievable display so far. Still got a couple of hardpoint potentially to go, and here we go. The last 10 seconds. No one's there for the break just yet. Kenny going to try to make his way forward now with a quick contest. Here comes your Mountain Dew featured player, iLLeY, right into the fray. And the nades are going to clean him up. You've got the rotation already, and it's Shotzzy in position here. Bottom Church side, across the map they go. LA Thieves have done the best they could to break that hardpoint to save the game for now. But you got one more hardpoint to deal with. Here we go. OpTic lining this one up. Dashy from the back. Entries through the front. iLLeY guns all 3. That is a wonderful opener, an unbelievable performance there on Tuscan, and holy what a start to the series.
4-0 was the record for Thieves on this map. The #1 overall hardpoint record in the game. Welcome to the 100-point club, OpTic Texas. That might be one of the best played maps of this year from start to finish. I mean, you can pick apart at the details a few moments where you want them to win that extra gunfight, but outside of that, every rotation on point.
Man.
Shotzzy. Bro, even the play he had on Octane where he lets him sneak by top roof, he's literally waiting for the timing of like the next hill to pop, so when he gets the kill, you spawn him out for that hill. Like every single thing down to the last detail. OpTic Texas putting in absolute work. I mean, that's what, a plus 15, plus 13, plus 6, plus 11, maybe 35 kills up in the slaying department against a team like LA Thieves. A brutal way for OpTic to kick off this series.
One way to get things going, kills department, rotations, you name it, that small game being played. Wow, OpTic Texas, what an opener that was. The LA Thieves got a little bit of soul searching to do going into the search and destroy on Desert Siege, but until then, keep the highlights, friends. This was a little bit of everything. I think this was the play from Shotzzy, allowing that player to run by. Watch the hard point timer as well. Left, right, good night. He's about to cut Octane down, but it's just unbelievable work out of the squad. Absolute finesse.
Yeah, that is going to be painful for Octane to go back on the rewatch and realize what was happening just from Shotzzy playing that tight corner. But again, it was the little things like this on top of the fact that it's literally 4 players across the board just slaying out of their minds. Even the opening break from OpTic Texas was class. I mean, you could not ask for anything more. And I mean, I'll be honest, man, you get 100-point club, that might be just a confidence-shattering moment for LA Thieves. I mean, I think their entire game plan post the major is, hey, we just work on our S&D, we'll be in a good spot. That might not be the case. They have more things to work on now as other teams are just, I don't know, trying to push pace.
Yeah, at this point in time, yeah, looking at a scoreline like that, given the current state of affairs for the LA Thieves search and destroy, we'll see though. Again, everything, they have a couple of days of practice going into this one, but for Desert Siege, a map that's not particularly strong for either team, we're in for a treat here, friends. We're in for a real show. This is going to be a lot of fun, but this is a must-win right now for the LA Thieves. Tuscan's a strong favorite for OpTic Texas coming into the series. If you don't want this to be a swift 3-0, you better pull out something special now, friends, because you get to Tuscan on that map 3.
Yeah, that is the ultimate point. A 6-1 record for OpTic on that map versus a 1-4 for Thieves. And obviously, I think OpTic, you can almost decisively say best control team in the game right now. I know long-term, once we switch from Ticks deciding defense, yeah, once we get to the Ticks, OpTic will be an interesting team to look at just because I know they are incredibly consistent for their round 5s actually pulling defense. But, I mean, that's going forward. As far as this series is concerned, obviously, we don't want to get too ahead of ourselves with the hot takes. Maybe Thieves put enough focus in the past few days on S&D that they just weren't getting good hard point scrims to explain away map 1. But yeah, if there's not an instant bounce back on map 2, that is, I mean, yeah, that might be just GG.
It could be GG's. Again, anything can happen. We've seen it time and time again here in the CDL. These, you know, when it hits the fan, baby, does it hit the fan, friends? Yeah, well, thankfully we're not cleaning it up. But looking at the stats, though, going into our search and destroy, again, 2 teams who have put on a good show, has to be said. But the difference here is big. This is top performance for both teams in the search. Dashy with that 1.17, massive work out of him. And Envoy, a very different player, admittedly, stylistically and role-wise. As you can see, Chance, this is the top performers. And if Envoy's your guy picking up the majority of those kills, I don't know what it says too much about the LA Thieves search.
Exactly. Your top performer has a negative KD. That is really all that needs to be said. And I know this is a map, Desert Siege, where Thieves have had some semblance of success on, like Octane with the snipes and whatnot, a couple clutches from like Kenny in the past, but I mean, that is well in the past over the course of the actual stage, right? 0-2 on this map. They've only won 37% of their rounds, and I know OpTic, it used to be almost their auto veto. They've only actually played it once or twice, including the Kickoff Classic, but once through stage 1. But I know that was something I talked to Ray about, and he was like, look, we've been putting in serious work to make sure we are prepared for everything. If OpTic Texas is a team, we know we're thinking about the finals. You know you have to play every single map just about -1 hard point, so they got to be well prepared, and whether or not be Bocage in the graphic or Desert Siege actually on your screen, OpTic will be ready to go.
We'll see. Desert Siege map 2 coming up. Of course, our Mountain Dew marquee matchup, and so far it's been one hell of a display from OpTic Texas there in the hard point. Now, as we get back to the search and destroy, a slight delay before we go into this one, but Desert Siege, yeah, we've seen it a few times here in the league, got some crazy moments and certainly happened. We're going to pull that lobby back together indeed as the players will that slightly nervous tension. I think a lot more confident for the top side of the screen right now. Let them get on with that. But Chance, again, as far as the search goes, yeah, LA Thieves have got, they had a lot of work to do going into Major 1, coming in now into Stage 2, looking towards that second Major. It has to be one of the top priorities for sure. I mean, it's a glaring hole in their otherwise pretty solid gameplay.
Without question. And OpTic is a great team for Thieves to go against to sort of get your baseline on how good your S&D is, because OpTic Texas have absolutely cleaned theirs up. Maybe not the best team in the game, but certainly in that conversation, going toe-to-toe with the likes of Atlanta FaZe. And I think the most impressive thing for me for OpTic is, like, they must have had like a soul-searching conversation in practice to like make the conscious decision anytime you get a first blood, like whatever the play off the opening break is, regroup, take your time, play for kills. Like, they're not rushing anything with the bomb plants. And it seems to be just like a hardcore conscious effort to play as mistake-free as possible. And there's been a few hiccups here and there. Again, that's why we can't call them the actual best, but they're certainly knocking on that devil's door. And I think that's a conversation many teams in this league actually need to have. Like, even like, you know, I'm thinking about the Desert Siege where New York, the round where Neptune goes and pick up 2 kills, and then Ravens just instantly 2v4 and just pick them apart one by one. When you watch OpTic get these man advantages, it's just a regroup to make sure we are giving away no freebies. If there's any potential for someone to clutch against us, they are gonna have to earn it. And because of that, I think one of the biggest factors, if not the biggest factor, for OpTic Texas being your Stage 1 Major champions. And again, if they're making improvements like we just saw in the hard point, who knows how good their S&D can get.
Again, we think about the S&D as well, and even going back to that Major, it was Atlanta FaZe. Those were the only map wins they managed to pick up in that finals was in the Search and Destroy. So again, maybe a weakness when it comes to OpTic Texas. We'll see, of course, as we get into the Desert Siege. But man, it's been a ride, Chance, since kickoff. Again, this season is flying by. Admittedly, feels a little shorter than others, but so far, I mean, it's been incredible to note the changes and the improvements teams are making. OpTic Texas now, yeah, looking on that search, controls already pretty squeaky clean. After that hard point, I think you just shocked the league. You just rocked everyone's foundations about what they thought was a really good looking hard point. You just absolutely smoked the Thieves on Tuscan like that. It'd be interesting to see, you know, how this shapes things up. How does this change things? What, you know, given what we saw yesterday with FaZe and with Surge, there's definitely some shaky sides for everyone right now. Texas seem to be the only team who don't look a little, you know, weak at the knees.
This is the series where we find out, though, right? I mean, it could very well be the case. And keep in mind, yes, OpTic are like heftily favored for the map 3, but Berlin is a map 4 where they're 0-3 on it. They've had some tough losses, so we haven't actually seen the cleanest gameplay from them. So, I mean, if Thieves clutch up on the S&D, you might see a map 4, and if Thieves can pull that one off, like, this could be a series with Game 5 written all over it. Again, the map 1 is just obviously concerning, but just a nice little indication for the S&D struggles, right? I think the last in the KD department is the single biggest factor in my mind. In the first blood, they've fallen off too. There was a time, especially with Octane with the snipe, where the first bloods were going their way, but that is no longer the case. Offense, defense, it doesn't matter. Actually clutching your 4v3s when you get the first picks, it has not been there. I mean, the expectation was S&D needed to be this team's single biggest focus coming into this brand new stage. And this is, again, just the perfect indication. OpTic, a team that is happy to avoid mistakes at all costs. Thieves got to find a way to put it together. And off the break, Octane, no boomstick, sticking with the automaton, but aggressive over towards A. Thieves looking for that lane control.
They're real aggressive. iLLeY does manage to get that first ball in the Drazah. About to do feature player. Starts things off great. Now, will they predict the plant? Probably not, but they've got themselves set up now to hit the site as soon as that bomb goes down. Scump's making his way forward. Nice shots out of Envoy there. Now, Scump's up next. He does have Shotzzy on just to his immediate left, now trying to make their way towards that bomb site. Nades up over the top. All the usual spots to check. Kenny now pushing up the back line. You've got Octane watching the middle. This should be an absolute bout. Here we go. Less than 30 on the clock.
Oh, Envoy straight up just gunning people to win them this round, right? Even Scump on the cross, 31 HP, and, well, he gets the heal back up, but he's forced to flock forward. Wins one, but Envoy now looking for the ace. And Dashy, I mean, almost unwinnable. You see just great shoulder peeks thrown from either side. And shout out to Envoy just for getting that first blood. This is not the man you want to feed that last kill to, and I think Dashy doesn't need to take a tumble off the map, but make sure he does not feed those kills. That gunfight win against iLLeY, that is the opener for Thieves. That is what they need. That is also a 3v4 clutch effectively to kick the game off.
Top performer in your team for a reason. Man alive from Envoy. That was something special. Outstanding work from the Dark Prince. And we are running with that nickname. That's a real thing. He was the Prince on OpTic, and then of course he leaves OpTic, comes over, he dons the black and red of the LA Thieves, and immediately picks up the new moniker. And here we go, round 2. A slight exchange through middle. Nice shots again out of iLLeY. Another first blood under Drazah. He certainly has his name. Number gets him. Envoy says ASL to Shotzzy, and he's like, something M mid-map. Gotcha. Done and dusted. 4 in a row now for Envoy. We're all level 3v3.
Yeah, I think Drazah maybe needs to throw a couple more shoulders there. By the way, OpTic completely readjusted 3 players over towards A, but also got to tip the cap to Envoy. He's up top, and that wall's broken, so he can spot it out. He is the information man for the team. The nade, honestly, might be able to finish one of these players off. Not the case, that bomb is going to go down, but Envoy, he is on a fort. You got to keep him in mind.
Here comes the pinch. You about to hit all sides of the train. It's going to be a great heist now towards the bomb site. Envoy finding one, traded out immediately. Kenny's there for a kill. It's going to be a 1v1. It's Octane v Scump, but it's over. Octane lands the final shots as the trades come to a close, and damn, was that a fast retake.
Yeah, that'd be good news for OpTic. You at least shut Envoy down. Bad news, well, Thieves, again, just having the perfect storm on that hill. Playing with confidence as well. You know, the first blood from Drazah, not the best look, but obviously for iLLeY, just a nice angle to take him down. I also think Envoy is definitely a player that did his homework. We have seen Shotzzy many times on this map. I mean, there's a couple different ways you can jump up to get in that second story of the middle building, but as much as Shotzzy loves to do it, Envoy waiting to take him down. I think if you can ever nullify Shotzzy in any game mode, you are much more comfortable on the map.
5-1 for Envoy now coming into the 3rd round. And OpTic hyper-aggressive towards A, and through mid-map we go. Shotzzy's going to find one before dipping out. Reinforcements are here. Another pinch, though. Pinches on pinches. Octane trying to find something there as Drazah gets involved as well. It's a nice bit of trade action now as the LA Thieves all finishes for them. They've got the man advantage. 3v2, and the bomb is still active in the hands of Envoy. But here comes iLLeY. Oh, no! iLLeY guns him down. It's all on Dashy. Dashy in the 1v3. He's trying to make it happen. Drazah's now going to try to find something around the corner, and Dashy shots are good, but not enough. LA Thieves, profound levels of confidence after that bomb goes down. You're not going to let Big Bruce do anything there. Great stuff again.
3 phenomenal rounds from the Thieves, right? We're talking about OpTic not making mistakes, and I don't even know if you could really chalk that up as a mistake. They make a nice play, pushing up the trains. They get those first bloods, but Drazah wins a big one. Octane on the wrap back, and this is 3 clinical rounds from the Thieves. S&D has to be their focus point, and obviously after a tough map 1 loss, you got to bounce back, but so far so good. Dashy, though, I mean, it looks like he's trying to get twisted. Always got to keep an eye on him, but they're working from a tough place, and Octane gets the first blood, takes iLLeY down, and Envoy ready for Shotzzy again. A+ on the homework. Thieves looking in prime position to bounce back from map 1 and maybe dominate map 2 as well.
Nice
now it's
work.
about not giving up the clutch, because this is the 2v4 potential.
Scump's trying. The angles are there. All down to Dashy now. 1v3, 1v2, finding 1 kill at a time. All good. Drazah makes the read, and lordy. Oh, lordy, the LA Thieves looking super clean here in the search. And again, Chance, testament to the mental fortitude. You get thunderclap like that on Tuscan, your ears are still ringing. You can't sit down for a week. But they come back here in Desert Siege and they pull rounds like this. This is a great series so far.
I mean, it also might be the conversation of like, hey, have the memory of a goldfish, just forget about it immediately. And they're playing with confidence too. So I don't think they maybe lost a step. They're happy for that bounce back, and Octane, the snipe hasn't been necessary. Trying to see if he's actually pulling out for this moment. No, sticking with the automaton. He's ready for the late round clutches, and if you can shoot like that, what's the point of using a car? Octane, another first blood for the Thieves.
Ridiculous accuracy at range. Now Scump's trying to throw a couple of shoulders here over by the B-bomb. You're starting to get that pressure forward as Envoy gets Dashy as well. So that's going to be now a 4v2 situation. iLLeY's trying to make it that bit more even. Big kill again at range. But Kenny's in behind. Spots it, takes care of iLLeY. Big work. All on Scump, 1v3. The bomb's been planted as well. Now Scump's got nearly an impossible task of taking care of all 3 of them and getting the defuse. LA Thieves, it is squeaky clean here on Desert Siege.
I mean, hey, man, who needs a close map when you can just dominate? Like, what's the difference? I mean, without question, some of the finest S&D work Thieves have put in this year, and it's not even really complicated what they're doing. Literally just gunning them for the first bloods. Octane's provided. And I think Envoy's setting the pace as well. I think quite a few times now on defense, he's been the player up top, and he's using an automaton to do it just to shut down Shotzzy. And if Shotzzy's being nullified at 1 and 5, if he can't be comfortable on this map, again, that makes your life that much easier. By the way, potential angle here for Octane, looking for his next first blood, but prone block is there, and Shotzzy able to take him down, but free and easy flank. Drazah gets one, gets out of dodge.
3v3, right back at it we go. Got to watch out for iLLeY, though. He's in the deep left corner now. So Drazah makes his way forward. And again, this building's going to provide just that vision block for now. Kenny may have been spotted, maybe not. Shotzzy cut down once again by Envoy. He has been unbelievable. Nice win out of iLLeY. Buys his way into the kill feed. Can't quite get it again as Drazah. He's had a brilliant round. This is it. Dashy, it's all on you to buy your team a lifeline here. 1v2. He's tagged up. He's in trouble. And okay, he wins the fight. Can't get away with his life. LA Thieves. It's as if Tuscan never existed. They hand back the thunderclaps, and all of a sudden, forecast says we got one hell of a stormy series ahead of us, friends. We're tied up 1-1, and this is two juggernauts exchanging blows.
I mean, an absurd series so far. OpTic pick him apart in the hard point, and then, I don't know, LA Thieves said, hold my controller, and just put them in the absolute dirt or in the desert. I mean, the first
in the
blood
sand,
almost
right?
categorically, yeah, there you go, in the sand. But I mean, first blood's on point. I think OpTic maybe got 2. I think it was 4 from the Thieves. Octane collecting a couple. I mean, a big round 1 from Envoy just to make sure they clutched that original 3v4. And after that, I mean, Envoy seemingly unkillable, 1,200 damage, 9 kills to his name. If it wasn't for the fact that that's one of the hottest 6-0s we've had this year, he would have easily broken double digits. But I don't know. Everything we thought after map 1, just erase that from your memory. This is the series of possibilities. Anything can happen.
And what a Mountain Dew marquee match we've got in our hands now. Tuscan control now we go to, and this is where, again, we sort of get back on script. 250-96, 6-0. This should be a close one. However, we are still heavily favoring OpTic statistically coming into this recent form. Also being considered, they're damn good at control. They're damn good on the map in general. But right now, I'm kind of, I don't know anymore, bro. I'm kind of like, just give us a good series. Just give us a good series. Give us an absolute humdinger. That's what we want. That's what we want.
I suppose it like literally made the case where like OpTic come out in 3-0 on Tuscan and then get 100-point clubbed on Berlin. I'm not making predictions. I don't know what's going to happen, but at the very least, that is impressive for the resolve of Thieves. Again, to get 100-point clubbed and to bounce back and just absolute 6-0 smoke your opponent in that moment. And now I suppose it's OpTic's turn to see how they bounce back after a blowout map.
Well, let's find out what happens. Let's throw to a quick commercial break on the other side. Tuscan control.
The Call of Duty League is brought to you by Game Fuel. Victory in a can. The Call of Duty League is brought to you by Zenni. Armor your eyes with Block's gaming glasses starting at $24 by visiting zenni.com/CDL.
We're all squared up coming into the Tuscan control. Little look back though across this search and destroy. An absolute screamer from the LA Thieves as they bounce back after getting whooped on Tuscan. But so far, can't be too disappointed, can we, Chance?
I mean, it depends. If you want a close series, you can be disappointed. But if you're a fan of either of these teams, you have at least had one map of celebration. And I gotta say, at least for the feel of it, the teams might disagree, but like map one, it didn't feel like Thieves played terribly. OpTic just played perfect, and then it flipped. I didn't think OpTic played the Siege too poorly. Thieves just played it perfectly. So I don't know what the deal is, but we move into control, and you know what the situation is, right? Kenny absolutely can slay, gets a good chunk of kills, has a decent KD, but Dashy, and especially on Tuscan, has just been running the show. But we talked about weak points. Desert Siege was a weak map for Thieves. We saw how that went. Tuscan Control, a weak map for him as well. But I mean, at this point, who knows what can happen? They had the game plan for map 2 to shut down Shotzzy. If you have some sort of semblance of a game plan to shut down Dashy on this map, well, that might be the key.
Yeah, we'll see. Vibes are an all-time high for both teams right now, it would seem, as we get ready to get into this one. But hey, man, Tuscan, when it comes to Dashy on control, he has been the man. Like 40 bomb against some top teams when it came to land. Brilliant performance in that grand finals. Ridiculous. Records for both teams, very different, Trans.
And one of the takeaways for this, by the way, is the round win percentage for 59%. I think OpTic would actually have one of the better offensive win rates on this map as well. So offense, defense for OpTic, I mean, it definitely matters, but it's not a massive deal. But obviously for those round 5, should we get it, that is why the slang is not always going to be a factor for at least the time being. If you can't stop Dashy, that means you are absolutely going to get out slayed. And hey, there's the matchup. There's the first blood. It would have been a second, but he's throwing the stun. But doesn't matter, stun or no stun. Clean forward down. OpTic full speed ahead already. 2 players on B.
They hit him with a straight skirt straight onto the point. Kenny does find 2 off spawns. So that keeps everything a little safe for now. But Dashy currently at 3-0. A wonderful opening break either way for OpTic Texas. Now over to the point. iLLeY manages to win 2 on A. Envoy nearly gets dropped there up close and personal, but the rat-a-tat-tat from his back pocket saves the day. A second segment nearly done. Kenny, wow, massive out of iLLeY. Unbelievable. Mountain Dew featured player, 4-0 so far. Doesn't matter if he's stunned. Doesn't matter if he's at disadvantage. Finding the kills.
He's also snuck through right. There's number 5. He's going to be thinking about some streaks. His teammates are in the back, but the back spawns aren't blocked. So that is 2 players on the tank. And I don't think iLLeY read it. I think he was expecting, well, the field spawn and, well, the stun hits him in the face. So small little mishap there. But either way, I mean, you got pressure on the point. More importantly for OpTic, I mean, it's already a 6-life lead. You do get clean house, but I mean, if you have that big of just a kill advantage, you're not in a bad spot, but you gotta kill Octane because that's the response Thieves needed.
Okie dokie. Draining the second segment A now, but the B attack is basically where OpTic are going. So here we go. It's all going to come down to Drazah. He's going to wait for his squad to now back him up, help out, but Dashy is absolutely reaping his way across the map. Kenny now trying to get back involved in the fight. They've stopped the clock at 40. Envoy's up. He's in. Toe-to-toe with Shotzzy. It's a big win, but the trade's coming through. Nice nade from downtown there from Octane. Going to keep the clock flowing for now. Defensive reshuffle, but OpTic have oscillated back over towards A.
Can you see the play right, though, for Octane? He is also on a 5 spree. We've seen a couple near kill streaks in this game, and, well, that'll be another near kill streak. He gets shut down. Cleaning house towards the middle of the map is Scump. He's able to pick up 2, but he does get traded. A point should be secured, and again, it was basically because of the opening break that OpTic had, still maintaining that life advantage. A +4 now in that column, 1 minute and 30 seconds to see if they can get pressure over towards B, but for the moment, not the case. Envoy running the show. Now a 2 life advantage. LA Thieves trying to keep things tight.
Just over a minute to play with. Drazah yet to get a kill. 0-6. 11-7. OpTic with a life lead. Drazah, here comes your first. Will Shotzzy check it? Oh, he's so hard to kill. He's so aware. Heading the outside. Here comes the push. Shotzzy is so hard to kill. Shotzzy is so hard to kill. He's a nightmare. I almost dropped an F-bomb. He's so hard to deal with. OpTic are on point now. That's a big stack. There's only 2 members of the Thieves left. This is not going to be good. And man alive, Shotzzy just finds a way. In he goes again, 4 in a row now. Shotzzy is so hard to kill.
And his name is Hazard. Drazah Hazard, 007 to finish that round. That play from Shotzzy, by the way, on point. Knows Drazah's down low. What does he do? Abandons him, runs past. I'm assuming shoots an LA Thieves player in the back because they were thinking Drazah had that push and then, well, doubles back to clean him up. Drazah just got caught completely unaware. And I apologize, not James Bond, 008, MI6's new agent.
Whoever the hell that is. Drazah, the woes continue. First blood there from iLLeY. Envoy, though, picks up at least one top church site. This is going to keep the pressure up now for the LA Thieves as they slowly capture A. Solo cap right now for Octane. Big wins again from Envoy. That boy had his Weetabix today. That's one for the Brits back home, a.k.a. at the Breakfast of Champions, and he's feeling damn fine thus far.
I was thinking for a second he juked the kill cam, but OpTic honestly not like super responsive to it, so they're just going for a more traditional setup, but this is where the flank comes through. Finds the first, but it looks like Thieves are sort of playing for the middle of the map, maybe trying to put the pressure just to get the kills column back in their favor, and Drazah finally getting a few. He comes off this life and at least goes on a 2 spree. Now an opportunity for him to start to slay. Yeah, we're gonna see if he can get it going. 2's great to start things off. Any more would be nice. Shotzzy's gonna dodge the nade there on the B point. The slow cap still continues as Envoy's going to finish the job over on A. That's going to give an additional minute of time to work with. That's a lot of time. LA Thieves with a life lead, and here we go. Drazah, what more have you got? As Envoy now with a hit through top church, you're going to find a couple more kills on those OpTic players, but the trades are abound. You don't have a full force, full strength now for the LA Thieves to try to hit the B point, but we're going to give it the old college try anyway. Here we go. Envoy's going to find one. Octane doesn't know where to look, frankly, as Shotzzy continues to be a ghost here on Tuscan. It's just another dagger, right? As soon as Scump wins that gunfight on Drazah, well, part of the lane is open for Thieves. You have too many things to look at, and you end up getting flanked and shot in the back. At the very least, they've cleared house. They got everybody geared up towards P5, but even then, players just getting picked apart, whether it's Dashy on the cross through a window or Shotzzy up top church making plays. There's potentially number 4 in a row, and well, he's behind enemy lines for LA Thieves. Now a constant thorn in their side. They have to worry about Shotzzy.
Shotzzy's moving fast as well. Can the Thieves capitalize the numbers? Here they go through the front. They're going to find at least one. Trades are through. Shotzzy's getting involved on the back line. The pinch is good. Drazah's the only one left up. It's a 1v1 against Shotzzy for now. Dashy's going to hopefully pick him up there on point. And oh no! Drazah's alive somehow. Scump's now going to try to find it as the Alaskan assassin has somehow managed to slip away. And oh baby! Scump brings him down. His 9th kill of the game. And with that, your side of the map is safe.
And in the background, by the way, Shotzzy on a 5 spree, right? So Drazah makes a minimal play that maybe could have been the opening, but as soon as Scump shuts him down, Shotzzy just continues to play comfortably. He's always responsible for P5, whether it be hardpoint, search and destroy, or control. That is his wheelhouse. Whether or not the Swiss Army knife is over there, Dashy responsible for the flank, at least gets tags in the second just to try to slow these players down. Pending next gunfight, him and iLLeY just gets dropped. Thieves, nothing they can produce on the map.
Nah, they're having a tough time now. You've still got at least Envoy in the backside. He needs to cause as much problems as he can, but right now the problem is Dashy. 6 now for Shotzzy. 17 overall, less than 20 seconds remaining, and OpTic Texas will take a 2-0 lead here in the control. One more decent crack at it now for the LA Thieves, desperate to find the kills going forward. Scump taken care of on top well side. It's Envoy with a kill. Up next is Dashy. There's the detonate. That's going to find at least one. Oh. Dashy's on a 5. Those kills come through. It's over. The round is done. Try to save the lives. Whoa, just from Octane. But another great round from OpTic Texas.
I mean, take a sip of that game fuel. Try to get cracked out for this next round.
What does it say on the bottom of Scump?
It said Shotzzy. Scump maybe trying to absorb his powers.
He's drinking that special something. Shotzzy, yeah, I mean, I'm not sure if Shotzzy knows his water bottle just got stolen by the king, but hey, when your teammates, your brothers in arms, you share everything, right? You share your water. You share your victory, your highs, your lows.
Well, you share all those things. You don't share this next kill, right? Shotzzy can play hardcore for it. If he gets that glide bomb, I mean, he could just save it for the defensive round. I think LA Thieves know Shotzzy loves to play over towards P5, so they just ignore it off the rip. But again, if there's ever a moment you see Shotzzy pop up to the feet on the left side, you know what the game is? Meanwhile, iLLeY trying to collect triples. And now Shotzzy, again, just going to be patiently waiting. Kill to fall on his lap, but look who's, checking corners. Number 5, Octane, does take Shotzzy down.
But when you take care of Shotzzy, the streaks are done. No more to be had. Okay, Drazah is starting to get involved. 4 and 15, slowly but surely. getting things going. There's a life count in the lead for the LA Thieves here on defense. Can they find that special something? They've kept OpTic pinned back in A now for quite some time. You still have a wild and very dangerous Shotzzy out and about. Here he goes, though. See, he's doing laps. Somebody get on the steps counter, because this boy has just done his day's worth in this round.
Well, keep in mind, it is about a 21 life disparity for the moment. So, I mean, the idea of Thieves, well, forcing the round 5 doesn't seem easy, but getting defense seems like a near impossibility. Dashy does get taken care of, and obviously that 8 point still not yet secure, let alone the second tick. So Thieves trying to fight. You get the clearance, you get Envoy at the cross, maybe a nade to take down Kenny for the front opening, but that's why Envoy is here to slow him down. And keep in mind, he's on a 4.
Oh, he's on a 4 and he's alive still. 20 and 16 overall. You know, Scump's around the corner. Nice nade. Cooks it. No damage. He's pinned in now. 20 seconds. They managed to stop the clock. That's OpTic. They've got themselves onto B for now as the battle over by A is still going. Scump's in, and he's dealing a lot of damage alone. Staying alive for now. Drazah tagged up, bagged up, gets the kill. That's 3 now for Scump in a seemingly impossible situation. You've got B presence, you've got A presence. OpTic Texas in a sweet spot right now.
And right now, Shotzzy again just gets to do the dance. Him and Dashy trying to work the flank, but where Dashy falls, here's the cleanup crew, but guns him down. Envoy. I mean, right now, the hero for the team has more kills than Octane and Drazah combined, and it's not close. Important gunfight for him to win, but honestly, the bigger problem, you have 8 lives remaining. Make it 7. You're just going to lose the TDM game. You have 7 lives to try to stay alive for 1 minute and 10, and you are falling so quickly. OpTic, I mean, literally, in the respawn so far this series, absolutely have just picked them apart.
Devastating. The last lives now for the LA Thieves here. The last chance here in Tuscan controlled. 13 now for OpTic Texas, and they're going to play TDM indeed. There's only 2 remaining now. Here they come through the L side of the map, through the alley, and it's on Drazah. Drazah has got to pull something unbelievable out the bag here. There's the first, and he's going out swinging. He's not done yet. It's a 1v9. He's cleared out his side of the map. Now he has to play this beyond perfect, and there we go. Dashy reads it. It was a good effort, but not quite enough. Too little, too late. The LA Thieves, as many of us saw it coming, the Tuscan control goes the way of OpTic Texas. No major surprises there, but 2-1 in this series.
I mean, the keys to victory called it out pretty adequately of what Thieves needed to do about just winning that coin toss, because Tuscan control has not been their map at all, and obviously that has been OpTic's playground. 7-1 record now on that map. I mean, just both the offenses absolutely dominant. I mean, -11 for the main AR of Octane. What is that, 14 for Drazah, and that's with the little stat padding towards the end where he picks up the 2-piece. I mean, just incredibly slow game from anyone not named Envoy. And I think the question now is, will we get a single close map this entire series? I mean, just blowout after blowout in both directions.
It's kind of cool to watch, right? It's pretty exciting. Highlights now is, again, what an exciting series we've got. This Mountain Dew marquee match has not disappointed just yet. We'll see those. We've got that Berlin coming up in just a moment. That hard point will be up next. And Shotzzy, this is one of the most ridiculous sprees your boy had. This was it. He's real hard to kill, that's for damn sure. He really did put on quite a show for us. 15 and 7 at this point, and that was the start of round. It was like halfway through round 2, like preposterous levels coming out of him. And Charles, talking about like the final performances we saw in Octane and Drazah, both of them having a really tough time in the kills department. We've seen that a few times when you go up against OpTic here on Tuscan control. Once, you know, Dashy gets things going, he eliminates those opportunities for players to get anything done. You know, you can't make it across map, you can't get a power positions, you can't do anything. I mean, Bruce is slaying out in a big way. Like, the OpTic just seem to have that locked down so well here on control.
The craziest thing about that game, by the way, is just the way that OpTic won both of their offensive rounds. They did it off the kills in dominant fashion, and I think Thieves, I mean, just completely unable to slow down the pace at all. I mean, just caught in the blender from start to finish. I mean, it's rare that we see rounds get won off lives on Tuscan anyway, and OpTic double up. And again, neither one was even really that close to ending on time as well. So, I mean, we just had one of the most dominant hardpoint performances we've seen from OpTic. We just had one of the most dominant search and destroy performances from the Thieves. And then OpTic with one of the cleanest Tuscan controls. So whoever wins this opening break on Berlin maybe just gets that 100-point club victory. I mean, I have no idea what to look out for at this point. I think the biggest theme is it is not a map that Thieves love to play very often, but still undefeated on it with a 2-0 record with a pretty strong average point differential. And for the flip side for OpTic, 0-3. It has not been great. They have dropped the ball a few times on this map, but anytime they talk about what they look like in scrims, they think that they are a dominant Berlin team. They certainly think they have the right ingredients for the map. We're just waiting to see if they can deliver.
Going back now towards our top performers here in the matchup when it comes to our hard points. This doesn't include, of course, map 1, which was wild and crazy indeed, but it's Envoy and Shotzzy again. Envoy all day, man. I mean, his entire series thus far has been good. Even when they were losing it out big time there on the hard point, he was still putting the numbers great in the search and destroy, put in a great amount of work there, of course, in the Tuscan control as well. But there we are, Chance looking across that one. And we have received word from Carson, Stats Guy. OpTic are up 67 in the KD so far. Damn.
Yeah, well, I mean, in fairness, 2 dominant respawns, I suppose, will do the trick, but...
Dominant.
Especially the control. I mean, again, I said it for map 1. Obviously, Thieves are not going to be happy with the performance, but it didn't feel like they played particularly bad. They just got picked apart. Control, oh, they played horrible. Like, that was just not good from start to finish. Couldn't control any of the action on defense, so certainly a map that will haunt them at least a little bit, but if they could wash it away after map number 1, they could wash it away here. I mean, good news for them. Your top performer in hardpoint Envoy for this team is the man that has been frying in this series. As much as you can use that word for the respawns for the team, but it is really just the case of looking for the bounce back from both Octane and Drazah. See if they can turn their game around in Germany.
We've seen, I mean, many a series gets turned on its head when Berlin gets involved, so who knows, man, this could be it. But right now, again, it's been blowout after blowout. Will this be the real close one? Will this be the decider that gets us to game 5, or will this be the end? It should be. It should be. The fans demand it. We've earned it here on this Sunday, the last of the week, and oh lordy, did we somehow leave the best for last? What a treat this has been so far. Here we go, though. This Mountain Dew marquee match continues. Berlin hardpoint up next in this degustation of delicious Call of Duty action. Let's get it in the first.
Yeah, shout out to the spawns, by the way, for the first OpTic get there just 4 seconds before Thieves can even think about the break, but they're making moves. Drazah gets in, and they get cornered up, and, well, a couple trades abound. Who comes out on top? It is Envoy picking up 2. It is Envoy at least forcing that final player to back down, and good spawns be damned. Envoy, he finds a way.
He does indeed. That indomitable will as he stays alive as Shotzzy. An incredibly difficult player to handle at the worst of times now. He's looking great. Scumpy's now going to pick this one up again. Red dots all over that mini-map. Scumpy's in. Scumpy's alive and kicking. Kenny, massive gunfight win there on the point. Reinforcements for Thieves now piling in. Final 15 going the way of the LA Thieves. Rotations already underway. OpTic are in there, but we should see an interesting finish develop. This is anyone's hard point still to be had.
Well, this is perfect right now for Thieves, right? Obviously, you get a nice 30-second lead from Old, but you got number 5, Octane, pushed out towards the docks. Drazah checking his corners for rotation, wins the gunfight, and this is just out-rotating your opponent, getting there first, getting the outer control, and, well, now you get set up inside the hill. As good as it gets right now for Thieves, ready for the pressure. They line up for the team kills, and Thieves there to strike them down. Not quite the clean 4, but as good as it gets in the first 2 hills.
On Kenny's in mid-map being a pain in the ass as well. Here comes Drazah on his absolute revenge tour. Across the map, he is gone. Smoking fools left, right, and center. Doesn't manage to get Dashy, though, as holy Dashy manages to find 2 more. Back over to iLLeY, our Mountain Dew featured player trying to make the break on the point. There's 1, and there's 2 for iLLeY. Points all open now. You're going to contest it briefly from Drazah, but that's going to be the few seconds now going his way. Drazah again wins his 1s here on Berlin.
I mean, they're getting the scrap time as well, so this is an important moment for the LA Thieves. They have a very strong lead. If you manage to get this break, and Envoy can't quite make the read on Scump, but if Thieves get this break, if they can block these dock spawns, well, they might put themselves in a great position, but that is 4 in the feed right there. You know where they're going to be spawning, and Scump playing hyper aggressive to catch these players. Spawn knowledge on point, can't get 2, but either way, OpTic comfortable in this hill, ready for this push.
Yeah, that hold on fire. Boys, teammates a lot of time. Here we go, though. Into the point, through the front. It's going to be a nice 2-man hit from the LA Thieves. Envoy can't get any more out of it. Shotzzy does bring him down. As Octane now trying to make his way through the outside of plat. Nades are up. Slow and steady approach, just waiting for the rest of the squad to get involved. Do not want to do this alone. Again, patience will pay off now as the LA Thieves going for a next break. Here on the point, iLLeY slaying absolutely everything. And Drazah once again! Oh my! He manages to find a few more. But Shotzzy somehow coming out on top there. And it's been a nice comeback from OpTic Texas here, Chance. But they're going to need a whole lot more time if they want to take the lead back from the Thieves.
Oh, I do like that, though, from the Thieves, just to fight for, like, that scrap time. And even that kill right there from Octane. One kill just strips away an extra 7 seconds. So, I mean, obviously, OpTic, that was certainly a good hill for them. But you have Thieves just trying to chip away at that time and making sure they secure that rotation as well. Scump might be in trains, but he's got a couple more players to take care of. Number 7 actually letting him run past, and you let him run past Envoy. You talk about a massive 1v1 just to try to stay alive.
Thieves now trying to sort of push from the front. They've lost the backside. Well, let's see how they do it, and let's listen how they do it as well. Quick listening now with the LA Thieves.
Turn for anytime. Let's play. Let's give you top mid. Got it, Brandon. I'll say I got it. Brandon, top warehouse or top. I can't see that. Watch out. Mid side to the left. Laying down, not moving. Not challenging, bro. I'm dead. All right, 2 on time. Far left, Brandon. Or iLLeY. Laying down, back left to Phil. All right, don't get funneled around the right. I'm going left. Get left. Go front side. One under. We're seeing Brandon and Shotzzy. And top warehouse. Give me out time. It's too old. Yeah, too old, guys. Yeah, Ken, I'm seeing left on me. Too old, guys. I'm out, dog. I'm trying to look top warehouse. Fire, Shotzzy now. We go low fire fast. Top fire. All right, iLLeY's on. Pushing blast steps. Last one close mid. Last one open mid. I'm dropping down hill. I'm left side time. I'm left side time. iLLeY's on. Yeah, deep left, Brandon. He's on the top dead. Good shit. One dead long. Where's the guy? Brandon. Dock tank. Brandon, liar. On time. iLLeY open. iLLeY little weak on time. Alright, open Brandon. Last year. Hard pick kills. Reset. Alright, I'm left. Listen, I'm pitching it. Secret steps. Little weak. Live. On secret steps. On secret steps, sir. On Tom. Ender dead. I'm left. I'm playing top 3. Yeah, top 3. Last step. Open top 3. One shot. I'm in top 3. I'm helping you, Tom. He just left down. Left side top dead. Top 3. Hey, flip. One more. On old Brandon. One shot time. One shot old missing set. I can't sit again on top, bro. Fight this whole time. I don't know. You're not telling me no. He went. I got one. I'm Nero. Touching that weak. He's there. Side here. Doing it off. He went for library. I haven't been Nero. Yeah. Give me top 3. I'm looking at the glass chest. I don't see anything. I want top 3. I'm holding the guy. I don't see top 3. Yeah, I don't see him. Where's library, bro? Library. I'm playing fire. I'm DP3.
During their listening chance, our lead is dissipated. A far closer Brilliant hardpoint here. And what do we make of that sweet P5, brother?
Well, I mean, the P5, that is one of the best we have seen this year. LA Guerrillas have a couple setups, but OpTic basically just did that from the reverse side, and Shotzzy is causing all sorts of problems. He just gets a glide, and we even heard in the comms, they knew that Shotzzy was missing, but he is pushing the pace, going too quick for Thieves to respond to, and that was a P5 where he just lights up the feed nonstop. Shotzzy's got 21 kills, he's got streaks, and he is absolutely the main reason OpTic have now taken this lead.
Yep, they got the lead for now. 25 seconds remaining here on first in our second set. There's a brief moment of quiet may fall across Berlin. Envoy's going to try to hit something here. Octane's trying to find his kills at range again. Looking towards rotation as well. One eye on the other hard point. It is going to be Octane for the Thieves making his way forward first, but Shotzzy now on the inside of the mailroom, biding his time, waiting for it, tagged up now. Here comes the battle for the next hard point. In a few seconds, it pops wide open. You got Thieves with numbers. Will they be able to catch Shotzzy though? Because this boy is slippery right now.
I mean, this is like, so Cellium is probably the most difficult player to kill in the league. Shotzzy is the most difficult player to call out. Always a problem, but can he dare to drop it? That is the comms from Thieves being on point, knowing he is constantly there. And where the P5 was a fantastic kill for OpTic, while P2 Thieves have run the show. And it is deja vu all over again. You got Envoy in the steps, finishing off the kills, and whether or not he gets traded, These have collected the majority of this time, and inside the point, Drazah continuously still winning those gunfights.
He's still winning those gunfights. His turnaround in the individual performance has really been massive here for the LA Thieves. Again, the stats, they're not tremendous. He's 16-16, but these kills are really adding up. Back over to iLLeY. Trying to find Kenny downside on docks. And no, it's all LA Thieves from here on out. They're doing a wonderful job locking this point down. Over towards next, though, it's Shotzzy. He's already met the Røkkr. He's there, and Octane's got his number. Brings him down. Back over to iLLeY, our Mountain Dew featured player. If he can get a break here, all good. But he has to wait for the rest of the squad to back him up. And here we go. Dashy finding the openers. This should be the break. Man alive, what a good hard point this is.
I was gonna say, this might also be Glide Bomb time, but they end up getting the dock spawns without it. So they basically just take that cakewalk up for free. But even if you get the spawns, it is still about getting that actual hard point control. And you better make sure your shot is on point trying to break this hill, because you will get no help. And well, you might soar through, but OpTic, because they get the spawns, eventually have the power. And that might be one of the moments of the game, because if they didn't get those spawns, Thieves honestly would have ended it on this hill.
Here we go. Envoy somehow managing to find these entry kills. He almost gets Dashy as well. Unbelievable. Kenny now able to get inside. 20 seconds remaining on this one. OpTic is still spawning dockside, so you keep him pinned, trapped here. This could be huge for the LA Thieves. They're already out. Envoy's going towards the next hardpoint. You keep OpTic trapped in the top left-hand side of this map, and you are looking to run it up in a big way. They're doing just that. Kenny on a 4. Kenny finding shots, tags into everything, somehow stays alive. Kenny's a tough kill as well. Kenny staying alive again. 5 before being brought down. The damage is done though. You got the kids at that side of the map all covered. The LA Thieves looking to run it up here, but the glide's coming through.
And Thieves, by the way, awareness on point. Scump was trying to make a bit of a sneak play, trying to find his way through and take that long route, but he gets counted and he gets hunted down. Thieves firing on all cylinders. They deal with the glide bomb and they keep control of the hill. Got a 70-point lead that they have, and well, P4 almost certainly not the hill that this game will end on. Incredibly difficult to actually collect time, but I mean, I don't know. Maybe this is the tale of two halves. The first couple hills, Thieves have run the show. The second half, OpTic have been on point. But I think it's going to be almost necessary for them to do the same thing on P5. OpTic will have to find a way to set up a near perfect hold to try to claw back into this game, because Thieves right now firmly have it in their grasp.
Yeah, this has got game 5 written all over it. We'll see though. A big win out of iLLeY from distance now. 18-21 for him. Trying to just take control of every single corner of the map you possibly can. This is the setup they want for that P5. We saw them do it in the last set and it was great. A massive comeback from them there. Can they do it again? Smack bang in the middle of the map. Very, very open position as trades are abound. You see that long line of sight Octane has. Scump's going to take care of him. Automaton in hand now. These boys are going for it. Swinging for the fences here. Trying to keep this one going. Nice shots again out of Kenny Chance. And again, for this moment of time, you're happy for the LA Thieves not to get too much time if you're OpTic, but you got to find the time yourself.
Well, I love this from Envoy, right? Obviously, you can still put on the pressure towards the hill, but as long as he keeps this like P1 side control, and if he's ever able to flip those spawns, it makes P1 that much easier, but his teammates are getting all the kills, and Envoy hasn't quite managed to get that break, but, I mean, you're still collecting all of that time. And I was going to say, I don't know if you want to hunt for these kills or just get back fire and, again, focus on that flip. I think now he's got the control and OpTic push far enough, and there you see number 3 spawn out. Envoy just playing the safety net for the team. You have that big of a lead. You don't need to focus on the kills. You focus on that rotation. He's waiting for them to get there, but somehow OpTic actually managed to get here first.
And they hold it. That is the question. What a comeback this could be. LA Thieves, you can smell the game 5. It's so close. Drazah now, once again, trying to be the difference maker for his squad. Forward you go. For OpTic now, it's just hold them back. Hold that hard point. Keep the time ticking. LA Thieves, one decent break should get it done. Drazah's managed to sneak through the back. He gets taken care of. Kenny now through the front. And it is Dashy, once again, finding those kills. 30 seconds have elapsed, and we've managed to hold this one down for OpTic. Here comes the pinch, though. Through the middle of the train is going to be brought down as Octane. Here we go onto the point once again, and OpTic is still holding this down. Big wins from Scump. He's going to keep the outside now safe. As the LA Thieves have gone definitely quiet now, as Shotzzy's 5 spree comes into play, they've held the hard point to a T.
Well, this has been the hill, though, where Thieves have dominated on, right? That P2, it hasn't been full 60s, but it has been close every single time, and they get here well in advance. iLLeY going on a flank, but he shoots his gun, and now that player's going to spawn behind him. Thieves actually spawning, maybe not directly behind, because you get into the point. OpTic, they have found their way in.
They're stuck in. Here comes the battle up from front. iLLeY with the big shots into the side. Pistol! Oh, no, Octane wins it. And the Thieves have got control now. Final 10 seconds. This is it. Game 5. OpTic is spawning a little far away. Final 5 seconds. The foot race is on. Here comes the play as they are combing their way across map. Oh, the last minute contest and the kill comes through. And my God, it was close. Close, but no cigar. But we will not be lighting up just yet. The fat lady's yet to sing. We've got a game 5 to get through first.
And answering questions about some of these weaker maps for these teams along the way. OpTic now 0-4 on Berlin. They talked a big game for scrims, but still yet to put it into practice. And for Thieves, a necessary bounce back. Maybe the first close-ish map that we have had, that 250-205 victory. And honestly, I mean, P2 is literally just the hill for Thieves, where they locked it down every single time. Couple nice breaks in towards P3 as well, but I think OpTic, again, that is the one hill of focus where they just got bullied out. And here we go, man, towards the game 5 to settle it all between these two teams.
Well, shout out Kenny, 36 and 27, massive damage as well, and definitely not a blowout. We finally got the close map we were deserving. But here we go, game 5. What an unbelievable series this has been. our Scump play of the game, we're going to go now towards Kenny, who had a whale of a time. This 5 spree, battling for scrap. Basically, I mean, for most of it, a lone chance, but good bit of work done either way.
And this was also the moment, I missed how it happened on the minimap, but OpTic did not rotate to this hill first, but they got the spawns very quickly. So really OpTic's only opportunity to get back in the game. Kenny shuts it down, goes on a 5. And even this moment, just to take that extra player-like life with you, OpTic just spawned so far away from that old hill. So again, I think P5 really the only sort of mishap. Thieves had that entire map, but ran the show on P2. Honestly, even from like the opening break, just clinical. Breaking from the bad side, chaining that together and building yourself a knife lead. Thieves just looked fantastic on Berlin.
Fantastic look in Berlin, and now one final map to decide the series. What an absolute treat this has been, friends. We're going to throw it a very quick commercial break. On our return, Game 5, LA Thieves, OpTic Texas.
The Call of Duty League is brought to you by Mountain Dew. The Call of Duty League is brought to you by Zenni. Armor your eyes with Block's gaming glasses starting at $24 by visiting zenni.com/CDL.
It's game 5 here on our Mountain Dew marquee matchup, and we would have it no other way. LA Thieves, OpTic Texas, and we're doing it again, friends. We're going all the way. We're really going all the way. This has been blowout after blowout after blowout until finally here on Berlin, they pull things back. LA Thieves, we have a real close game. You're right there, Chance. Look, I startled you, brother, but we're ready to roll into our final map. This should be a treat.
In Tuscan S&D, we have talked about Thieves, how they have woes in this game mode. Obviously, the Desert Siege, not really the case. They got the 6-0 victory, but this is actually one of their better maps, right? 2-2 record overall. They've won 48% of the rounds. Don't get me wrong, you still slightly favor OpTic. Their S&D outside of the game 2 in this series has been a little bit cleaner. 3-2 record on this map, 54% of the rounds that they win, but it's as close as it could get. So as far as this series goes, I mean, blowouts be damned. This is like almost best case scenario for LA Thieves. Pulling off a game 5 victory here gets them a win against the team that just won a championship, a win that they so desperately need, and it is a 3-hit towards B off the rip, and I mean, it is completely uncontested.
Yep, 100% uncontested. OpTic all the way over towards A, and then they're going to find themselves a Kenny. And Kenny, any kills Kenny gets, massive. Doesn't get a single one, but the time has been purchased. Here comes the plant. Kenny's information. He did not fall in vain. And here we go. 4v3 post-plant positions now for the LA Thieves. You better be speedy, boys. Drazah's up first. Nice nade. Just over the top.
Gets the kill. More to go. On board for the flank. It is perfect. It is perfect for the 3v4 iLLeY in the 1v2. Trying to stay alive. He's getting hunted, and he buys himself extra time.
Oh my God. How is iLLeY alive still? How is iLLeY still almost pulled that back? We got a little tongue-tied and stepped on each other there, but honest to God, LA Thieves almost did the same thing. iLLeY, he really made him work for it in that round.
I mean, it's just a blinder performance, right? Just sprinting his way through, but that is just a good play call and a good 3v4 hold, clutching up towards the end. Nice job of saving like the nades and tacks, at least a few of them as well for Drazah to get that entry with the nade, but that is clinical. Kenny basically just the decoy over towards that A site. And I was kind of surprised after all the nades ran through over towards B that OpTic didn't go for the rat back, but as far as the game plan goes, that is one on the board as OpTic. Instant bomb plant. That'll go down for free.
It's a tried and true method. Straight in it goes. Kenny may get that first blood on a Shotzzy, but the bomb being planted, that's a big win now for OpTic Texas. Tactical retreat. Nades are up. You're going to spend all that ordnance now trying to clear out this side of the map, but there's no one home as OpTic have fanned out. They're all over the place right now. Here comes the 4-man retake now for the LA Thieves. Will they be able to catch a single kill? OpTic checking the back. There's no one there. Kenny's on the bomb site. A big win against Dashy. That's huge. Scumpy, though, manages to find at least one. iLLeY's also doing what he can as he finds a kill of his own. Now it's a 2v2. Keeping one eye on the bomb, one eye on the top side of the map, and it's Octane who's gone huge. Scump, will he be able to cover this one? I do not think so. One more attempt from Scump. Will he get there in time? He is flying towards the bomb. Oh my God! Scumpy! That's a round for OpTic!
I can't believe he got that at all. I mean, time to perfection. Man has his PF flyers on to get that extra split second. You're just taking a look. I could have sworn he had that, but shout out MP40. Time to kill. Miles, we are tied 1-1.
Holy! All right, we're tied at 1-1. What a round. I don't call him the king for nothing. A sensational recovery from OpTic, but here we go, right back into it. Looking for the fast plant from the LA Thieves. It's not quite there yet, but here comes the 3-man hit. Scump will be the first man up, first man in. Here comes the attack, though. iLLeY flying forward, finding at least one. The bomb now dropped to the outside. Octane can't get it done with a pistol. iLLeY still flying high. Drazah getting involved now. Last minute ditched attempt now for the LA Thieves to salvage the round. 2v2.
These teams are getting after it, by the way. I mean, just hyper aggressive on these plays. But now Dashy in the 1v2, you know he shoots straight beams. The debate is on whether you want to look for the kill or go for the bomb plan. Drazah was waiting for the chow, hasn't come through. Drazah does have plenty of time to work with. And keep in mind, he has the MP40 as well. He's going to plant that bomb. Dashy might be able to catch him.
Dashy can catch him real quick, though. How fast will he spring into action? Oh, too easy for Big Bruce. There's the kill. He's going to get the fist bumps out of the way first and foremost before he even goes for the defuse. But that, right place, right time, an educated guess to be in that spot to check the A bomb site. And Dashy, a little bit of luck, a little bit of magic. All good, though, for OpTic Texas.
And back-to-back 1v2s where, again, it was sort of similar to early on where it doesn't entirely feel like Thieves are making mistakes. I mean, just an absurd clutch from Scump for his 1v2 where it just times it to perfection. And then, honestly, Dashy just shooting straight beams. I mean, one of the very few players in the league that would win that gunfight in that situation against Kenny. That's all it takes to get that 1v2. You cannot afford to have a single misstep, even if it's like a 5 millisecond difference. Dashy putting in the work gives OpTic that edge.
Unreal. 3-man towards A. That single player is going to be Shotzzy over by that B bomb site hit, and he's just waiting for a kill or two. Oh dear, and he does get a kill. That might not exactly be his, but he'll take it for now. That's going to be a 2v3 now. iLLeY and Dashy in a bit of trouble. Octane brought down. Now it's a 2v2. Huge win out of iLLeY. Nice nade from Drazah. LA Thieves continue to have some of the most pixel-perfect grenades in the league. All now on a Dashy.
Well, I mean, they've gotten 1v2 2 rounds in a row, so an opportunity for Dashy just to make history repeat itself once again. He gets the bomb down for free, but both these players doubled up. If he crosses back through mid, he will get spotted, and he takes that route. Kenny saw him. Should be able to feed Drazah that intel.
Oh, will we see it go down, though? Here comes the push now from Dashy. A big win. Drazah tags him back. You had me in the other round, mate. Now I got you. LA Thieves. They bounce back here. We're all tied up 2-2 as the search and destroy in this game 5 continues.
And again, no mistakes that time. Kenny just from P5 out in the window. I mean, it's almost like a 50-50 setup for Dashy of what direction he wants to run, but he picks the one where he gets spotted. And again, Drazah, at least with that knowledge, easier gunfight for him towards the end. At least he's prepared for it. And Thieves back on the board. And something you pointed out, you are absolutely correct. The nades from Thieves, especially on this map in Search and Destroy, have been on point. That is one of the reasons they picked FaZe apart. That is one of the reasons that they were able to win that round. If iLLeY gets that kill and gets away with his life, it would be a massively different situation. And speaking of massively different, Drazah had a couple slow games. Well, 7-3 right now, 4 rounds in.
Yeah, he owed the team this at the very least. Like, he had a couple of spankers. Shotzzy can't finish it. Exceptional teamwork for the LA Thieves. Absolute beams from Octane. Dashy now trying to make his way through mid, trying to find something in this round. Gets at least one before being brought down immediately. Scump through mid. Absolutely clapped. LA Thieves. Big round out of them.
And I think, honestly, I mean, for all the talking we've done about their S&D, which, don't get me wrong, has been true, if not for the 2 1v2 clutches where ridiculous shots from Dashy, ridiculous timing from Scump, I mean, Thieves have had the advantage in damn near every single round. I mean, don't get me wrong, it is barely. It is not a wide margin, even that first blood. I mean, Shotzzy is an extra bullet away from it, just a clean setup from the Thieves to pick them apart. But I mean, these guys right now, wheeling and dealing in S&D. Maybe they played, they skipped out on Tuscan Hardpoint and just grinded Search.
Yeah, that Tuscan Hardpoint was something. We'll look back on that for a while, but here we go. Different look now out of OpTic. Here come the nades. Every single one seems to find its mark, whether it's a kill or not. As you can hear the explosives crash around here on Tuscan. Over in the distance. The concussions now coming through. Patience is the name of the game. iLLeY's on the flank, though. Here comes the first gunfight. Envoy springs to life. Gets it. No trade to be found. LA Thieves with the advantage.
And now OpTic are trying to make the play call just to force it in towards B. But, I mean, Drazah's been posted up over there for quite some time. And he actually wrapped backs, but that might be a blessing in disguise. Instead of getting overwhelmed and potentially losing the gunfight, you just trust yourself for the 4v3 retake. Keep in mind, though, Thieves in this 3v4, when they got the bomb down at B, clutched. Now it's OpTic's turn to make that attempt.
It's a 3-man hit through the back. Shotzzy, you are about to run into some serious trouble, young man. And here it comes. Shotzzy. Oh, no! Kenny finally picks up the pieces, but now it's a 2v2. Shotzzy somehow picks up both of them. Scumpy's going to find one more in the front. Kenny's last player left alive. 1v2 now for Kenny. And will he check the corner? The answer is no. OpTic, they lose the fight over by A, but no problem. That 2-piece from Shotzzy, man, that was the decider. Brilliant bounce back now from OpTic.
Yeah, and if I've learned anything about people in LA, especially from the cops, right? Terrible at hide and seek. They do not check their corners or undercars very well. And I mean, that is very much a clutch where Shotzzy has a nice angle, doesn't get checked. Scump plays a corner, doesn't get checked. And I mean, granted, for Kenny's sake, he just doesn't have enough time to work with. But nice 3v4 clutch, man. Similar rounds that we saw from Thieves earlier on as well. Those 3v4 holds on B on point. Back on the attack, the Thieves go. An A hit, not quite giving up for free. There's a couple guns top church. They're making moves through the middle of the map. Someone got through. Scump finds the first blood, and Shotzzy finds the opening. Kenny gives mid up for a second. Shotzzy gets the perfect timing, and now he got bombed down in a two-man advantage. OpTic's round to lose.
And Drazah turn it around. Dashy's holding the line. Keeping him pinned back. Stuns are through. Drazah's making him just waste those precious bullets in the magazine of that automaton. Dashy gets it. They take the round as well, and after the blistering pace they set at the start, OpTic Texas is still sizzling even as the round comes to a close.
And again, I mean, the timing on that, completely absurd. I don't know if Shotzzy actually jumped down from top church to bottom, but whatever it was, you could see the angle on the minimap just stacked up around it. Kenny gets back down for a moment. That might be off the back of a couple nades or maybe someone getting shots in from top church, but the timing on point. The nade connects from Scump, and then Shotzzy just finds that route to get that next blood. That is just one solid play to gift you that round. And by the way, for Thieves, quad stack over towards A. Nobody's home. Question is, how fast are OpTic going to go? They clutched a 3v4 when they got the bomb down at B, and they haven't planted it yet, but for the moment, everybody's still alive.
Thieves are making the read, and they're moving a little faster this time. Shotzzy, hello!
Goodbye.
Right into the aim of Drazah, cut down immediately, and that's going to be the plant going down to B, but the play's on. Here we go. Kenny spots at least one of the cross. He's going to now chow from top. Big shots out of Kenny. That's massive. 4 HP gets away with his life. Drazah now working to pinch slowly. Reinforcements stacking on up. Dashy's in a bit of trouble. There's no way he gets away with this one. As Envoy, shots are in. He's staying alive for a moment. Envoy! Oh my god, Scump gets both of them. Dashy's still good to go. Surely not. Surely not in the 1v1 now. Octane playing it aggressive, making his way forward. Dashy's tagged up, has to make a run for it. Run, Dashy, no! Can't get away with his life. Octane's got the time, but not a lot of it to get the defuse. We're all tied up 4-4.
Massive plays by Octane. The near 2v4 and just this speed demon. When he's got to put those PF flyers on, maybe they're taking turns wearing those shoes, gets it done. And I mean, that is a delicate moment. I mean, Dashy's got options maybe to double back in P5 or try to just dip out. I was thinking for Octane even potentially could just turn around and go for the bomb hop if Octane or Dashy, excuse me, is that far away, but ends up playing it perfectly and is permanently getting flashbanged by his monitor.
Non-stop.
You can see everything.
It should be good old headbutt. OpTic read the nades, read the stuns, back on up a little bit. iLLeY's just playing it patient. Got space to work with now. He definitely get the bomb down, actually. Unless this nade, or these nades. 1, 2, Envoy baits both of them, gets out with his life, and who's that snuck in the bottom church? Drazah, no!
Oh, wow.
Bad timing, cut down. First blood, iLLeY.
And that is just a tragedy and a half for Drazah. And well, that's the opening. OpTic trying to swarm. There's the freebie for Octane though. 100 HP. There's number 2. Gets to reload. And you are in prime position for these gunfights. Scump trying to back down, but the hunted, or hunters have become the hunted rather. Octane, the next one, looking for the ace. The 1v1. He bangs. He chows. He gets it. The clutch and the ace in the next round. Octane turning their S&D around.
Woo! I was going to say, can he win back-to-back 1v1s? And you bet he can. 11-5 overall now for Octane. LA Thieves certainly looking to have the advantage here on Tuscan. Cool as a cucumber, Sam LaRue. You'd never know. I mean, he's blind as a bat right now, but all he needs to see is aces, kills, tiny pixels.
Very much in hindsight with Octane's laser vision, but that is an aggressive play call flying out where Octane's posted on the heady, but the bold will be bold. Octane on a 5. He is sliding out, and, well, you can see OpTic. They have pumped the brakes. Cannot afford to feed any kills. Obviously, you need this round win. But if Octane keeps collecting, your job becomes infinitely more difficult. As interestingly enough, I mean, OpTic have slow played over towards B, but they've made enough noise over towards A, and certainly the nade's still coming through. It's not like Thieves will necessarily be falling for the bait, but Drazah will be the lone man for the moment defending B.
All along the watchtower, Drazah keeps the view. Shotzzy. The rest of the team making their way forward. Kenny's here to back him up. It's the father-son duo. They find one. Tension now settling across the map. The shots are in. The damage is there. 30 seconds now on the clock. You have to recover the bomb if you're OpTic, and then we're going to do it. Here we go. Shotzzy gets it going. Dashy on the backline as well. He and iLLeY have made the kills work out. 3v2. This is to force the round 11 for OpTic. This is for the series for LA Thieves.
Oh, that bomb, I don't know if it'll get planted. It does go down. I thought there was an opportunity, but now with 2 versus 3 to try to get this break. And they're trying to cut through mid. Shotzzy there to cut him down. Shotzzy there to cut them down. The clutch is in, the 3v4. Even after Scump falls, they get it done. And I can't remember if it was Shotzzy or Billy poked his head in, but just to get Drazah to be a little bit concerned, just to give up that P5 push just for a moment, to find that time and to get in through Plat. I mean, the devil is in the details, and we'll see who's sided with the devil for this round 11.
This is it for the series. Close out Sunday big. Here we go. One more round. OpTic get defense. Our Mountain Dew featured player sitting at 8-8. Heroic performances out of iLLeY, and here we go. It's a 3-man stack on the outside. All 4 of them on the outside of Church. They may all go for it. Guns are up, trades are through. The bomb has been dropped now right in the middle of the open field. And back they go. Hand in hand, OpTic Texas making their way through the backside of Church over towards B. Drazah once again the lone man on watch.
And this is smart, by the way, just because you saw for a moment there is potential for Drazah to go on a flank and maybe get behind all 4. So again, they get that first blood and they just group together. Still flank potential. Thieves have not picked up the bomb.
Oh my.
And Thieves have not read this, but Shotzzy sounds loud to me.
Shotzzy doesn't sound loud, he is loud. He finds 2. He may have just sealed the deal now as Kenny in a 1v3. Shotzzy, surely not. Up and down he goes, slithers his way into the victory, and that is a tremendous bounce back as OpTic Texas taking him round 11. It is elation across the top of that screen as they are feeling good. The LA Thieves, that is an absolute stinger. They were so stoic in their defense towards that A side of the map. They were unwavering nerves. They didn't move a muscle, and the moment they do, Shotzzy picks up the 2 and seals the deal.
I mean, a tough loss for the Thieves, to be sure, in a round 11 fashion, but also positive takeaways. I mean, what? S&D was the biggest factor. And even with the 2-10 performance from Envoy, they still go all the way to round 11, and they still dominated on Desert Siege. So I think certainly things in the Thieves camp to be optimistic about. At the same time, though, it is your chance in the round 11. Still get the clutch, and it is off the back. Again, it is a conscious decision for these guys to play S&D like that. Make the aggressive play call, and didn't even shy away. The last time they chowed outer A like that, Octane picked them apart, but they square up once again, get that first pick, and again, the full wrap all the way across the map. So difficult, it seems, to read against OpTic. They deliver, still on top.
Out alive. Keep the highlights. What a cerebral search and destroy this was. Shotzzy, an absolute machine. If you got that third on a Kenny, that'd have been something. But man, the game-winning moments as well from him. He had a great search and destroy. What an unbelievable performance out of the youngster. Everyone finding their 1v1s here. This was a truly brilliant search and destroy game 5 to finish off what was also an exceptional series, Chance.
I mean, you know, a couple like rough maps for both teams for the first couple. A pretty close Berlin, which was not too shabby, but certainly one OpTic still need to sort of crank up the improvements on. But again, I'd say for Thieves, I mean, think of the clutches that it was taking for OpTic to get that win. It is the perfectly timed like play from Scump where he gets the kill with literally 0 seconds left on the bomb defuse. And then, of course, a 1v2 from Big Bruce right after. I mean, they just took the champs to the absolute limit. And honestly, in the end, a great series, Miles.
Oh, brilliant series. Absolutely brilliant. And also a collective sigh of relief across everyone whose predictions in BreakingPoint.gg are now all good. I think almost everyone, but man, what a series this was. The first 3 maps weren't even close. Were they a lot of fun to watch? Yes, they were. Those last 2, that was really where things got hot. And man, what a Mountain Dew marquee match that really was. Really, like, round of applause. Take a bow, everyone. That was a lot of fun. But again, GG's to OpTic. They come out on top. Your chance for a reason desk. I mean, how the hell are you guys doing?
Oh, we're living. We were in the green room. That's Nameless, man. We were watching that. Nameless was like, yo, this is lit.
Dude, no, seriously. I mean, that was like an excellent search and destroy.
Yeah.
I mean, on both sides. I mean, you had the clutches. You had everything you wanted in search. You had the adjustments on both sides. I really like how Thieves approached that map and then how OpTic reacted. Like, a lot of teams versus OpTic, and why OpTic does so well in Tuscan is because they give them the looks early and mid, right? Well, Thieves didn't really have too much pressure on the middle of the map. We saw the first round, they sent 3 players towards that B side. And we saw throughout the majority of the rest of the game, they had everybody going over towards the A side. And why they were beating OpTic is because what did OpTic do? They would either get blooded or they would challenge and keep challenging. And then Thieves were relentless. They were fearless. They were winning those trade battles on that A side. So that's why that round 11 was so perfect on OpTic. They go over there. It's a trade back and forth, 3v3. They completely just wrap and they say, we're not going to get put in this blender once again. We know Thieves like to commit to this in Chow. They know where Thieves are going to be. Hovered around that A bomb site and they clutch up. So that was just a perfect search and destroy and a big win.
That rotation was absolutely insane. But what else was insane in that search and destroy was Shotzzy, aLLeY. Shotzzy had 2 double kills that entirely shifted. He swung the favor in OpTic's way both times, especially that last round.
I think one of my favorite things out of Shotzzy this series was that he came out really hot. I feel like when we watch Shotzzy, usually he'll have a little bit of a slow start and heat up by map 3 and 4. But right off of map 1 in that hard point, man, he was already on fire.
You got that right. All right, Nameless. So OpTic still going strong, catching fire. They're not losing at all, man, no matter how close the games are. But LA Thieves, we spoke about it during the pre-show today, currently 0-4 against the top 3 teams.
Yeah, I mean, they were right there. You know,
close.
Within distance. I mean, you saw some big clutches out of Octane. Like, they've identified what they want to work on. And, I mean, if you look at the round count and search and destroy across that series, they were winning in that regard. So search has gotten better. The hard points looking better. It's just tough because the sub duo on OpTic is so good. So they played them on 2 Tuscans. Like, that's going to be very difficult to beat OpTic, especially where they're at right now. So I think with some development of Drazah, as he gets more comfortable in that role, maybe then, because, you know, Bocage and Tuscan, it's going to be too tall of a mountain to climb for Thieves to beat OpTic on those maps right now.
No, you definitely got that right. Actually, that 6-0 in the first search and destroy was beautiful. I'm loving what I see from LA Thieves. aLLeY moving forward. LA Thieves getting better in search. They're looking good in all respawns. This team, I'm waiting for them to crack that top 3.
Honestly, this is already a step in the right direction. I was worried heading into this series because OpTic looked so good in every game mode, and we knew LA Thieves were struggling in S&D. We come out in that Desert Siege, 6-0. They started wolf packing, started playing around each other. They would send 3 players to one site and let one live on an island. They did that as well in the Tuscan. That usually was Drazah and Envoy, and they found a lot of success with that, a lot more success than what we've seen out of them. So I think they should continue refining that play style, and they'll be okay.
All right, Nameless, overall, this game, tickle your fancy?
Yo, that game was a banger, man. Honestly, I mean, this is the series that I wanted to see at Major 1. I think these guys are going to have some battles throughout the season. They match up so well together. So, you know, it was exciting, and I hope they get to play again soon.
All right, and actually we have the post-victory spotlight with the one and only Shotzzy, the man that was getting 2 Ks and dominating that game. Great win, man.
Hi, Shotzzy. Congratulations on your win, man. I got to ask you, okay? The round 11, it literally looked like you guys pulled that right out of the playbook. The concise decision to instantly get that first blood and just wrap through B onto top blue near through P5. I gotta know, who was the leading voice? Who was the one to make that play call?
So that entire round, I was the one making every single little play call.
Go.
So our initial strat was to double nade the guy mid because we knew he liked playing there. And then from there, we obviously did what we did at A, and then we got a pick, but then we got blooded. So it was a 3v3, and then I said immediately, yo, let's wrap B. As soon as they get bomb, they're going to, like, you know, slow play that, and we'll get their broken control. And once we did that, I killed a guy, like, one of the box corners mid-map, and then I killed the guy on A bomb, and then it was wraps from there.
Yo, Shotzzy, that was a beautiful play and a clutch round 11. It's what championship teams do, so congrats. I wanted to ask you sort of about the veto strategy headed into this series. You guys played Desert Siege and Berlin. Were you guys trying to, like, test new maps or what? Because it kind of put you guys in hot water, brother. It was a tough call.
No, of course. Our desert, you know, we're trying stuff out. You know, we're definitely trying stuff out. I felt like we got a lot of bloods, but we were just, for some reason, getting picked in our 4v3s, and it kind of just led us to lose those rounds. I promise you guys, our desert is good. It's probably not good right now, but once we get more reps on it, I promise you, we'll be a different team on that map. And then when it comes down to Berlin, it's the same thing. We're in scrims, we're doing it really, really good, and then the matches, like, for some reason, people were flipping this out on P3 and all that good stuff. So once we finally get that situated, we'll be good on, you know, Berlin and desert.
Got to work on that P2.
All right, champ, I'm going to leave the floor to you to go ahead and give some love, shout-outs to family members, friends, even the Green Wall that's been cheering you guys on that are just so damn happy that you guys were champs at that last one.
Oh, it was one hell of a series. Like I said, shout out to the Green Wall. I know in my last interview I said shout out to every wall, but I meant to say Green Wall. So shout out to you guys. And yeah, I mean, obviously that was a close one, but you know, we're gonna go back at it and you know try to fix up our mistakes.
Shotzzy, you're a beast. You're a clutch master. You're an animal, man. I'll talk to you later. All right, you take it easy. Great win.
Yeah, likewise. Bye bye.
Thank you. All right, so aLLeY, that closes out the day. 3 games today. Pretty much a short day. Kind of like what? Friday. It was pretty cool, but we did get a very good Game 5 today. And overall, you excited for Week 2?
Always. I'm always excited when Call of Duty's in the conversation, Belly.
Right, now let's go ahead and recap the games that we had today. And we kick things off with the Minnesota Røkkr facing off against the Paris Legion. And it wasn't a great showing for some of the newer players in this lobby, nameless, but still, Minnesota Røkkr came out strong.
Yeah, you know, admittedly, coming into today, the first 2 matches, I looked at them and I'm like, ah, man, these might be some resident sleepers. But these matches ended up being pretty good. It was a super entertaining day of Call of Duty. Paris Legion, you know, a better performance from some of the guys in this team. John and Temp, I thought they had a really strong showing today. Jimbo, obviously, he's just got to go back to the lab and get better. If he had a better performance, they end up winning this series. But, you know, on the side of Minnesota Røkkr, that's a reverse sweep. These guys turned up, man. I like having attached, you know, running AR. I think he's way better in that role. We're seeing Priestahh get more comfortable. And, you know, that Game 4 was beautiful.
And as Minnesota Røkkr continue to, you know, gather heat heading up to Major II, I'm excited to see where they're going to be, and hopefully they will be in peak form. But aLLeY, the second matchup of the day, we saw Florida face off against New York.
Yeah, and it was a heartbreaking match to watch, and I'm sure even more to play, as all of us are kind of hoping something would end up working with the New York Subliners lineup, but unfortunately it was not. But a testament to Florida, though. They are looking a lot better. They're finally winning hard points, as well as outslaying them in respawn. They look better overall. We've seen them in S&D as well. Dave Patty finally looks a little bit more comfortable in, you know, winning actual S&D maps instead of 4 in a row and then getting choked.
Yeah, man. I mean, Florida Mutineers, they're really changing the tides in terms of what people think about them. They went 6-0 map count this week. Like, we can't stress that enough. Like, these guys came out and they played flawless Call of Duty across both their matches. LAG and New York Subliners. Now, you know, honestly, those aren't the 2 best teams in the league, but 6-0 map count is impressive. They got to play Bocage, they got to play Tuscan, so we got to see them on some of the AR maps, so we see some Berlins and Gavutus and see how Florida Mutineers play then, but they look extremely comfortable. When we go to a listening with Mutineers, it's calm, cool, and collected. This team's getting better.
And yeah, we do talk about the strength of their schedule, but at the end of the day, this is a thing that we expect from them consistency-wise.
Yeah.
Beating these teams that they're supposed to be better than. In Florida, they're just doing great at it, so shout out to them as well. And overall, this has been a good first week, and heading into next week, OpTic are currently on top of the standings, so I mean, that's one big takeaway from what's happened today.
Yeah, no, they were 5 points behind, but now they're staying in that first place. And I honestly love that about this year, guys, is that the competition is so high, right? There are so many teams pushing these top teams to the limit. Atlanta FaZe is no longer at the overall top of the leaderboard, and that's a toss-up. You told me that a month or 2 ago, I wouldn't believe you.
I mean, Atlanta FaZe, these guys, I mean, they're coming off of a loss to Seattle Surge, who were on a 5-game losing streak. Like, this is crazy to see. I mean, OpTic Texas has solidified themselves as the best team in the game, not just at the major, just in general, right? It wasn't just a good weekend. They come over here, they get to a Game 5 grueler with the composure to win in round 11, and they pass Atlanta FaZe, who have just come off of a loss. It is now the OpTic Texas generation, man.
I love it.
To turn up and make that come up once again.
Hey, it's a new era this year. It's good to see OpTic back on top. Let's take a look at the schedule as well. Heading into next week, it's going to be good. London Royal Ravens versus Paris Legion, and after that, Seattle Surge versus OpTic Texas. And let's see if Seattle can ride off of that momentum, nameless.
Yo, I mean, that would just be insane. Like going 0-5 and then beating FaZe and then beating OpTic Texas. One thing I know is now, like, predictions are just out the window, dude. Like, it's so difficult to predict these matches. After that Seattle versus FaZe one, who knows what can happen? Maybe they will come out and beat OpTic.
Got that right. And the last game of the day will feature the Minnesota Røkkr, who are, by the way, the hosts of Major II. Me personally, I've never been to Minnesota before, but I will be there at the end of the month, along with everybody else that you see on screen. The event takes place March 31st all the way until April 3rd at Mystic Lake. If you guys are kind of, you know, curious about how this event will be, do me a favor. Go ahead and Google this entire venue. It's incredible. It's beautiful.
It's gonna be cold.
Casinos, good food. Definitely bring a jacket. Yes, and hopefully we'll see you guys there. If you're a Minnesota fan, though, there is no doubt that you should even question going there. We saw what the Greenwald did in Texas. You should do the same. But, ladies and gentlemen, that's it for the show. Daylight savings is kicking all of our butts right now. I'm going to go home and get some sleep. You guys should get some rest and have a beautiful day. We'll catch you guys next week for some more CDL action. We love you guys. Take it easy.
I'm in the game like EA. Been in my prime since pre-K. Shooting my shot from long range. Going over here's a good two-pay. Treat every day like payday. Y'all been living so mundane. My work week is Sunday to oh wait, that's every day. Putting in overtime. Punching the clock, I'ma get what's mine. While everyone's sleeping, I'm living my dreams. I got a coin that's so divine. Lord, take the wheel like 10 and 2. I'm losing energy, I'm overdue. I've been on the top ropes, hitting my post. Watch me hit the power moves. Been here, done that. You all know what we came for. Been here, done that. You all know what we came for. Energy, energy, energy. I need that energy, energy, energy,